perhaps, for the answer to our...
You look like he was
we're looking via Zoom to Jonathan, who is lying in bed as we speak.
He starts laughing, yeah.
Hey, man, what are you doing, man?
I'm sleeping.
like normal people.
Yeah.
All right, Jonathan, joining us via Zoom this morning to answer the stupid question. The Queensland nut is another name for what kind of nut, sir?
Macadamia nut.
Macadamia nut. Correct. Hang on just a second. We'll get your information.
I used to be able to name every nut that there was, and that used to drive my mother crazy. I say peanut, hazelnut, cashew nut, macadamia nut. That was the one that was sent her into going crazy. She said, "You stop naming nuts."
Macadamia nut. All right, so Jonathan, hang on. You get the Steven Singer Moon and Back diamond necklace featuring a diamond-encrusted moon and a heart with a secret message of love. I love you to the moon and back. You can order now for free shipping, and it'll arrive in time for Mother's Day. Head to IHateStevenSinger.com. All right, we will start with Kim Kardashian. The robbery trial is going on in Paris, and a 71-year-old suspect, Yunus Abbas, says that he has got a few regrets about his 2016 heist.
I bet you one of them is that his name is Eunice.
Yeah, probably.
Well, and I did read they were all older men.
They were, yeah, but they were practiced, as Preston termed it. It was a heist.
Right.
It was not just a crime of convenience. There was planning that went into
Like,
that.
don't you wrap it up at a certain age?
Yeah,
I know,
what was
yeah.
the year again?
He's 71.
I
It
bet
was
you-
2016 is when it happened.
Okay.
I bet you he headbutts Preston.
Yeah. So he said, this time I do regret what I did. It opened my eyes. He said,
right.
Listen to this. He said all the media coverage has made him question his actions. And he added that he's aware that his actions negatively impacted his family and says that he blames what he did on never having a male role model when he was a kid.
Thank you.
Now, these statements are pretty different from his interview back in 2022. Mm-hmm. Do you remember what he said?
He was totally...
He
was
flat out said he had no remorse.
no remorse.
Oh my
Yeah.
gosh.
And he said that he went as far as to say, guilty? No, I don't care. I don't care.
Yes.
Wow.
Unfortunately, those comments were recorded.
So he's changed his tune,
Yeah.
as
Nice
you
guy.
might imagine.
He
Yeah.
also said he wants to meet those Australian twins.
Oh, well,
I'll find you and I'll shoot you.
Well, they're not interested in seeing him at all.
Oh,
no,
they're upset.
they'd say he's got a run. He's got a gun.
Run.
Yeah.
He's got a gun.
He's a criminal.
Well, they're huge Kardashian fans.
Are they really?
Yeah,
I
yeah.
get
Did they talk about that?
No.
Oh, I wouldn't doubt it.
Your face looks bizarre.
In all, 11 people are accused of being involved in that particular crime. So
Preston. Jake.
we have our own twins.
Ready? Let's tell a story.
No, she was a dancer.
Jinx, oh my God!
Stop.
I'll find you and I'll shoot you.
Oh, God.
Ron, she's a dancer.
Wow. All right, The Office star BJ Novak has a new girlfriend, TikToker Delaney Rowe. Sources confirmed to People this week that the two were indeed an item following months of speculation that they had been spotted at events including the How Long Gone After party. And that was in New York City and in Manhattan's Bowery Hotel. So Rowe is known for parodying movie tropes on TikTok, including characters like somebody named Manic Pixie Dream Girls, an insufferable female lead of an indie film who goes out in the rain. These are things that she does.
I know this lady.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, she's cute and talented and like a quirky comedy, which is probably perfect for him.
We're looking at a picture of BJ Novak. I don't know who commissioned this picture, but he's a much better looking guy than we're seeing. Looks like an alcoholic coming off a bender.
Novak was previously linked to literary manager Molly Hurwitz and his The Office co-star Mindy Kaling. The two actors maintained a close friendship over the years, and he is the godfather of her three kids, of course. So, but so apparently this is a relationship that's officially on the record now. Yeah, Nick, I've seen her before too. She's really cute.
Is it Insta official? That's the question. It has to pass that benchmark.
Don't know about that.
Yeah.
Christina Applegate tearfully revealed on her messy podcast that her father, Robert, has passed away. Died about a week ago before they recorded their current episode. She told guest Joanna Garcia Swisher that she knew that his time was coming and reflected on feeling emotionally numb until that moment. She said, "We knew he was going to die. Is that an excuse for not feeling? Because you kind of know that something's going to go, and you said your goodbyes." She admitted that this was the first time that she had truly cried since his death as well. Swisher had related by sharing her own experience with losing both her parents and the pain of removing them from life support. Applegate's father worked in the music industry. He was a producer for Dot Records in the early 1970s, so tough experience for her, obviously. Most people leave getting blackout drunk behind in their 20s, but most people aren't Eva Longoria. The actress was on Watch What Happens Live with Andy Cohen when a viewer had asked her who got the most lit at her 50th birthday party, and she said, "Me."
Yeah, apparently she headbutted somebody that was in a band.
No way.
Yeah.
And then took a dump in the middle of the room.
Yeah.
Wow. Well, she's very well respected in her field. She said, "Well, because I had many parties," she said, "but the Miami party, I don't remember it. That was a good party." And she said, when you're 50, it takes days to recover afterwards.
That becomes a metric by which you judge when you're younger, I think. I'm not a drinker, obviously, but I know I've heard it from many friends throughout the years. You can judge a party's success or how much you enjoyed it by your failure to remember it.
I think to a certain age, but like this, I would have been pissed if I woke up, didn't remember my party. I mean, I'm nowhere near 50, so I don't have to worry about that. But
It's a good 3 weeks.
But the head butter, did he wake up the next day and was like, "Yeah, I really took care of it"? Or did you wake up and you were like, "Oh my God, I was at my friend's birthday party and head butted someone"?
Right.
Yeah.
I had to, on my 50th birthday party, my son had to help me take my pants off.
Oh, man.
That was a fun party,
That
though.
was a fun party.
See, well, actually, that's how we rated it.
I do remember it,
Take
but
his pants off.
I couldn't get undressed. That's how hammered I was.
Well, it's hard.
Well, listen, so I'll never forget it because somebody came up to me, and of course I'm a whiskey drinker, and they brought me a champagne flute full of whiskey.
Oh.
And they're like, "Drink it." I'm like, "Yeah."
Who was that friend?
I don't remember that part.
man,
I don't remember who it was,
Oh,
but I drank it. Dumbass.
That's hilarious.
I just went to that place.
Oh, you did? Yeah. Park Bistro.
Yeah.
In Skippack.
Yeah, it was
my
great.
favorite restaurant in
We
town.
have you taking your pants off, Preston.
Yeah, that's totally it. That's totally it. But she threw Gabrielle Union under the bus a little bit, saying that she was a close second as far as being most lit at her 50th birthday party. Actress Sydney Sweeney may have settled on a new partner. May have. The actor has been seen with several co-stars in social settings as her relationship with Jonathan Davino wound down. But over the weekend, she was seen getting cozy with one of her recent co-stars. At Stagecoach, she and housemaid co-star Brandon Sklenar, I guess that's how you say his name, were seemingly inseparable, seen in a brief TikTok video taken by fellow concertgoers.
So he's from the series 1923? Is that the one he's on?
It says...
Yes, he is. Yep.
Okay, it says housemaid co-star, so I guess they were in that together.
It's a new movie that they're working on, I think, Preston. And he is a name that is being bandied about to be Batman in James Gunn's universe.
Okay.
And
Steve and I bonded over him because he's like, "The guy from 1923, you like him?" I'm like, "Yes, love
All right,
him."
good, all right.
He told me that.
I figured if you liked him, he had to be pretty good.
This is not the first time they've been spotted out together. Back in January, the pair were spotted taking in a Broadway play. So we'll see where this goes. Both Christina Hack and her new boyfriend, Christopher LaRocca, are denying that their relationship overlaps with both their previous ones.
Yeah, right.
Andrea Diana has made claims the reality star basically stole LaRocca from her, or at least contributed to their breakup, as well as the breakup of Hack and her ex-husband, Josh Hall. She first raised timeline questions in an interview to which a rep issued a statement about it, saying this person continues to make false allegations and spread lies. Christina was separated when she met Chris. Deanna alleges while we were still dating, LaRocca and Hack were dating, and Hack was still married, and they were still living together. But LaRocca's rep also denies the allegations. He said that he ended his relationship with Deanna prior to his relationship with... Oh, boy, whatever. I'm done talking about this.
This isn't Real Housewives. These are DIY real estate shows.
I know.
That they're involved with.
Yep.
It's not real. It's not that crap.
No, but there is that...
There is that.
That swirl of incestuous isn't quite the right thing, but there are these relationships that are all over the place in that HGTV world.
Yes, in
which
that
is pretty
realm.
wild, man. So just days after an interview with boyfriend Bill Belichick that made headlines for all the wrong reasons, Jordan Hudson was apparently spotted wearing a ring on that all-important finger. Now, this is just somebody spotting this. It was photos that were made public yesterday.
Baby, can you come in here and help me wipe?
Oh, jeez.
Oh, no.
Hey, you got to pay, man.
I got some on the drapes.
Ah!
Yes.
Wait,
How did you do that?
remind me, how old is he?
It's a 50, how many years difference? 50, like 6 years
She's 24.
Yeah.
24, Kathy.
Well, so because every time you talk about it, I think about my cousin.
Right.
My cousin is not 30 yet, so late 20s, and her boyfriend that she lives with is over 70.
Okay.
And is he filthy rich, tons of money?
No, no. Listen, this is how I explain it. He is a 70-year-old retiree who worked hard his whole life and is enjoying retirement.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? He doesn't have millions and millions of dollars. He has what somebody has who worked their whole life and is now enjoying, retirement.
So there's a couple things. You could have a daddy complex. You could, maybe in this case, a lot of people are suggesting that he's easy to boss around and she has the upper hand. He gets her into different things. He's 73. She's 24. So, but there is this thing, and these articles are coming out about that CBS This Morning interview. She was on the set. She was holding a lot of sway over what he was saying.
Right.
And now he has sort of like a Stockholm Syndrome thing is being suggested.
Yeah, there's
And I think the vagina stuff is probably great. He's enjoying that.
well, it's
He is.
very seductive, and yes.
I think I got poop in there.
Oh, I don't understand.
There's rumors that his friends are telling him to maybe rethink this. Maybe pump the brakes.
Maybe
a little
adopt
bit.
her.
Right.
If you want her around.
Yeah. But so the influencer, I guess she's an influencer, was seen wearing a diamond ring while sitting with him at an American Museum of Natural History luncheon in New York City.
He was actually in the exhibit they were looking at.
Oh, he's
Yeah.
neither has commented on the jewelry.
Him holding a mastodon bone.
Wow. So who knows? Who knows?
Yeah.
Julianne Hough is the latest Hollywood name selling off her property. The dancer/actor listed her, it says huge 3-bedroom, 4-bathroom, 3,000 square foot property. I would not call that
No,
huge.
that's not huge.
No, not at all. Unless they got this wrong and it's 30,000 square foot, but it wouldn't be because it's only $8 million.
it's probably $300,000.
In Hollywood, forget about that. So, yeah, this is going for, it's 3-bedroom, 4-bathroom, 3,000 square foot property in the Hollywood Hills for just under $8 million. Hough shared the home with her ex-husband, pro hockey player Brooks. Is it Leach? Is that how you pronounce it?
Brooks Leach, yeah.
Thank you. From 2017 to 2022 when they divorced.
So we're looking at the place, and maybe it could be 3,000 feet, but the whole, it's an impressive
Yeah.
Yeah, the
setup.
backyard
Yeah,
looks
it's amazing.
gorgeous.
Yeah.
And when you can build something that's 3,000 square feet in the Hollywood Hills,
Right.
that's impressive because
That's
it's all those hills are compact and it's difficult to kind of navigate and windy roads and whatnot.
One of the funniest things is there's somebody bought a plot of land in that area, Nick, and they so they refused to sell it to developers, and the rule, I guess the law is they have to build a house on it. So they built this incredibly thin house on the property just to hold on to it.
Sure.
Yeah.
Good idea. All right. The third film in the Now You See Me franchise has a trailer. The threequel brings back Jesse Eisenberg, Woody Harrelson, Isla Fisher, Dave Franco, and Morgan Freeman as 4 horsemen and their leader, Thaddeus, while bringing in Justice Smith, Dominic Sessa, Ariana Greenblatt, and Rosamund Pike, who is going to be like the foil in this as a new generation of illusionists as well. Now You See Me, Now You Don't follows 2013's Now You See Me and its follow-up, Now You See Me 2. No release date as of yet. Looks pretty cool. They're really using the effects big time for the magic, but it looks like it might be fun.
So my thing is that if they at least are doing some of them for real, that's pretty cool. There's one that they show in the trailer, and I've never seen a magic trick like that.
Yeah.
But they did. We had Dave Franco in the studio, and he picked up some card tricks. He popped a balloon with a playing card. That was pretty cool.
Yep, and he'll be in this one. Another trailer as well, featuring Dwayne Johnson. He's stepping way outside his usual wheelhouse for The Smashing Machine, a gritty A24 biopic about UFC champ Mark Kerr. The first trailer just dropped, showing off what Johnson calls a chance to, quote, push myself in ways that I've not pushed myself in the past. It was directed by Benny Safdie, and it's his solo directorial debut. It also stars Emily Blunt as Kerr's wife, Dawn Staples, marking her second team up with Johnson after Jungle Cruise. The story dives deep into Kerr's career and personal struggles, some of which were first captured in HBO's 2002 documentary, the same name, The Smashing Machine.
So he's wearing some sort of prosthetics. He's got a full head of hair. He looks very different. They did a good transformation on him.
Hits theaters October 3rd, and Bas Rutten is in it, too. I saw him in the trailer, which is pretty cool. He came by here one day, which was excellent. All right, the premiere date for Dexter Resurrection has been set. It will debut with 2 episodes, July 11th, and it will be on Paramount Plus for Showtime with Showtime subscribers before its on-air debut Sunday, July 13th. Each remaining episode will drop weekly, and fans of the franchise may be wondering how the new series explains the fact that Dexter Morgan is still alive after taking a bullet to the chest from his son in Dexter New Blood. The new series takes place weeks after Dexter is shot and left for dead. He awakens from a coma to find his son Harrison gone without a trace. He then sets out for New York City, determined to find him, but an old friend, Angel Batista, arrives with questions, making things dicey. You familiar with that name, Casey?
Yeah,
Okay.
I like that guy.
They say it's going to be very similar to Home Alone 2.
Oh,
yeah, in the city. It's going to be exciting.
Sam Elliott is joining Landman. Kathy, I know you and
yes.
Casey are watching that.
Yeah, I love that too.
So it sounds like he'd be the right casting for that type of
Right in my wheelhouse.
group.
It's also a Taylor Sheridan show, right?
Yeah.
And he was in 1883. He's Taylor Sheridan.
He's a Taylor Sheridan guy, is what you're saying?
Yeah.
So he'll be sticking around as well, as he's set to be a series regular on the show. The second season of Landman is currently in production in Texas. Elliott's role is currently being kept under wraps. He's set to star alongside Billy Bob Thornton, Demi Moore, Ali Larder, and more.
I hear he's going to play like a Jose Bear hairstylist.
Oh, Jose Bear. Oh, my God.
Could you imagine Sam Elliott in that kind of role?
I've just completely forgotten about that guy. He was like the celebrity.
He was the guy.
Hairstylist. He wore this cowboy hat, actually.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah. And he used to be on like Sally Jesse Raphael. He'd be on all shows like that.
Yeah.
Oh, my God.
I knew you would remember that reference.
That guy up.
Jose Bear.
Yeah, there he is.
Oh,
That's why he's suitable for the landman. So.
Wearing his cowboy hat.
He runs the salon.
He runs
in
the
town.
salon. You should have something a little more poofy.
You mentioned Demi Moore, though. I can't remember if I told you guys this or not, but this was the show where I didn't know it was her until like 3 or 4 episodes in.
Really?
Wow.
Yeah.
Well, she was wearing the makeup from the end of The Substance.
Oh, God.
No, she so much.
Hi.
No,
You still having lunch?
Steve, so much face work.
Really? Oh, my God. Oh, I hate to hear that.
I didn't know it was her.
Wow.
That's the whole movie, The Substance, rails against that.
Well,
I guess not.
Kath, I might have.
Missed it?
No. I might have thought that was Courtney Cox.
yeah, like it.
Wow.
It doesn't really
Dude.
look like her.
There was a Courtney Cox commercial the other day with her and Phoebe.
Lisa Kudrow.
Lisa Kudrow. And it's for some online gambling thing or something like that. And Courtney, man, the upper lip, it's just like, wow.
Yeah.
Wow. And I thought she had kind of dialed that back a little bit.
I thought she
but
had
maybe
as
it was
well.
maybe it was after some fresh Botox or filler or something, but
I think after
did
you do
not
that
look good.
too much, that when they have it reversed, it sometimes can look worse.
Yeah, it's not good.
So we're looking at video of this, and As the commercial goes on, you can see that it's like her top lip is dead.
It is dead.
It's dead.
Dead.
And Lisa Kudrow has, if she's done anything, it's not over the top. So she's kind of stayed.
Are we still friends?
All right, the trailer for season 2 of 9 Perfect Strangers is out. The new season sees Nicole Kidman reprise her role as the unique wellness guru, Masha Dmitrichenko.
Okay, quick question. You liked the first season? I was dabbling with jumping into it, and we opted for White Lotus season 3. But does that character that you just mentioned, is she nefarious? Is she a puppet master? What is she?
Not as nefarious as you think.
Okay.
As you're led to believe.
All right.
She's not completely on the up and up, but there's no harmful intent, I don't think.
All right.
But we enjoyed it. White Lotus is better.
Okay.
Definitely, but it's worth watching. So there are going to be 9 new strangers together to go through a healing retreat. Henry Golding, Lena Olin, Annie Murphy, Christine Baranski, Lucas Englander, King Princess. That's a person's name.
Yeah.
King
Oh, yeah,
Princess.
we
mentioned that the other day.
Yeah.
Murray Bartlett, Dolly DeLeon, Maisie Richardson Sellers, Mark Strong, and R.S. Aiden join in on the fun this time around. According to the official logline, it says 9 new strangers connected in ways they could never imagine join Masha in the Australian Alps for a Austrian Alps. I'm like, hang on. As soon as I said, like, Australia has Alps?
Probably.
I never knew that.
They do have a mountain range. We know they're skiing in the Australia. I just never thought of the Australian Alps.
Well, they exist.
Yeah, they do.
No, really. There is a version of the Alps in Australia called the Australian Alps.
How about that?
Listen, but if they're in the Austrian Alps, I hope that as they're out trekking around, all of a sudden they hear, "Hey guys," or Buddy Peter, the happiest guy on the internet, pops out of nowhere.
Have you been seeing? He's been posting his workout stuff.
Dude is jacked up.
Oh,
He's
my
in
God.
incredible shape. I saw that.
Yeah.
And running on a treadmill like he's flat out running as fast as you can.
I'm running along at 100 miles an hour.
He was boxing the other day. I don't know if you guys saw that one.
I
but
did.
Yeah, he was in the ring. I was like, dude, man, I'm stepping up. Impressive.
Beautiful is this mountain looking right behind me.
Yeah.
I'm gonna punch your teeth out.
Season 2 of 9 Perfect Strangers hits Hulu May 21st.
By the way, that artist, King Princess, I've seen them in concert.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. I went and saw Casey Musgraves, and she had 2 different opening acts, and King Princess was one of them.
Oh, that's cool.
Barca Lounger was the other.
I don't remember.
Okay.
One last story. Martin Short has a new gig. He is adding game show host to his resume.
Is it Jackie Rogers Jr. $100,000 jackpot wad?
No, what is that?
Is that SCTV?
SNL or SCTV.
Okay. No, the intermittently long-running Match Game. Last seen on ABC 4 years ago. Alec Baldwin hosted it, and it's coming back to ABC with Martin Short as the host. First televised way back in 1962. The game has appeared on all 3 of the big networks over the years, as well as on streaming. No premiere date has been set as of yet.
So I jumped into the GSN, roster because I wanted to check out the new Tic Tac Dough, and I wanted to check out the Valerie Bertinelli show. Before it, they had a show called The Bridge, where there's this sort of graphic of a bridge that you cross. You keep stepping forward as you get your answers right. These are the dumbest people.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, stuff. The questions are so dumb.
Real basic, yeah.
Yeah. Now the other 2 shows are good, but on a trivia level, wow, holy hell!
So The Bridge. Stupid trivia. Okay. I could get
trivia.
I could get some good questions.
Oh,
for
here, here. This is the graphic, Preston. You see them?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Here, this says number of times you is sung in the first verse of Happy Birthday.
So this is the final round. This is where it gets a little bit more. But all leading up to this, it's 2. Let's see. Now I have to find out.
What, whether this guy gets it right or not? Oh, he steps on. That would be right.
Yeah.
He stepped on, he got his correct answer. All right, we have clips to play. Here we go. Phil Keegan has been hosting The Amazing Race for 24 years, and in this clip he explains how they keep the game fresh with a new addition to the challenge.
So this season we are putting a surprise some kind of twist in every single episode of this season of The Amazing Race with 14 teams, which we've never had before. You're going to see a few jaws dropping throughout the season because people are like, wait, what?
I don't think I want to see it.
The finale of The Amazing Race airs tonight. You'll see that on CBS. Here's our next clip. The Surfer is a new movie starring Nicolas Cage that was filmed in Australia. A lot of Australian stories this morning.
Yeah.
In this clip, director Lorcan Finnegan explains why he prefers shooting outside on site rather than in a studio.
I love shooting outdoors in general because, like, you can find things and you got all the space and you can, like, go into some bushes and find a camera position and, you know, so as opposed to, like, building sets where, you know, you might not have a reverse angle because this is just a studio wall or something.
Dude, you get the best barrels ever, dude. Just like you pull in and you just get spit right out of them. And you just drop in and just smack the lip. Whoop-ah!
Oh, gnarly!
The Surfer opens in theaters this weekend, by the way. All right, and there you go. That's the entertainment report for you this morning. We have a lot happening today, folks. We got money to give away. Obviously, 20 Money continues. Chance to win $1,000 5 times today. We'll give you 2 opportunities. We're going to start that at 8 o'clock. Get set for that. Our buddy Justin Guarini is stopping in. He's going to perform as well on the program. We have musician Kate Pierson of B-52's fame checking in. She's performing at City Winery tomorrow night. And the amazing Christie Brinkley will be joining us as well.
That's pretty cool.
A lot to get to. We'll take a break. We'll come back in a second, and we'll get it all rolling. Stay with us. Yeah, there's this story that's making the rounds, and it's actually a professional baseball player. Anthony Bass plays for the Toronto Blue Jays. And, you know, you hear discussions about plane etiquette all the time as far as, you know, sharing the armrest and taking your shoes off and all these other things.
And pleasuring yourself?
Pleasuring yourself.
Can't do that.
So there's a little bit of a controversy or a discussion or debate that's been popping up after he had tweeted about his recent flight saga. And it actually has to do with his wife. So the 35-year-old posted on Twitter a photo of his 2 toddler daughters on a flight playing on electronic devices. And you can see popcorn strewn all over the seat, all over the floor. And in the accompanying caption, he wrote, by the way, his spouse is traveling alone, and she's 22 weeks pregnant. He explained that the flight attendant on the trip had, quote, made his wife clean up their kids' food mess, and he voiced outrage over the situation. He wrote, the flight attendant on United just made my 22-week pregnant wife traveling with a 5-year-old and 2-year-old get on her hands and knees to pick up the popcorn mess by my youngest daughter. And then he wrote, are you kidding me? And so he obviously thought that was out of line for them to ask her to clean that stuff up.
Right.
And people responded to that. And I'm curious as to how you guys would respond.
So in the studio here, there's a picture of what it looked like around the area. Mm-hmm. And what you all have kids. I do not. So
I mean, when you have a kid, if you take it to a restaurant, take it. Take the child.
What is it?
Take your baby or your whatever, your toddler to a restaurant. A mess is inherent, right? It's going to happen every single time. It happens on planes. And Steve, as a parent, you are responsible for at least making an attempt to clean up that mess, right?
All right, you just hit it. That's exactly what. So, as a non-child owner,
right?
You don't have it.
But that would be you make an effort at least.
Yes.
To clean up, to police the area a little bit. And I think somebody would say, here, let me help, or maybe the staff would assist. Just that alone gets you across the finish line.
And it's embarrassing, quite frankly, like especially at a restaurant, because you know that it's going to happen, and you don't want it to happen.
Yeah.
But you are aware of the fact that if you have a toddler, it's going to happen. So just do the best you can to prevent it, and then when the mess inevitably does happen, clean it up as best you can.
The children were eating ribs.
Right, yeah.
Yeah, it's going to happen. I mean, I wouldn't even try to prevent it because you can. It's going to happen. However, you do more than try to clean it up. You clean it up.
All right.
In your case, you're seeing this, and because this stuff is strewn obviously around and could be. It's not like, you know, they're asking to resurface the chairs.
And listen, I don't think she should get up every time something falls on the floor. But, like, at some point, yes, so sorry. Let me, pick
Now,
this all up.
looking at the photo, I could see if the mom was sitting in the chair, she may see one kernel that we can see in this photo. And if they pointed it out to her, I think I would be like, oh my God, I'm so sorry. I didn't know that they just made a mess like that. I'll clean its mess up. No, but I agree.
I never loved it.
I think you could clean it up. If you had a couple little errant, if you didn't get every single last one,
right.
that's acceptable. As long as you get in there and you just start doing some cleanup. And there were texters, for the most part, did side with the airline. The overwhelming amount did. But some did go the other way and think that, no, it's and somebody had posted like, what, if your kids make a mess at the movie theater, do you clean that up off the floor? Actually, yeah. Yes.
So I get. So the point of some of the detractors are saying, well, after they get off the flight, people come in and clean the thing. But as you said, Nick, you don't just say, "Wow, they'll get it."
Yeah, they'll get it. I'll make a total mess.
You
what
have
the
to
hell?
You have to make an attempt. But there are, it's like there are two different people. There are the people that are like, what we're saying is like, yes, you have to attempt to clean it up. You have to clean it up. And there are people that just don't think you have to, and that it's not your job. Like, yeah, you paid to eat at the restaurant, so now you're going to leave the mess for the server to clean up. Like, there are people that just, that's how they see it.
I know.
It's weird.
Yep. And flight attendants obviously were commenting quite ferociously about this.
I've seen people, and my heart goes out to them, like at restaurants where the kids making a mess or spilling over stuff, and then and literally getting down and cleaning up stuff and picking up stuff off the floor. And I've never seen it's you feel so bad because I think parents tend to feel 10 times worse than they probably need to be if the kids are making a mess. And I think most people understand, I got it. I understand it's hard to corral this. To me, it would seem they seem very embarrassed.
Most people do.
Yeah.
Some don't.
I know.
Some do not
I know.
care.
But I also, listen, I was never embarrassed or anything. And this is like something that I tell my brothers who have new babies is like, don't shelter them because they're babies and don't take them to the restaurant. I think that's why I can go out to eat and go to a restaurant is because I took Jace from the second he was able to go to a restaurant. Like I
taught it how to behave.
No, seriously though, honestly. Yeah. And like, I will say sometimes if like, he's like lounging I'm like, you're at a restaurant, and he sits up because he's used to going to restaurants and he knows how to act in a restaurant.
Same with us. My parents would take us out. We went to restaurants, and, this is how you behave. This is what you do.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Now, did we screw up? Yes. But we got that course right from the beginning.
Did he get this flight attendant fired? Was there a follow-up?
Okay, so there was a follow-up, and his response was he posted an update informing his followers that United Airlines is taking care of matters with the flight attendant internally.
Oh, boy.
Yeah, I know, right?
So he's getting somebody's job.
But that's also him saying that. Like,
well, but if he's not saying that and it's actually the truth, and said flight attendant is now facing
right, but I'm just saying you don't know
actions.
if it is.
Okay.
There are aspects to this story that are unclear.
Yeah, like people like that who are going to just throw that out there.
Well, Kayla wants to comment on this real quick. Let me go to her. Hi, Kayla. Good morning.
Hi, good morning.
Hey, what's up, Kayla?
So I just want to say I follow Sydney and her sister, Jessie James Decker. She's a music artist. She was married to football player Eric Decker. She still is, but he's no longer playing football. So she had posted about this yesterday before Anthony did. And I don't think it was that they wanted Sydney to clean up the popcorn. It was the way in which the flight attendant approached her. What I saw Sydney and Jessica originally posting yesterday was that the flight attendant came to her with a wipe. It was like, oh, the captain wants you to get every single drop of popcorn, which is kind of unrealistic when you're on a plane with 2 toddlers and 22 weeks pregnant. Obviously she was going to do her best, but to have her, it was just kind of more of an embarrassing situation, and the way the flight attendant went about it and what was said to her, you need to get every single drop.
By the way, how would the captain know? How would the captain know?
I'm sorry, sir. We have an issue in the...
we have a filthy child that's dropped popcorn all over the floor. Someone needs to kill it.
Yeah.
Oh, I feel like they use that all the time. Like the captain said.
Captain doesn't know what's going on.
Captain doesn't know there's popcorn on the floor.
Yeah, I'm sure the captain didn't know, but I think it was just the way the flight attendant broached it. You must get every single drop. Not just, hey, get what you can. We understand she's 2. And it was also popcorn that United had given to her. It wasn't like she brought it on the plane herself.
Yeah, I'm still thinking you got to clean it up.
For sure.
Yeah.
For sure. It wasn't that she wasn't going to clean it up. It was just the way that they went about it and were like adamant that they wanted her to get every single drop and, not.
They should have said Colonel instead of
not drop.
Because that's what probably confused her.
Yeah.
Yeah.
She's pregnant. She's got baby brain.
What are you talking about? No, but I mean,
right,
so I
thank you,
think
Kayla.
both sides sort of, now listen, doesn't give you carte blanche to be rude.
Right.
You know?
Yeah, I don't know. He didn't, in this particular post, he didn't indicate anything about them being rude.
I also think, like, anyone with kids where this is happening, they know, and you just got to hope that they're going to get it. Like, to say you need to clean up every last thing. Like, who says she wasn't going to,
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but you can't wait until they're off the plane to find out that they didn't.
Oh, you follow them home.
I mean,
Didn't
I
think I was going to follow you, did you?
I don't side with the lady whatsoever. And Kayla, like, she's calling in like she was standing there listening to every single bit of the conversation. And
there's a flight attendant at the front door.
Yeah, and she wasn't there, so she doesn't know. And I'm just looking at the mess there, and you just clean up after your kids. I'm sorry that you're pregnant and that you have 2 kids with you, but
right. I agree. You almost sounded like Joker a little bit with the first one.
You want to know why there's popcorn on the floor? Because it hasn't been trained properly.
Let me go.
And he carved a smile in my face.
Let me go to Jeff. Hey, Jeff, good morning.
Good morning, Ed. How are you guys?
Good morning, Ed, buddy. What's going on?
All right, so I have 4 of those little things that tend to follow me around everywhere.
Yeah, right. Damn things.
So by kid 2 or 3, you kind of, like Nick said,
Yeah.
It's not like you want this to happen, but this is going to happen.
Yes.
There's no avoiding it, so we always just kind of plan ahead. When we sit at a restaurant, I'll get a couple napkins, unfold them, and put them on the sides of the high chair. And we have, for when we fly and everything, we have travel, little mats.
Oh, we're losing you.
Travel.
On there, you just bundle it up,
little
and,
mats.
dump it out in the trash can, and move along.
So, yeah.
Yeah, you should be prepared for the mess. Yeah,
I
agree.
flew, Jeff, in fact, was it flying back from
Florida?
Florida? There was a mother and a kid next. This kid was like, Mother?
Oh, yeah.
Like a more travel.
I was sitting in front of you.
Right.
Yes.
This kid, you heard me? I kept saying, what, is this a dwarf?
It was the nicest
This
kid.
kid is better traveling than adults.
If you're traveling
Thanks,
with a child or a toddler, inherently, my heart goes out to you because it's a chore, right? And there's also that part of me that, when I'm on the plane and I hear the baby crying, it's annoying. Like, if I want to go to sleep, I get the fact that, it's going to get under people's skins, but as a parent, there's very little you can do to control that. Your heart has to go out to the parents.
Shell was a pro at traveling with our kids when they were babies.
She was such a pro.
She had a system.
She would help out other parents on the plane. Your wife would come on the plane with treats for other kids.
She didn't want me to fly with them because I would mess up the system.
Yes.
Yeah, I kid you not. She preferred it when we
I don't
flew
want you
separately.
there.
Yeah.
You don't know how to treat them. Preston, this makes me think of this hilarious. I think it's the pilot episode of Modern Family. Cam and Mitch, the gay couple have adopted a kid. They're getting on the plane. They don't know how to travel with the kid, and so they I think it's Cam is feeding the baby some treats, and so somebody walking by goes, look at the baby with the cream puffs, and so I forget which one is Cam and which one is Matt, but the one is the lawyer gets a gay couple with
cream puffs.
And he's feeding him cream puffs. And then, I think it's Cam gets up and goes, we'd like to pay for beverages for everyone.
All right, so here's a different side of this conversation that somebody texted in about. So this says, my husband gets peanuts at the Phillies games and drops all the shells on the ground under his seat. It bothers me so much, but he acts like it's no big deal.
You know what? So here's the deal.
I'm a
you
hypocrite.
actually raised
That's
a good
what
question.
you do there.
Yeah.
Like, you remember the ground rounds?
Of course.
That was part of their thing?
That was their thing. You could throw peanuts on the ground, the shells. It was no big deal. It's expected.
I went to a urologist who had the same policy.
Wow.
That was the same policy, a medical waste. No, but so that at a ball game,
Peanuts.
Do you collect up your peanut shells?
And sunflower seeds. People spit them out.
How do they clean up the seeds? Because I've never actually stuck around to see how all that stuff is done.
A leaf blower, right?
Is it a leaf blower?
Don't they come through and like literally blow down the sections?
Yeah. Would you hold on to the shells and put it in a cup or whatever?
No, right on the floor.
I do the ground thing.
Okay,
Yeah,
all right.
because it's
total
It's what everybody does.
So you just like when talked about this woman, she has to clean up. MMR.
I just had a little curious moment here. Casey, sitting to my right here in the studio. We have this little tray that he keeps papers on, the music log and commercial logs and all these, important pieces of information. And so this tray sits between us. So all of a sudden, I see Casey take out a Kleenex. Opens it. Actually, it's a napkin.
It's a napkin.
Opens up a napkin, lays it out as if it is a fine tablecloth.
Ah, very nice.
And then
the Grey Poupon.
He takes a bag of party mix.
Oh my God.
Which has all kinds of chips and pretzels and things
party
like
in a
that.
bag.
Yeah, it's like a party in a bag. And so this is all while you're doing the traffic, Kathy.
Okay.
Lays this out, and I see him open up the bag, and then he spills everything out onto this napkin. And I was like, never seen that in the 20-some-odd years that I've worked with this gentleman. And it hit on me. He was being courteous because this bag
Is going to make noise.
will make noise as he goes in for his snacks while we're on the radio. And he has laid them out. Yeah, Marissa, you can get video of this. He's laid this
it's all
out
relative,
on
right?
his fine tablecloth here between.
The first rule that when you go to broadcasting school are you got to be quiet while you're eating
During class.
Also, I want to point out,
I was going to notice that.
Casey opened the bag from the bottom. I was curious if that was at an
It
accident.
was unintentional. No, I just grabbed the bag, and it did not matter. But what I actually did notice as well is now I can sort of pick apart and make sure that my favorite pieces of said party mix.
That's what I thought you were doing.
Well, you can also eat the quieter pieces of the party mix.
Are there any items in there, Casey, that you don't care for?
No, I'll eat every single one of these things.
Nick is circling.
Yeah, that's
I didn't. I wasn't making that about me. No,
But this
that was a Casey question.
What don't you want to eat?
This brand of party mix is my favorite brand of party mix.
What is it?
Keystone.
Keystone. I don't even know what else they make, but it's the best of everything.
And it says only 320 calories per package. So there you go.
That's a lot for a little package.
Well,
That's
it's
a big
a
package.
party mix, man.
Yeah.
Let me see.
It's your body wants a party. You got to
There's a
pay
whole
the
party
price
in that bag.
Yeah.
Is that a vending machine purchase?
Oh, yeah.
All right.
Yeah. I just needed something salty.
Yeah.
All right. Well, anyhow, I thought you guys would appreciate that.
No, absolutely.
So
It's beautiful over there.
close the restaurant down now.
Put the candlestick phone next to it to create a still life.
Occasionally, viral things surface online, and some of them are interesting and worth talking about. Others are dangerous and weird, and you need to be warned of. Others are just kind of stupid, and this one is one of those. Casey mentioned something to say, and listen, some stuff just goes right past me. I take breaks from social media because I get tired of the onslaught and the fast pace, and I just want to slow down a little bit.
Sure.
And not scroll. So I've missed this one. You guys told me, Steve, as well, that this is a thing. And so now we're going to talk about this stupid thing.
Okay.
But apparently this discussion has actually been around since 2022, but it's just resurfaced. And it is, and I'm sure you probably already know because you're way more in touch than I am, can 100 men defeat a gorilla in combat?
What amazes me is for the amount of time this has been around, it has been picked up with current articles in Forbes.
That's what I'm looking at right now.
Yeah. It's like, okay, I guess we're back with the gorilla thing.
So, it showed up on my Instagram feed, and 2 seconds into the video that I'm watching, my son's like, he weighs in, and then my wife is in the other room, and she's like 30. He would totally take out 30, and so they have already weighed in on this conversation, and I got to tell you. This sounds like a Casey conversation if I've ever heard one.
It sounds like you created this. Like this came from your mind. This is absolutely something like if we were talking about, mass transit and how wonderful that is to use. Out of nowhere, you would go, "Hey, man, do you think 100 people could beat up a gorilla?
Yeah. Or kill a gorilla? And then you need to. You need to qualify certain things. It's like, okay, no weapons, right? This is, bare hands, right? This is what we're talking about here.
Every version of this I've seen is sans weapons. So, and then but they also have to take the other things into. If you're going to go down this path, I do get the animal fighting animal. There was a whole series, tiger versus bear, so on and so forth. That they put hypothetical matches. Some of them do occur in nature, but a lot of them were just you wouldn't see them facing off. So they do that. In this, you would have to ask, I would think, what kind of men? Is it just random?
Well, that was the Newsweek article. Yes, I read an article about this on Newsweek.com. But yeah, what kind of people? What kind of men? Is this a bunch of
Stephen A. Smith had said if it was 100 Dwayne Johnsons, what would we be looking at? It's
or 100 DJ Qualls.
The bear's going home. The gorilla's going home early.
And also, are the men? And it is men, right? We're not.
It just says men.
Okay,
in every version I've seen.
Are they organized? Right.
Well,
organization, I think, is the one thing that has been key to if you think 100 men are going to be successful, you're going to lose some people no matter what.
Well, what you need. So here's the thing: if you're talking about it again, now that I've been sucked into, and by the way, if anyone wants Tide Pods, I'm eating them right now as part of the other crazy thing online. I think what's going to happen is the organization's going to be part of it. Yes, you're right. A gorilla has 5 to 6 times the strength of an adult man, correct? That's what we're saying.
I heard.
Incredible jaw power. They are by nature more passive, but when they fight, they go hard, obviously.
Yeah.
So I think, yes, what happens is coordination and tactical planning will figure into taking out this gorilla.
So I was when I thought about this, I was like, okay, yeah, at some point, 100 men are definitely going to be able to take a gorilla out. Then I saw this video last night, and that guy made a very, very compelling case for the gorilla just completely
taking out 100?
Taking out 100 men, and he talked about the bite power, right? and I had read that a gorilla actually has more bite power than a lion. That a gorilla could basically crush your skull with its hand, one hand. You know what I mean? And that it could bite your hand off in one little bite. So I'm telling you, I watched this guy's argument last night, and I was like, okay, I think a silverback gorilla, could kill 100 men easily, even 100 organized men.
Okay, so have you ever piled up on a very strong guy? Have you ever had to subdue
no
a very strong guy?
That was the only way. If you took 100 people, you would also
you'd have to rush in a coordinated effort.
The 100 men would take out themselves by piling on the gorilla.
That's what I think.
You checking out, Preston?
Oh God, I checked out right when we started. This is incredibly moronic.
But I'm in.
Now you're in. Now.
Let's say but by the way, somebody texted in and said I just got in a full blown argument with my son right before you guys started talking about this. I dropped him off in school.
Of course.
What? Full argument?
I was reading. So in the Forbes article, they actually talked to.
A primatologist,
experts, and somebody had pointed out that the thing you're talking about the strength of these animals, and that is true, but also you have to consider 100 versus 1, and the fact that they actually tire easily.
That's another point.
Gorillas apparently tire easily. They use so much strength.
Okay,
you're in,
but. I know I'm in it. I know I'm passing along what this expert said.
All right, so let's give 6 months for the gorilla to train. Okay, what do you say
for endurance?
Yeah,
I think still ultimately 100 men could take it. I was watching footage and I did not realize this. When a gorilla does the chest pump, it actually, but prior to that, draws air into whatever the way its lungs or pecs are situated. It actually you'll hear it. It was like it's the air's coming in, and they were I was watching
meaning I'm sorry.
It sounds like it's drawing in air, like it's actually inhaling,
and then to do that,
and then does that.
Yeah, it'll make it more resonant. I would think it would make it louder.
Right.
There's more.
Yeah.
And that's what they do. They kind of. Yeah, it's kind of a warning, I think.
And that's it. Yes, that's not. It's like we're one step away from go time. That's not. It's go time.
Yeah.
Here's the thing, and yes, Kathy, I'm going to weigh in because we do a radio show and we got to eat up time while we're doing this thing. If you would have to look at what 100 people looks like. I think we have an idea of what that looks like, but you really need to see what a room full. We couldn't fit 100 people in this room.
Right.
I mean, we would be nuts to butts, as you said.
Yeah.
And it would be all guys, so it would be nuts to
Or
butts.
with the gorilla nuts to bananas.
And I think it's just size-wise. It's a lot of people. A lot of times when it comes down to fighting and confrontation, weight is a huge factor. If you outweigh, you have an advantage.
Yeah, it's a fact.
And with 100 people versus one entity, that's a lot of weight. Now, if you're using it all at the same time. But like you said, there's sacrifice involved. Some people, yes, are going to get killed. But maybe while this gorilla is eating someone else, somebody puts him in a triangle choke. And knocks him out.
Have you ever seen how thick and this is the video I saw last night. You talk about 100 being a lot of people, and this guy shows a picture of 100 people. It's not actually, it doesn't look like that much. And then you talk about somebody trying to choke it out. Have you ever seen a gorilla's neck?
Yes.
How are you going to get anything around?
I stop and think about, so what happens is you think of the gorilla moving, and as the waves are coming in, he's able to at least start to take out some of them. I think your best bet is, from behind, punching in the head as much as you can to disorient, to really drive it down, knock it down, and then the crowd can move in. Because you're right. How many do you estimate in that first wave? I got to figure 15, 20, 25 guys are going to get killed.
Yeah, and pretty quick. I mean, depending on how savage said gorilla is, I mean,
if it trains,
he could kill you with one punch or one bite.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So if he wants to be savage and efficient, he can do that.
John Foster texted in and said, how many Wookiees would it take to beat a gorilla?
Oh.
I think that's a better argument.
That's a one.
All right, well, here, another argument for the 100 person. You believe that a gorilla, no problem, takes out 100 people.
Not
All
no
right.
problem.
Well, you said that earlier.
No, I mean,
or maybe you were paraphrasing what that other person said.
Yeah, possibly.
So, how many? Here's the other question: if you believe that a gorilla could take out 100 people, how many people would it take to kill one gorilla? Have you thought about that? 110, 120, 150, 200, 1,000 people.
All right. Did you watch the movie Nope?
Yes.
Okay. Listen, it's a movie. It didn't actually happen in real life, but
we know that happens. The chimp goes crazy and kills a number of people. Now, and they
answer the question.
Yeah. All right. Listen, I think 10 people could take out a gorilla, but I also think a gorilla could take out 100 people.
I'm thinking 10 people are going to have a hell of a time taking out a gorilla. I think, as to Preston's point, by sheer volume, and if we're talking about collective weight, I think that's where the 100 people could get it. By the way, I don't not see it going possibly for the gorilla, depending on. You'd have to have a very cohesive unit and people who just keep going at it.
Yeah.
Because I think the original cluster would be terrified after watching the gorilla make mincemeat.
We're watching this simulation. This is stupid.
Somebody took the time to make this.
It's a gorilla. He's battling them off one at a time. Meanwhile, every time his back is turned, not one single humanoid comes after him. This is stupid.
Also, the gorilla's just using his arms the whole time. Don't you think the gorilla would use the mouth at some point?
Absolutely.
And legs?
Maybe this is a chat GTP. Let's throw this up to
GPT.
GPT. I keep saying it. Yeah. See if chat GPT will.
I'd rather not.
I'm going to do it.
Plug that in, Steve.
Yeah.
Plug that in. I want to know.
I want to hear the answer, even if Nick doesn't.
Marissa found this on Instagram, and it's a post. It says from Complex, and these are the 100 team men that could beat a gorilla. A 100 team man of The Undertaker could beat a gorilla.
Okay.
100 team man. These are all 100 versions of these people. Jackie Chan. And 100 Jackie Chans could beat him. 100 Will Smiths in the name of his wife.
Yeah.
Could take out a gorilla.
Pisses off.
All right.
Get my wife's name out your gorilla mouth.
I like this one. 100 Swifties could beat.
Oh, yeah.
No, I don't think so.
They're pretty angry.
It's a joke, guys. It's a joke.
They're also organized.
Yeah.
Yeah.
A 100 mob of Eagles fans after the Super Bowl could beat a gorilla.
Okay, so this says here in a.
What did you type in?
I asked, the basic question is, come up, you son of a bitch. Okay. Can one gorilla beat up 100 men? Okay, so so it took it. Overall, while a gorilla is immensely strong and capable of causing serious harm, the idea of beating up, quotes, which is the way I phrased it, 100 men, is more of a thought experiment than a practical reality. Yeah, we got that. In a theoretical scenario where a gorilla were to confront 100 untrained humans, the gorilla's strength and size would likely give it a significant advantage. However, it's crucial to remember that animals do not engage in organized fighting as humans might, making such a situation highly unlikely. Well, okay, we got that. I would say these scenarios have to enter it if we're going to approach this in a logical way, which is this is just dripping with logic.
Here's a text says, I'm a 5'5" 46-year-old soccer mom who would fight a gorilla just to end this segment.
Oh, my God, thank you. I'll join you, 2 of us. It'll be 2 of us.
We're going to go via Zoom to TJ, who apparently has facts to share with us on this. Hey, TJ, how you doing, man?
Hey, how's it going, guys? Gadzooks.
Gadzooks, buddy. All right, what are your facts, please?
So I'm on the gorilla side in this argument. I did a little bit of research on it, and you guys were saying, maybe the best bet would be to punch him in the back of the head, maybe disorient him. A gorilla's bone density is 4 times as dense as a human being's. I don't know how you would actually harm a gorilla, even if there were 100 of you. On top of that, a gorilla can deadlift 1,700 pounds. So if you were to try to hold him down, it doesn't matter if you got 10 guys on him. You can't do it.
But you have 100 guys.
You do have 100 guys, but how many people could you realistically fit around a gorilla?
That's the thing. The surrounding the gorilla, and unless they did like a football pylon, which would be kind of difficult to exercise, right, to get that going, because no matter what, there's always going to be a ring of people around the gorilla that the gorilla can dispatch pretty quickly. Is that what you're saying? I submit that to you.
That is what I'm saying. Also, what I'm saying is, even if you were to pile on him, a gorilla has a bite force of 1,000 pounds per square inch. That's stronger than a lion. Yeah. So even if you were to surround him, these guys could, take you out in one bite.
All right. I'm gonna take a bite out of your theory as well, though, TJ. The bone density may be true, but let's keep in mind that there are soft targets on this animal as well. There's genitals, there's eyeballs.
Eyeballs.
Take out the eyeballs.
Buttholes.
Take out the animal. It's done. It's done.
That is true. That is true.
Yeah, and with 100 people, somebody's going to get a thumb gouge in an eye at some point.
And then I'd send you guys Preston video last night. I mean, what if somebody decides to give him a little, little mouth love, right? Yeah. Distract him with.
I'd say this: if you take out the eyes, even you take the junk off, you're going to have to subdue this thing somehow, because even without eyes, it can still be flailing around and swinging.
Yeah, but with 100 people and enough time, you're going to take it.
No, I'm saying the 100 people in the long run can take out the gorilla.
I agree. I'm with this.
I just think 100. The number of 100 is just too many. Now, I would say though, again, that the estimate of 30 to 40 killed is probably reasonable.
Maybe.
Yeah.
Thanks, TJ. Appreciate it.
Did we solve this?
Oh, I don't know, because I'm going to pose a different question. If you say 100 men can take out a gorilla
on a date,
no, do you think 100 men would have a harder time taking out a bear, like a polar bear or Kodiak or a tiger?
So in The Last of Us, the bunch of clickers, 6 or 8. How many did it look like? Did you see the scene, Preston? It looked like...
No, I haven't seen the most recent episode.
Okay, so about... it looked like 8 or 10 took out a bear.
Okay.
But that's not real.
That's a documentary.
Yeah.
A bear would be difficult. I mean, they weigh, over 1,000 pounds, right? They're huge.
I'll tell you what also, the claws on a bear, if you've never seen the paw on like a Kodiak bear, it's insane.
So my tactic, if I had ever gotten attacked by a grizzly bear or a tiger or whatever, if I had...
This is in your journal.
This is in my journal. But if I had the ability and the mindfulness, what I would try to do is shove my arm all the way down their throats and choke them from the inside.
Have you
know
ever
what I'm saying?
seen a bear's maw and throat?
Yeah, but I'm
your
wondering-
arm isn't going to do a goddamn thing.
I wasn't sure, like if I got it all the way down
They
there,
can house a deer.
would the bear then be able to bite down and take my arm out? If I had it all the way down there, jammed all the way down there, like, all the way down to his stomach.
There's no way you're going to be able to stick your
I'm
arm.
just trying.
Yeah, I know.
Well, then I need help here, guys. What if I'm getting attacked by a bear?
My cousin stumbled upon a bear den, and it was dark. He was in the woods. He was in the middle of nowhere. He was lost. It was a mess, and he had a water bottle with water still left in it, and he threw it, and it hit the bear in the nose, and the bear ran away.
There you go.
Yeah.
You didn't have to do that.
Yeah, man.
Stick your arm down my throat.
All right. Completely different argument.
All right.
Different side of things. So we're talking about, gorillas that are obviously larger than human beings.
Yes.
What about the other side? One human being, one person against 100 raccoons.
Huh.
Or something that...
If it was like geese, I could take out 100 geese. I could totally beat
You
up
would
100
be
geese.
surprised
Yeah.
that en masse, what a collection of, like I think of Jurassic, was a world where they had those little sort of mini velociraptor looking things. Mm-hmm. So they were tiny.
Yeah.
Now, that was a documentary too. There were a couple hundred of them though. I mean, if
you're talking about something that has fangs and claws, I don't think we have a chance against 100. It doesn't matter. how small
raccoons
they are. Yeah.
have claws and
that's
they
why-
have sharp
that's what I'm
teeth.
saying.
That's why I thought of them. But like pack animals, they like dingoes.
Yeah.
They're
Dingoes.
smaller. They're dogs.
Voracious.
But if you have like 10 of them could take out a person.
I think 100 rats could take out a person.
Wow.
Yeah.
What's the smallest animal where 100 of them could take out a person?
Okay.
Smallest animal were
That's what I was trying to think of, like squirrels.
I think squirrels, rats. Yeah.
Are we talking one sans? Like, for example, platypus has a venom, does
Right.
it not?
I'm thinking no poison involved.
No poison.
I'm thinking
Yeah.
just physical.
Yeah, it's no fair.
No toxins,
attacking.
no poison, just their physicality gets it
Yeah,
done.
because one snake could do it.
Right.
You
There we
know?
go.
What
Yeah.
about like a peregrine falcon? There's 100 of them.
So
They're pretty
100
big.
peregrine falcons flying at
Yeah.
maximum velocity.
And they're not that big.
Yeah.
I think 100.
Steve,
yes.
Steve, imagine this. 100 peregrine falcons dive bombing you all at the same time.
I'm down.
You're done.
Down. Let's do it.
Let's set that up.
Month of stuff.
Science Day. Somebody call the Franklin
Month of
Institute.
stunts, Casey versus the animals.
We finally Casey versus 100 gorillas.
By the way, I just drove past the pond at Linville Orchards yesterday.
Any PTSD?
Casey
Yeah,
drove
no.
into that with a car, drove into it as part of our stunt one year.
Let's get a little smaller. So then a peregrine, because the velocity is so amazing at that speed.
Rat, I think 100.
1,000.
100 rats.
100 rats.
100 rats.
Yeah.
Yeah, because you stop and think you saw Ben and Willard.
Willard.
Yeah.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
What about 100 mice?
No, they'd have to call their rat buddies.
By the way, my daughter had a quote unquote mouse in her room a couple of weeks ago.
Why is it a quote unquote?
Because I think it's a gerbil. We took a picture of it. I'm telling you, because there was only one of them, and it just kind of came out of nowhere.
What was that? I'm sorry.
And it was up on it, climbed up. Kathy, you freaked
Hold
out.
I would die.
Hold on. What was it? Marissa handed me a note and I didn't hear what you said.
It was a mouse, but my wife took
mouse.
a picture of it. I'm telling you, it does not look like a mouse. It
You
looks
say
like
it's
a
a
gerbil.
gerbil.
I say it's a gerbil. I'm going to send you guys.
I want to see a
and
picture
you
of
guys
it.
Let me know.
Marissa wants me to point this out. D-Rex on our YouTube said one man versus 100 wasps. Wasps win, but wasps are venomous. We said
Yep,
no venom. So not quite the same argument. I don't know. It's a good question. Not really, but
Not really.
No, it is a question.
All right, let me ask
It's a
you.
question.
This will hit closer to home.
Okay.
How many terriers?
Oh my God.
Oh.
Yeah, because I own. We have Yorkshire Terriers. Yeah, dude, 100 of those little things.
I don't think you need 100.
Nipping at you.
I think if you had 50.
Casey, this is a hamster.
Right?
Yeah,
that is definitely
that's
not a mouse.
That is absolutely
Let me see. Wait,
100% a hamster.
It was in her room.
It was in her room.
Her college dorm?
on her drapes. It climbed up her drapes, and I'll show you the picture. It's on top of the window.
So someone lost it.
A mouse has smaller facial features than that. Steve, what do you think?
That looks like a hamster.
Yeah, I think you got a rogue hamster running in your house.
She took a picture.
Listen, somebody could. We lost a hamster, and it ran free in our house for a couple of years. We would hear it we would every now and then see it running across the room. But they can get out of people's homes and go to another home. I mean, they're a rodent. They're looking for a place to live. You know.
I actually might be the only one. I think that looks like a mouse.
Okay.
Casey, post it and tag the internet.
I need to see what a chinchilla looks like.
It's not a chinchilla.
That would be cool, though.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah, you have wild chinchillas in your
herds of chinchillas
in Michigan.
thundering on the plains
from somebody else's house was out.
We got a chinchilla problem here.
I think that's what happened, Casey. Somebody may have lost it as a pet.
Yeah, Casey, that's a chinchilla. There's no way that's a chinchilla.
That's not. No. It's
that face that I see in that picture, if you call back the other picture of the comparison, looks like a hamster face.
Yep. Yeah, we need to share that.
Okay.
Isn't that a Lady Gaga song, Hamster Face?
Hamster face.
All right, we got to take a break.
We got to take a break. Hey.
We solved it.
Thanks for being here. We love you. We're going to take a break. We love you so much. We have a chance to win $1,000 when we get back. We'll also check in with, hey, maybe the guys at Fox Good Day want to talk about gorillas. I don't know what they want to talk about.
I don't know.
We'll find out in a moment, and we'll get the bizarre file, too. Stay with us.
Chills at your feet.
But it's at a ballpark.
Yeah.
Where it's kind of
Still.
Now,
I would put it in a cup, Kathy.
Hang on. I wouldn't leave my empty beer cups and other trash.
Stool.
But I'm facing my hypocrisy here, but peanut shells, they go right on the ground.
Oh my God.
Absolutely.
They're biodegradable.
They're biodegradable.
Yes. You're outside.
It's good for the environment. We're making compost over here.
I do keep it in my area. Like I will try not to do it to the row in front of me.
I'll tell you the delineation. If you're eating peanuts or popcorn in a theater, you're not going to. No. You're not going to do that.
Yep.
Because that's indoors. This is an outdoor park. I can understand the gray area there. I probably would still, put the shells in a cup or something, or on the person in front of me's head.
Yeah. So I was a busboy. I was a waiter, and I also cleaned the cafeteria at college. Right. So after lunch and dinner, I would clean the cafeteria, and that one pissed me off because when you go get your food, you get it on a tray. And when you're done with your meal, you take the tray and you put it right. There were racks for you to put your trays, and nobody would ever do that. So this is not me bitching about that, but it gave me more of an appreciation. So I tend to clean up after myself. Like if I go out to eat with, whether I'm with the children or not, I will. When I'm done, kind of like stack and put everything
on the
together
tray.
And,
put it on the tray and bring the tray back up. That's what you do.
Yeah. We try to make it as efficient for the server or busboy as we possibly can. It's just something we've always done. I mean, Rochelle was a server. I worked in a restaurant. I was in the kitchen. So
you're pre-bussing.
We kind of pre-bus the table. I don't fully do the wipe down or anything like that.
But you'll refinish it.
I collect everything. Yeah, we'll put a little lacquer on it.
I sand it down.
Stain.
You got to sand it down first.
Yes.
Right.
Then you got to clean up.
Yeah. Hang on. I want to go to Steph, who is a server. Hi, Stephanie. Good morning.
Morning. Sorry to bother you at work.
Nah. What's up, Steph?
So I'm a server. One, I want to agree with Casey. That girl has no idea what went on that flight. She was not there.
All right. Okay.
Second, I watch people all the time come in with kids. 1, 2, 3 kids. Sometimes it's just 1 and 2 parents, but the kid will outnumber them no matter what. Mess everywhere. I see them start to clean up. I'll usually stop them because they made the attempt. Just making the attempt made me happy.
Okay.
In fact, I like when they just wipe it right on the floor. It's so much easier just to sweep it up. I'm okay with that. But at least try.
So what we said earlier, and I think that's it. Just that effort alone for you, and you deal with this all the time, makes all the difference in the world.
That's right. Never
All right.
be presumptuous. Thank you.
All right. There we go. See, from a professional.
Hang on here. Pat has a comment. Hi, Pat. Good morning.
Good morning, Ed.
Hey, good morning, Ed. Yeah, what's up, Pat?
Patrick. I just wanted to say, on the other end of it, when a flight's over, I mean, they do clean the planes, right? In that situation, I see a pregnant woman, there's a mess on the floor, and I'm an employee there, I'm probably going to talk crap about them behind their back, but I'm probably just going to grab a vacuum and clean it up before I go tell a pregnant woman to get on the floor and clean it up.
So, Pat, you're the passenger who's supposed to get onto the next plane, right? And your flight's at 1:30, and you got to wait for the flight attendants to clean up after all the kids that are on the plane. You can't board the plane until the flight attendants clean everything up. So what you're saying here now is all right, well, there's 150 people on the plane. Everybody can make a mess, and the flight attendant's got to clean it up.
I mean, I could probably, with a little dustbuster, clean out my popcorn in about 10 seconds.
No, so what? They come in, they're ready to go, and they can clean it up. However, just would it be too much to make an effort, Pat? I think that's what people are saying. Is that
not at all? Not at all. But I'm just saying, like, rather than end it up on the news, just grab a dustbuster.
You got to understand, there's literally nothing else going on in the world than this.
That's the thing.
And that's why it cut through.
It's on the news not because of the flight attendant, but because of the privileged
celebrity
baseball player.
He's a baseball player.
Yeah.
All right. Well, interesting. All right, Pat. Thanks for your 2 cents. Let me see. I will go to. Hang on a second. Peter. Hi, Peter. Good morning.
Hey, good morning.
Hey, Peter.
No, first of all, as Pierre would say, it could have been avoided. To Nick's point, it's going to happen. Parents, though, can be a little bit responsible, but giving a kid a toddler popcorn is like giving them a glitter bomb. It's going to end up everywhere. And in a public location, come on, man, a little foresight.
Are you talking about on the airlines side?
Yes, sir. Yes, I am.
Because the airline gave him the popcorn.
Yeah.
So something that's more containable as a treat or to keep the kid occupied, anything other than popcorn.
Well, my understanding is they usually hand out to the kids, they'll hand out gravy boats.
Oh, okay. Well, no, listen, any snack item you're going to give to a kid is like that. We're talking about Cheerios. We're talking about, pretzels and things like that. So it's going to make a mess, no matter what. I mean, here, we keep calling these kids it. All right. Well, thank you, Peter. I appreciate it. Don't touch it. Don't touch it. It's not trained.
It's angry.
That sounded horrible. Oh, my God. I will.
You spilled it all over the floor.
I have Mike. Hey, Mike. Good morning.
Hey, bitches.
Hey, what? What's up, Mike?
How you doing?
Good. What's up, buddy?
A bunch of years ago, when my son was a lot younger, we were shopping at Acme, and he accidentally knocked over a display and knocked over a bunch of stuff. So he looked at me, I looked at him, and I said, you know what you need to do right now, right? He said, clean it up. I said, that's my boy.
There you go.
He started cleaning it up. No muss, no fuss. Next thing I know, a woman comes around the corner, sees what's going on, and chastises me because my son's cleaning up his own mess. And she started to clean it up for him.
Wait, this was a customer, a fellow customer?
Yeah, just some random person.
Was it a woman? Does a woman just butted into your thing?
What's that?
A woman just started criticizing you out of the blue? Was that who came around the corner?
I think we lost it. Yeah, it was a fellow customer.
Yeah.
Who said that? I'd mind your own goddamn business.
I'll punch her right in the face.
Yeah, that's basically what I said. I was furious. I looked at her. I said, he's my son. Nobody's upset. I'm not yelling. He's simply cleaning up his mess as if he was home.
No, that's your business. You told him to do the right thing. If somebody knocks over a display, you're supposed to at least again make the effort and try to do that. Yeah. You were right. Exactly. She was wrong.
And I looked at my son. I was like, thank you for being more mature than that person was.
Yeah, no kidding.
Mike, I hope you followed her home.
Thank you, Mike.
Oh, my God.
Yeah, get your nose out of this guy's business.
Listen, Preston, have you ever? I've seen adults knock stuff over and walk away. Not even kids.
Yeah.
The other day, so I'm in Acme, and if anyone Acme has wonderful chocolate chip cookies, and then they have these smaller versions now that are perfect to have with tea. So there's one of those plastic containers, where all four parts of the corners the little dimples have to lock for it to hold. So I'm walking around, and of course I have a little bit too much in my hands, and it falls on the floor. Yeah. And I'm like, this is how I did it. And you can tell me whether I'm wrong or not. I collected up everything. I put it back into the container. I took the bar code off of it and went up and checked out too, because I dropped one of their things they were attempting to sell and made it unsellable. Mm-hmm. And so that's how I did it. I've seen adults.
They didn't make you pay for it, I'm sure.
I
right?
paid for it. I did self-checkout just for the hell. I felt bad that I ruined a product. I know that might be a bridge too far for some people, but cleaning it up was the thing as well.
Right.
And man, those cookies were rolling all over the place.
Mm. I broke a bottle. I was at a liquor store, and I went back into the cooler because they had beer there too, and I had a bottle of gin, and I dropped. Or no, I went outside. Actually, I went outside. I had just bought it, and I dropped it. I'm like, you've got to be kidding me! I broke this full bottle, and I brought it back in. I'm like,
look what your bottle did.
They said as long as the seal wasn't broken, that I could get a replacement.
Oh,
Yeah,
nice.
so it was. They.
That's pretty nice.
They have that in place.
Did you pick up the pieces of glass or whatever? Or
I couldn't. I mean,
Yeah.
I told them that I made a mess, and of course they were gonna. I can't go picking up glass. I don't have a broom or the dustbin.
What I can do is give you a free commercial on the radio show.
Hang on a second. Let me hold on now. Chris is a flight attendant. Hi,
All right.
Hi, Chris. Good morning.
Hi, how are you?
Good. What's up, Chris?
So I'm a flight attendant, and kids come on all the time and make a mess. So do adults. But I would never have them clean up the mess. I mean, we talk about them afterwards and say what slobs they are and love to see what their house looks like. But we never get them on their knees or even ask them to clean it up. We just talk about them afterwards.
Okay. All right.
Okay, so
do you think this flight attendant was out of line to say? And I don't know how they said it. I don't know if they said, "Oh, ma'am, could you please? Your kid made it made a terrible mess here. Can you clean it up?"
Goodness, I would never ever going to adjust it. I just talk about it and afterwards.
Well, let me ask you, Chris, what is the one thing that passengers can do that are guaranteed to make the flight attendants talk about you? What do flight attendants hate the most?
Oh gosh, taking their shoes off, constantly getting up and down or leaving the overheads open.
Okay.
And leaving a mess. I actually had an adult that went and he came on and he ripped up, he was mad, and he ripped up the entire safety demo card. And I saw him doing something, and I thought he might have been doing that. And I thought, I'll just clean up his mess later. And he was just angry about his seat and everything. And as he was deplaning, he threw it all up as confetti, and it went everywhere.
Oh, my God.
What an idiot. Hey.
So it's not just kids.
And he did this just because he wanted to, or he thinks that the safety features are a joke, or we have no idea?
He's annoyed about his seating.
He's annoyed about his seating. Okay.
So you tear up the safety card.
But wait a minute, the shoes thing? Come on, man. I have like little slip-on shoes. In fact, I just took them off. I just took them off right now.
I don't care what people think.
The planes are cleaned, they're not really cleaned well. And when you get to a city and you have a quick turn, you're lucky that we get all the trash out of the seat pockets before we have to board everybody.
Right.
Also, they're adults. They can keep their shoes on, Chris.
Oh, no. No, they're not.
No, I mean, honestly, you, Kathy, Chris, whoever, you guys can think and say whatever the freak you want. I don't care.
As long
My
as your
shoes are coming off.
long as your feet don't smell.
Yeah.
So what?
Do you know, though? Are you nose blind?
I am not nose blind.
No,
Okay.
I'm taking my shoes off. I don't give a crap.
Mine are off right
Well,
now.
Chris is a professional, says to keep your stinky feet in your
I'm
shoes.
with you, Chris.
Tough crap. I'm
I don't
taking
have
them off.
stinky feet.
Yeah.
All right.
Come down with ice on, spray your feet.
Yes, spray your feet with Axe body spray.
You don't even use soap
That
to
would
wash
be
your
worse.
You don't even use soap to wash your feet. Don't say they're clean.
There is soap that travels all down my body that eventually ends up on my feet. My feet.
Crew over there at MMR. Who uses the most emojis when you're texting with each other?
I'd say Kathy probably does. Yeah. I get this.
Figured.
Kathy sends this little dancing girl emoji that I love, and I don't know.
I do too.
I'm
I
not
like
sure what it means other than just yay, happy.
Like, hey, it's go time. I'm ready.
Okay. All right.
It's go time. So psychologically, what does that mean about her?
Well, for a woman, the study found that they're carefully thought out by Kathy, and they correlate with her self-image and managing how people perceive her.
I would say they're definitely thought out. I think about the emoji that I'm going to. I mean, I use the dancing one. I love the crying, laughing. I'll do that a lot. But yeah, I try to coordinate it with whatever message I'm sending.
What about everybody else there? Do you coordinate with the message you want?
I'm standard smiley face and a heart, and that's I don't go much further than that. I hate having to decipher hieroglyphics to figure out a message.
Right. I use the laughing one, and it's usually because I don't want to type out ha 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 or
LOL.
I don't have time to give you a full response. Here's something that will it'll cover it for now.
Yeah.
And so that's my function of
Look at this picture of
emojis.
poop.
Yeah. Here you go.
You know one thing I don't want to get to.
I do a lot of poop.
You do? I can imagine.
I don't want to be I don't want people to mistake what I mean. Like, so when I send a heart emoji, ever since the Eagles won the Super Bowl, my heart emojis are now green. But I don't know if that has any other meanings. So I'm just, giving you
broccoli awareness.
Is
month.
that broccoli?
Yeah.
Well, I guess that's not that bad.
I think it means you. I think that means you like threesomes.
That's it. Clearly, no, that's an upside down pineapple.
I mean,
who doesn't?
Who doesn't?
Yeah. Pineapple.
Oh, gosh. Did we say what it means
What?
for men?
Should I?
Go ahead.
Well, it's kind of boring.
Oh, okay.
For the guys, heavy emoji use revealed manipulative behavior.
Yes.
And you are an emotional roller coaster.
So who uses the most amongst us? Casey, you use a fair amount of emojis.
Me or Casey,
I
probably.
actually was going through the our text chain. No, I don't think it's me.
I don't use them on group text for whatever reason. If I'm using emojis, I don't like using them on group text, probably because I'm trying to manipulate the person on the other end. Yeah. No, I only use them in individual text.
Manipulator.
Yeah. That's exactly it, yeah.
Manipulation.
I read an article a couple days ago that Gen Zers think it's not cool to do the laughing emoji.
Which one? The sideways one or the straight up one?
The straight up one.
They're always the moment you start to use something, then they say this is an old person doing this or whatever. I mean, like I still use the GIFs or GIFs or however you want to pronounce that. And I was told like a year or two ago that that's what the older people do. I still like it.
We're still
like
cool.
it anyway.
We still have.
Oh, yeah, I like
we get on
those.
to the malt shop and listen to rock and roll. We're still young and hip and bigger.
Alex, I do the crying, laughing, straight, and then crooked. Like you get a combination of both.
Oh, I like that.
Wow.
All right, so
Switch it
going through the last month of our text chain, the Preston Steve Show text chain, Preston, you're the only guy who's used emojis in our text chain, and Marissa's the only girl that's used emojis.
Oh, okay.
Oh.
I just didn't want to put any
receipts.
effort into the conversation. That's why.
Exactly. That's exactly what it is. Hey, thanks, kid.
Thank you.
Bye, guys. We'll see you soon. Yeah, I will use it as a shorthand. That's essentially what I use emojis for. Just a quick, rather than oh my God, that's funny. Thanks for sharing. It's haha. This will do it.
I just got a text from one of our upcoming guests, Justin Guarini, and it's a birthday cake, crooked face, smiley face, heart, king, and then I think this is the squirt emoji.
Okay.
Yeah.
Are we
just liquid?
Do we need to decipher that?
Is he a squirter?
Is he saying?
I think Justin's saying he's a squirter.
Okay.
What, Kathy? Look, it's the last one of the thing.
Smiley face.
Justin Squirter Guarini.
Oh, see, Justin, see what you did to
See
yourself.
what he did?
Yeah, I think he's not even. He's probably just turning around his head at home right now.
Gives from Justin to Kelly a whole new meaning.
I hate to break into this, Casey. It's 2 minutes after 8 o'clock.
Good Lord.
We haven't even done traffic yet, but we we have to do this first. Here we go.
93.3 WMMR Philadelphia.
The rock guys of everybody.
It's time for a Preston and Steve 20 Money Keyword.
Jose, love him. All right, here's your word. The contest keyword is cash out. All right, CASHOUT, cash out. And you have until 25 minutes after the hour to enter that. The MMR app is where you can do that, or WMMR.com. You can also text it to our special contest short code number, which is 45911. One random entry wins $1,000 in our company-wide contest. And each MMR winner gets a pair of MMRBQ tickets on top of that. So, winners, if you win, you'll get a call from Beasley. So make sure you answer your phone, and contest rules available at WMMR.com. Preston and Steve 20 Money is sponsored by United Tire and Service. The word again is cash out. CASHOUT. Enter that now. Good luck to you. Let's take a look at traffic. Kath, what's up this morning?
It's pretty busy on the roads this morning. Everything jammed. Schuylkill eastbound 202 into Belmont, the Boulevard to University. Then on the westbound side, Vera Avenue to South Street, the Boulevard to Belmont, the Blue Road out to Gulf Mills. Pennsylvania Turnpike westbound, heavy Willow Grove to Fort Washington. 95 southbound jamming up Cottman into the Vine Expressway. Once you get to the Vine westbound, you're jammed cross town. And then on the New Jersey Turnpike westbound at the Turnpike Connector Bridge, construction in the right lane has it jammed back to Route 130. 42 freeway northbound slowing from 41 to 55. 55 northbound heavy from Deptford to 42. This traffic report brought to you by Mothers Against Drunk Driving. For victims of drunk and drug driving, your grief is unique, but you are not alone. You always have a place at MAD. Call the 24-hour victim helpline at 877-MAD-HELP or visit mad.org. And that's your traffic on 93.3 WMMR.
Before we get to the bizarre file, I want to mention something. It's happening today. There's a pep rally in Love Park, and it is with the Philadelphia Visitor Center, and they're launching something called Fambassadors. So at Love Park, they're going to reveal what this is all about, and they're going to have a great time. There's going to be music, and I believe, like, you know, the Fanatic and Gritty and all these people are going to be there for
all
it.
the mascots, yeah.
So Steve and I are a part of this campaign. We filmed a part of a video that's going to be used to promote it. And essentially, it's promoting the city and Philadelphia and the citizens and how what a passionate, wonderful, unique, cool place Philadelphia is. And it's in advance of the anniversary of our nation, the 250th anniversary of America. And so they're trying to recruit over 10,000 champions of Philadelphia over the course of 2 years. And you can get signed up for this and become a Fambassador yourself. And it's all about, they're trying to engage people at different levels based on interest and availability. So whether that's supporting civic events or good news online or volunteering or welcoming visitors at big events or whatever, helping uncover Philadelphia's hidden gems.
Yes.
And you can sign up for this. And it's really easy to do. There was also something available here. It says once signed up, Fambassadors gain access to exclusive events, exciting updates, local perks, and ways to grow within the program. And you can live anywhere. You don't have to live in the city limits of Philadelphia. You just have to call Philadelphia your town. You know what I mean? Like some of us live in the city and some of us don't, but we still are Philadelphians. You know what I mean?
Yeah, absolutely.
So this is taking place today, and it's a really cool campaign. They're just trying to promote our wonderful city, and you can check out information at fambassador.com. I'm going to spell that for you. PHAM. Ambassador. It's like ambassador with the PH of Philadelphia at the beginning. Fambassador.com, and you can sign the pledge and get on board and be a part of the campaign.
So many big things happening in the city, and to be a part of that in some way would be kind of a blast.
So stop by. It's going to be a nice day today. If you're in the city and you have time at lunch, swing by Love Park and a lot of times there's little tchotchkes and freebies and things like that, so maybe they'll have some stuff like that if you go by there. So I just wanted to mention that. All right, let's do the Bizarre File.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
All right, this morning it is brought to you by Liberty Safes of New Jersey. They want you to shop smarter for a safe. You can shop one of their showrooms on Horizon Drive in Hamilton, Route 73 in Mount Laurel, or you can go to libertysafesnj.com. Well, this was a unique battle, or an unequal battle, I should say, of the elders in Florida. An 88-year-old woman from Clearwater is facing felony charges after allegedly hitting a 77-year-old woman on a mobility scooter with her SUV.
Wow. Well, SUV wins. Now, could she take out 100 gorillas?
Oh, or 100 women on mobility scooters. So she hit her with her SUV in a Sam's Club parking lot and then drove off.
Sam's Club is a perfect place.
The incident occurred around 8:30 a.m. on the 24th. The victim was thrown from her scooter and hospitalized for her injuries.
Wow.
The driver, Carolyn Segrist, was arrested 4 hours later and charged with leaving the scene of a crash involving serious injury.
You're not taking me alive.
Segrist pleaded guilty to careless driving in 2023 and was fined $166.
I'm not saying that it is, but isn't that Matt's sister's name?
What is it?
Never mind.
Yeah, yeah. Oh. No, it's not her.
It's not her.
Matt who?
Matt Corden.
Oh, okay. A high school student in Ontario, Canada, stumbled upon a toad in her backyard that had its eyes inside of its mouth.
Whoa!
At first, she thought the toad might have swallowed another frog, but she looked at it more closely and realized the eyes were part of the toad itself.
This way you could see where you were brushing.
She named it Gollum and contacted the local newspaper, which sent a photographer to document the unusual amphibian.
So that the mouth, we're looking at it, is a stunningly horrifying thing.
That's crazy.
That is crazy.
love that.
You could literally, but when you go to sleep, you wouldn't have to wear one of those night masks.
Wow.
Unless you slept with your mouth open.
So the photographer went on to call the picture the most iconic image of my career, and for good reason. The weirdest part of the story isn't the picture, the fact that this toad isn't alone in having to open its mouth to look around. It's uncommon, but it has been seen in other amphibians as well.
Could be worse. It could be the other end.
Wow, I've never seen anything like that before. That's incredible.
That's otherworldly. That's sci-fi level.
It looks photoshopped.
Yes.
So if you get a chance, do a quick search on that frog with eyes and mouth. All right, it's tale's oldest time. Man loves woman. Man leaves woman. Man gets new girlfriend. Old girlfriend delivers poisoned chocolate eggs.
Yeah.
The suspect, Jordelia Pereira Barboza, allegedly disguised herself and delivered the tainted treats to new girlfriend Miriam Lira's home, accompanied by a note that read, "With love to Miriam Lira, Happy Easter." While Lira survived after spending days in a coma, her two children didn't.
Wow, man, that's horrifying.
Barbosa was arrested around 240 miles away while getting off of a bus. She denied poisoning them, despite having been caught on security camera footage buying them while wearing a disguise. So she's obviously got a trial coming up. All right, that's a disturbing story. Let me get something a little bit lighter than that. Okay, in Utah, some South Ogden's people that live in South Ogden are shocked after a 7-year-old boy with his sister in tow drove his mother's car through several towns. 7 years old.
How?
They were in disbelief that he could even see over the steering wheel, let alone make the roughly 10-mile trip.
So he's having to stand up, I assume, on the gas pedal, or did the sister help out?
At approximately 8 a.m. on Sunday, officers with the Ogden Police Department got a call about a reckless driver. The caller said that the car wasn't staying in its lane. The driver appeared to be really young. And police found out the boy and his younger sister had actually gotten behind the wheel roughly 10 miles away in Clearfield.
Son, have you had anything to drink today?
When police caught up with the juvenile driver, they tried to pull him over, but he didn't stop. They chose not to chase him out of safety concerns.
Yeah.
They later found the car about 3 miles down the road from where it was called in, and the car had hit a parking strip and was disabled. Police said both children are okay and are back with their guardians. No injuries were reported. Police said in their statement that no charges are being pressed against the children due to their age and the overall situation.
I wonder if at 7, could I have figured out?
I don't know.
You know, they make it pretty easy.
Yep. This is a messed up story, but weird as well. Gunmen mowed down 36 people, killing 26 in Kashmir, India last week. But there was an adventurer that was blissfully unaware of what was going on. A guy named Rishi Bhatt had recorded himself soaring over the Bezran Meadow last Tuesday while fellow tourists were murdered below. So he was wearing sunglasses, a safety helmet. He's on a zip line.
Yeah.
Okay. And he is smiling ear to ear. A large grassy plain filled with people comes into view as he spins and sails through the air. Tourists stand in a cluster around a field, sharing food, playing sports, and when halfway through the ride, you can hear gunshots ringing out, and it shatters the peace.
Yeah.
Terrified families are sprinting across the grass in a desperate attempt to flee the bloodbath. Rishi continues smiling into the camera. He doesn't know what's going on, that they jumped from behind bushes. The gunman did and started opening fire beneath him. He told local media that he could have been killed if he were not out of harm's way up on the zip line. Police said at least 4 gunmen fired at dozens of terrified tourists at close range while he was zipping across. Officers described the mass shooting as a terror attack and blamed it on Pakistani militants. They said 2 Pakistani terrorists have been identified and a manhunt is underway to find them. Pakistan has denied any involvement in this, but officials collected at least 26 bodies in the meadow. The episode plunged relations between the neighboring nations to new lows, with Pakistan banning Indian planes from its airspace. But yeah, this guy was just going about doing his little touristy zip line thing and
smiling all the
people
way,
being murdered below him. Pretty wild. All right, that is what I have in the bizarre file for you this morning. Our keyword for 20 money is cash out. CASHOUT. You need to enter that right now through WMMR.com, the MMR app, or text it to 45911. You have until 25 minutes after, so good luck to you. We're going to take a break. Come back in a second. Our guests start when we return.
Preston does it. Kathy says Preston doesn't wash his feet.
He doesn't.
Can you imagine that?
He lets the soap run down his legs.
It just runs down his
She knows.
legs.
She knows.
Exactly.
I think though they also give you the little slippers so you can put them on, right?
No, I don't want slippers on. I want my socks.
You slippers.
Well, you're just in your socks. You're not your bare feet. Then you're fine.
Exactly. Yes. I don't take my socks off. I'm not an animal.
Casey
Come on,
probably
man.
does.
Casey, do you take your socks off?
No, and I resent you for saying that, Kathy.
Thank you. All right. Thank you, Chris.
They should give you slippers, though, right? Like as long as we're tossing stuff out there.
Excuse me. It just took its socks off.
I don't know. Slippers?
That'd be nice.
Yeah. Do you guys ever wear them?
I did once.
Yeah.
I hated them.
What, on the plane or at home?
No. At home, around the house.
This slipper season. Hell yeah.
Right now?
No, we're coming out of.
Yeah, we're coming out of
almost
slipper
done. Yeah,
season.
we're in flip-flop season now.
I never wear.
Casey, I can't believe he just asked who wears slippers.
I
Casey,
wear slippers.
Casey and I wear the same UGG slippers. If you don't wear slippers, you have to get these and you'll wear slippers.
Okay. I do like slippers.
Yeah.
I will wear
I'll try them out.
sneakers or whatever my footwear was, unless it's like formal stuff.
Yeah.
I'll switch. You don't know if a deer is going to come jumping through that window.
Right. You
You got to be able.
But that's why you keep your slippers by the door. You
No, you
jump
gotta
in
wear
and
them.
get out of
sneakers
there.
by the door.
I can go outside with slippers.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah, well,
totally.
these
In
are
an
like
emergency.
rugged outdoor, indoor slippers.
They're tactical slippers.
Yeah. These are, and those are, I would say, more of the colder weather slippers.
Sure.
I have warm weather slippers as well.
So do cold weather slippers, that coincides with sweatshirt season, right?
I think so.
They're the same, like hoodie season?
Yeah.
Tootsies
Yellowstone
are
pajama
cold.
pants season. Yes.
We're working our way into foot bath season, by
Real
the way.
quick, I just want to ask Casey one question because I think here's where we're going to separate. Do you wear those? Do you actually wear those slippers outside?
I do.
Okay, yeah.
Not like
now we're on different pages.
Well, like to take the trash out or something like that.
Take the
If it's
trash
chilly,
out
you got to run
or-
outside real quick, go get the mail,
Stomp down the mulch.
Or if I'm like I got to go pick somebody up from not class, but like practice or something like that.
she
if I'm
just
gonna be
got
in the car.
side-eyed by Kathy on
I'm
that.
like wearing
driving.
pajama pants to Wawa.
Yeah, but that's what the
Oh,
kids are
dude,
doing.
I want to have I want to get a group of people to go to Wawa in pajama pants because it's very freeing.
Talk
I
is
love
cheap.
it.
Let's
Yeah.
do it.
Let's do
Let's
it.
rent a bus of people. We'll rent a bus. We'll get everyone in their pajama.
Yep.
And socks, no shoes.
I would love to do that. All right, hang on. I want to go to Todd, who worked in a store that kids would frequently mess up. Hey, Todd, good morning.
Good morning. How's everybody doing today?
Good, buddy. What's going on?
So I actually have an interesting story. One of our beloved Philadelphia Flyers, I'm just going to keep his name private.
Okay.
He came in with his wife and his two little crotch goblins, and the kids were running all over the place. They were throwing pillows all over the floor. They had like cookies or.
This is a mattress store that you work at, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
So, and look, it's expected. You know, I've had it a million times where people come in and they throw pillows around.
Right.
It happens. You know, I get it. But the idea is, like, at the bare minimum, tell your kids, pick the stuff up.
Yeah.
Or make an attempt to just, before you leave,
yeah,
follow them around and pick stuff up.
Sure.
That's all you ask.
When they left, like I said, our beloved Philadelphia Flyer, and his wife did nothing to pick anything up. They walked out. Now, they bought a lot. I was happy with them because they bought a lot. I got a good commission from it. But
Were they
still,
French
like,
Canadian by chance?
they were not.
Okay.
That narrows it down.
All right. Well, yeah. So you left. They left, and you had a bad taste in your mouth because it was just disrespectful.
Exactly.
All right. Yeah, I think
It's a courtesy.
You're obliged, even if you're a Philadelphia Flyer.
Yeah.
Your kids, if your kids go in and do something, you need to correct what they've done. If it's knocking down a display, if it's sullying the reputation of the NHL, it's what you do.
Let me see here. It's Eric that we're going to go to next. Hey, Eric. Morning.
Hey, good morning.
Hey, good morning, buddy. What's happening?
Hey, congrats to Marissa for getting married.
Pass along your love.
So I used to work in customer service, retail. I work in construction now. Shout out to Glazers 252. But I was raging to Nick through the text earlier. This Anthony Bass guy. What gets me the most is the entitlement, like the basic human decency of just pick up after yourself. Teach your child to pick up after yourself. It's your job as a parent. And Nick, you can check the stats on me. He can't even do his own job as a closer in baseball. He can't do his job as a parent. He blew up online. This dude's failing. He's a trifecta of failure.
All right. So if he were an effective closer, he'd get a pass.
And now he's going to, hopefully, if anybody working at United is listening, I hope this person doesn't get fired because of this dude's fucking.
He's fired up, Eric.
Fargan.
Oh my God, I'm so
No
sorry.
problem. So, Eric, let me ask you: if the flight attendant was rude, would that change your perspective of this?
Okay, so I understand there's probably three sides to the story: what the flight attendant says, what Anthony Bass says, and then what actually happened. I'm sure what really happened is somewhere in the middle.
Yeah,
but how he came across in posting, like what he did on Twitter, it just ruined anything that could have gone in his favor. And to top it all off, if you go back and check his Twitter, he posted a picture of his kid holding a bag of popcorn, like, oh, look at my cute little kid, like as a deflection. Like, come on, dude.
Well, no, I agree about the nature, the tone of his original post seemed a little pompous.
Yeah. And by the way, you're right, Eric. His ERA is like 7.36 or something like that. So
it's terrible. And the fact that he doubled down on it, saying, "Oh, I got," they're going to take care of it internally. United, whoever's listening, please don't let somebody lose their job because this guy can't teach his kids how to clean up after themselves.
Okay.
You know?
No, I agree.
Thank you,
At least a
Eric.
4-year-old, right? A 2-year-old.
5-year-old can clean up after
5-year-old can clean up after
yeah,
themselves.
right, yeah.
Yep, most definitely. All right, I want to go to one more call. We're going to take a break here in a moment, but Don wants to comment. Hi, Don. Good morning.
Morning, guys. What's the word?
Yo.
Nope.
Not going to.
Too late.
All right, so you are you're a rideshare driver.
Yeah, I'm an engineer, but in my off time I do ride share, and people get in and they treat these cars like their personal trash pit with their kids.
I'm sure.
They get in, they want to eat food, they want to have chips, and when something happens, they don't say anything, or they're just like, they'll get out of the car. Even the adults do the same thing, and it's just they don't teach themselves. They're not parents to their kids. They think it's somebody else's problem to clean up.
Yeah, and it's the wrong way. I remember years ago, Preston. You remember the Good Charlotte we had on years ago, and one of the guys, Benji or Joel, or maybe it was their mother who had worked in a hotel and would clean rooms, and
there were some girls who went up and hung out with them in their hotel room, and they were the girls were getting a little bit rowdy and they were making a mess, and one of the guys, Benji or Joel, goes, "Hey, somebody works here, and they have to clean that stuff up,
right?"
And I think they said, "Yeah, our mom was worked as a hotel maid or staff or whatever." And they were like, "Don't do that."
Gives you a different perspective.
Yeah, I was like, I thought it was pretty cool.
Yeah,
of them too.
That's why we eventually married those guys.
Be observant of that. No, they got married to Lionel Richie's daughter. Wait,
Nicole Richie and Cameron Diaz. So I always consider us them.
I know. Me too.
Yeah.
All right, I lied. I have time for one more call.
All right.
I want to go to Kendra. Hi, Kendra. Good morning.
Hi. Good morning.
Kendra, are you weighing in on this whole mess thing, or what are you calling about?
I just won $1,000.
It's our concert cash winner, Kendra. And Kendra, you also get tickets to the barbecue as well. How's about that?
That is so great.
Yeah, congratulations.
$1,000 going to buy a lot of popcorn.
Yeah.
Yes, definitely. And my birthday's Friday, so I can buy myself a nice present.
Oh, that's awesome.
Huge. We are so happy. Where are you from, Kendra?
I'm from Cherry Hill, New Jersey.
All right. Thank you, Jersey girl. We appreciate you listening and especially calling in and winning. And we will see you at the MMRBQ, and we'll give you $1,000 for listening to MMR. All right, Kendra?
All right. Thank you so much, guys.
Happy birthday.
Let's hear it for Kendra. All right. Next chance coming up about 1 hour from now exactly, because it is 9 o'clock. So hang in there. All right, Casey wants me. We're going to, do it when we return.
Yes, sir.
We have a concert announcement when we return. So we'll take a quick break. I know it's a lot to take in. We'll come back in just a moment, and we'll get to all that. Stay with us. And Sarah Silverman is going to be joining us as well. Stay put.
Preston and Steve.
Preston and Steve.
On 93.3 WMMR.
MMR.
Thank you very much, Kathy. As we have stated a couple times, today is April 20th, which is 420. And that is, of course, the international celebration. I assume it's international. I know it's definitely national. Of marijuana and all things pot.
As you're saying all this, I realize, what is the derivation of Ford?
I'm glad you asked that, sir. Because I've got the history of it.
Right.
And I know we've mentioned it before, but it's easy to kind of forget because it's this weird little thing that happened. The most credible story traces to Marin County, California in 1971.
That's it.
There were 5 students at San Rafael High School, and they would meet at 4:20 in the afternoon by the campus statue of Louis Pasteur.
Right.
And they would get high. And they chose that specific time because extracurricular activities had usually ended by then. And the group of guys, Steve Capper, Dave Reddix, Jeffrey Knoll, and Larry Schwartz, and also Mark Gravich, became known as the Waldos because they met at a wall. There was a wall there, and they called them Waldos.
As simple as that.
So they would say 420 to each other just as a code.
Yeah.
So, if they were in the hallways at school, they'd say, 420, and it was just for them to know. Now, the interesting thing is how it got out into
national.
Yeah. And to become part of pop culture. So,
and I want to find out if it has extended to other countries as well.
That is a good question.
Yeah.
I'll bet you it has. So Reddix, one of the guys, told Time Magazine in 2017, he said, we got tired of the Friday night football scene with all the jocks. We were the guys sitting under the stand smoking a doobie, wondering what we're doing there. And it continued long after 4:20 p.m. as well. The group challenged each other to find ever more interesting things to do under the influence, calling their adventures safaris.
Safari. Yeah.
Sick. Go on safari.
Doobies.
So here's where it started to catch on. So later on, Reddix's brother helped him get work with the Grateful Dead bassist Phil Lesh.
Oh, boy.
As a roadie.
That's like the dream job if you're a pothead.
So the band is said to have helped popularize the term 420. And on December 28th, 1990, a group of deadheads in Oakland handed out flyers that invited people to smoke, quote-unquote, 420 on April 20th at 4:20 p.m., and one ended up with
WMMR.
Thanks, Kath. Real quick, I want to give a shout out to my best buddy Steve and his daughter Naomi are driving from Denver to St. Louis, and they're in the car. They're in the car listening to us right now.
So is that a visit back to the home base?
And she lives there and had lived there for a little bit of time and is now moving back to St. Louis. So it was like this. They were away for a little bit. This is all part of. This has been part of the plan.
All right.
So a shard, if you don't mind, Steve. All right. And did you want to mention something real quick, or are we going to do that later?
We can do that later.
Okay.
Yeah.
Our guest is ready to go. He has got an event that is coming up on Friday, May 30th, so you can get your tickets for this event. EnsembleArtsPhilly.org is where you get it. And it's a black tie event. It is going to celebrate one of our favorite people, the Honorable Edward G. Rendell and Philadanko. Please welcome Justin Guarini.
Man, I'm still stuck on. This is the first time I've ever heard about a shout out.
Dude, I saw you. I was like, I don't.
Yeah, I'm like, did I hear that right? Am I sick in the head?
So where we came up with that idea was ages ago. You were just a wee little child back then, Justin. But shout-outs started to become a thing. It was at the origins of shout-out, and radio stations were doing, I'm going to shout out to this and shout out to that.
It's annoying.
I thought it was annoying, but I like the idea of being able to give some love to someone and passing along a message. And in true Preston and Steve fashion, we turned it into flatulence and we created the shart out.
Right, nice.
And
There's
so
that, and then
I mention it, and Steve fires up the effect. It just adds a little button onto your message.
Doesn't it,
That's
though?
what it does.
And it's funny. I mean, we have people from literally all walks of life, accomplished people who are, professionals who enjoy the shard out as opposed to the
common
shout out.
denominator.
The common denominator, flatulence.
Yes, sir. So always great to see you, man. Thanks
Hey,
for being
speaking of
here.
flatulence, I'm happy to be here, and it's great. I mean, I love coming to visit with you guys. It's always so much fun to just walk in here and see what's going on. I was here last time when it was like decorated. It was Christmas,
the holidays, yes.
holidays.
Yeah.
It was wild. The holidays had vomited inside the halls of Preston and Steve.
We've kept that. Listen, I love Christmas and celebrate the hell out of it, but it becomes impossible to walk around. I would be impressed. There was a couple things in the hallway that we were smashing our heads on all the time. So it's good to have it out.
And then after that, the Eagles went and won the Super Bowl, and you should have seen what we had set up in here.
I was just
It
going to
was
say,
crazy.
like, how are we all feeling? Like, are we still on a little bit of the high? I know the Phillies are like, because I am.
I just watched. I watch some highlight of some sort every single day.
Yeah.
Since February 9th, I've watched some sort of.
It was, like people talk about like the Kennedy assassination. They remember where they were.
Yeah.
I remember where I was when the running back juked, and then jumped backwards. I remember exactly where I was sitting, and I literally was sitting, and I was in like one of those jump places with my kids, and I literally went out loud.
I mean, if you're talking
as
about
I was watching it.
those recollections, I mean the parade, all of that, and so I think you get you own that year leading up to the next one, and everyone's being very positive about prospects for a follow-up. But listen, don't put the cart before the horse, but man, magical. And it also is the reason why we've been half dead for a good portion of the first quarter, because we went from major event to major event to major event. But it's all good. And what about you? You've got multitudes of irons in the fire. You're doing the motivational stuff as well.
Well, it's actually it's not motivational so much as I get to
depressing.
sing. It is completely. I do the best I can to depress as many people as possible.
You're feeling too good for your capabilities.
It's a shame, but I'm really lucky that I get to have a leg in both worlds, right?
Yeah.
Like I am a Philly arts guy, right? Which is important why I'm showing up here and representing the Broadway community for the Philly Arts Gala. I went to University of the Arts, which unfortunately is no longer a thing.
What was that like? Because we were. It was kind of thrilling to have it here, and it was so sad to see it go.
Yeah, it was really cool. I'm sorry.
No, it's like fame. They put us in mind of fame.
It was. I mean, you had these like Doric columns on the place, like, or maybe Ionian. Let's check that. Google that.
All right, I'll figure it out.
It's important. It's important.
On it.
But shout out to Doric. Shout out to Doric columns. But that being said, like, it was
She's a
so
stripper,
cool.
by the way.
Doric columns, everybody.
I'm the son of old Doric Collins.
So, like,
let the man speak.
Wait a minute. I'm sorry. I'm going to start taking things off for that music.
So, the school itself was...
Exactly. It was really cool. And, like, the city is your campus. And I just remember growing up there and having such a good time.
I'm sorry to interrupt.
Yeah.
It was all three, Justin. It was Doric, Ionic, and Corinthian.
Columns?
Columns.
Wow. According to the University of Arts website.
As it should be.
Yes. So we've solved that problem.
That's a triple C.
That's right.
Yeah. So I do all that. And like, I was just singing with the American Pops Orchestra and singing Nat King Cole music. We did 3 or 4 dates. Longwood Gardens at one point, Lincoln Center at another point. So like, I get to do all that cool stuff, right? Yeah. But then I also get to speak on stage, and I mean, I consider this a stage as well, right? Because like the fastest way to grow your business is to speak on stage. Like there's a reason why people come on this show, right? Because you have millions of listeners. And instead of like doing these one-on-one conversations and sales stuff, like you can come on the show and reach millions of people. And so I teach all the stuff that I've learned from performance, like with your voice, your face, your body, being interesting, like the things that you guys do, right? Because you just use your voices and a few tasteful sound effects, right? to like really tell a story. And like there's a reason why, Kathy, when you're reading the traffic, there's this music bed underneath, right?
Right,
That's really cool, right? Because we're creating a feeling. And at the end of the day, it's like, you ever been in line at any store and you take your kids and like they put all the candy like right where the register is, right? All this stuff.
Oh, yeah.
Because it's like impulse, because you feel like, oh, I'm there, and the child sees it and feel it. So we buy based on feelings, right? So I love taking what it is that I've learned in entertainment and arts and helping people get on the stage and make other people feel like they know, like, and trust this person enough.
You synthesize both because they're both. It's all part of performative, presentation. So,
yeah, exactly.
It's all the same thing.
Yeah, and so I, along with Kim over there, we mix the entertainment and the marketing prowess and rock
and burlesque.
I do a lot of I get the tassels and everything. Yeah, it's great.
Justin, I follow you on Instagram, and I think the Longwood Gardens one was not that long ago. Have you ever performed there before, and
No.
what was that like?
It was amazing walking around the Longwood Gardens because DuPont bought this place solely, and it's like some ridiculous amount of acreage, and he bought it just to save a little grove of trees.
Yeah.
He bought this big, massive thing. And then he's like, well, what do I do with this 400 acres of land? And he really loved the gardens in Europe. And we didn't have anything like that here. And so he started building all these gardens and these beautiful structures. And now you can go see pretty much any kind of flower you want to. There is at least, I think it's like 100 acres or something where you can walk around. Beautiful. It's like strolling through Europe, and it's a great place to go run, great place to take your family, and in
the
this
holidays.
Yeah, all the holidays. Yeah, and then the cool thing is that the flower around, like I have stock in Longwood Gardens, but like the floral arrangements change every single year, so you can go and see something different every single year.
Like multiple times a year.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
I was just there last week, I think it was, and it was such a beautiful event, and it was just because the flowers were so gorgeous.
And they got like tree houses and crazy things that you can walk.
The best bathrooms. They were voted the best bathrooms.
You could eat off the floor.
Yeah, absolutely, I did.
Yeah,
I had a full hoagie.
So obviously, yes, you are performing. You're going all over these to doing these different events, and this one in particular, the one that's coming up on the 30th for. I mentioned Ed Rendell, former mayor of Philadelphia, of course.
Yeah.
But Philadelphia is a Philadelphia dance company. And is this is a double celebration
It's a
of
double
both of
whammy.
these? Okay,
That's
cool.
double whammy.
All right.
Yeah.
100%. They're actually gonna have like a parade down Broad Street. I mean, it's a thing.
Wow.
It's
That's
like a
awesome.
legit black tie event. I would be surprised if the Mummers weren't there. I'm not saying that they are going to be there, but maybe I've just now
You've just invited them. Yeah.
invited them in. But like, yeah, it's going to be a whole big thing where not only am I going to be performing, but other singers are going to be performing.
Philadelphia Orchestra.
Like,
Yeah.
I mean, really cool stuff. And it's just it's awesome to be able to represent Philly and man, because just this town has meant so much to me. Eagles fan all my life. My grandmom had a beer distributorship in.
I thought you were going to say your mother owned an Eagles player.
She owned an Eagles player. It was really crazy. No, she had a beer distributorship in Springfield.
Really?
And I remember
Delco or Monco?
Delco.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like right there. Yeah. It was Springfield Beverage.
Yeah.
Was what it was called.
Right by Best Buy?
I didn't
Yeah,
know. I was
whatever.
very young. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Nick, get on it.
All right.
I got it.
And so I remember being on, like, you remember before we had conveyor belts, there was those things with a whole bunch of silver wheels
Yes,
on it.
yes,
You would
yes,
hold
yes.
things
Yeah,
down
yeah.
it, right? Yeah, exactly, right. Right. I remember being small enough to be in one of those and like looking up at the TV because there was like a big, massive TV in there, and like watching Randall Cunningham and like, you know what I mean? Like, so I love this city, and I love that I get to represent this city, and the fact that, when I was on American Idol, so many people came out here for me and supported me and got me to where I am. And now here I am, like 20 some odd years later, still doing a thing.
And tickets are available, yes? If you want to attend. So it's May 30th at 7:30, and it is ensembleartsphilly.org.
It is. And speaking of American Idol, do you keep one eye on what's happening on that show at all, or?
Not as much anymore. Like I did, when I was covering it on red carpet, doing that kind of stuff for sure. Like I'll know. I mean, it is all over my feed. First of all, like get that. But I mean, I love that Carrie Underwood is a part of it now. I think she brings a really strong presence to it. I mean, like one of my favorite humans on the planet is Lionel Richie. I've gotten the chance to sit with him multiple times, and like he's just its wisdom is like pouring out of him, and it's awesome that it's still going. We all know what to expect, right?
Yeah.
There's no secret recipe. It is American Idol. You show up. It is about the talent. And that's what it's always been about, which I love, right? A lot of these other shows, it's about maybe the judges. It's about something else. But American Idol is always about the kids and about the talent. And talent wins out. And it is put out more people into the marketplace who've done more successful stuff and more different things than ever.
It's the OG, and it's still going. You know? I mean, that's what's cool about it. It's not my personal thing to watch, but it's still just
give us your top 20 favorite idols that have come out.
No, I think the OG.
You still sit. I mean, because of where you sit chronologically and talent wise as well.
Are you saying
you're still in the pantheon because that's literally when the country looked and said, "Oh, this is a big thing," and was tuned in. I think it's now because of imitators and so on and so forth has found its level and does well. Sure. But the oomph that it had out of the gate was something like the first year of Survivor.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, the whole concept of reality TV really took hold.
Yeah.
Because there was a writer's strike, right? And good reason, because they weren't getting what they want. I totally support the writers because they make it happen. And yet at that moment, the bigwigs were like, well, we don't have anything for the fall. And it's not about programming. Programming is all about getting ad dollars. We have nothing to sell the people who are paying our bills. And so they were like, all right, well, we got these things here, and here's this show, and this is really super cheap to produce. And so much of that reality TV was super cheap, and people just flocked to it. And yet, American Idol came along at the right time.
Yeah.
30 million people every single week. You can't get
numbers like that.
now.
There's no a show is considered successful if you're like 5 million. I mean, 2 million. Yeah. I mean, it's crazy.
Yeah.
I mean, you look at those. It's wild to look at the numbers of shows on decades ago where we had a 48 share, and literally 55% of the country was watching
it when there were like 4 channels. You know? And so I'm just feel blessed that I was able to be on that first season because of the impact it made. And my publicist of a long time was just like, hey, you're and one of my best friends passed away a couple of years ago, was a publicist for like Charlie Sheen, so he knows where the bodies or knew where the bodies are buried.
Yeah.
And he's like, you're always known for the last biggest thing that you've done. And like, I will forever be glad to be known for American Idol because you can't beat that kind of exposure, that kind of quality.
Yeah.
Right? I'll take it.
Yeah,
absolutely. Man.
And so you should, most definitely. So I understand you are prepared to perform for us.
I can't
morning.
come. If the River Valley vocal band can't perform, I'm happy to be a close second.
Well, there was infighting among the band,
I know.
and it's very similar to the Eagles.
Right.
Is this something you're going to be performing at the event, or you just want to sing a song?
You know what? A little bit of both.
Okay, awesome. Well, we have your backing track if you're ready to do this.
I was born ready.
So sexy.
Justin Guarini is going to be at this gala. It's called the Ensemble Arts Great Stages Gala, Friday, May 30th. And I'll reiterate this information later on as well, ensembleartsphilly.org. But he's going to do your song, the Elton John song, right?
Yeah.
All right.
That's the one.
Love it.
It's actually from, and in a Broadway sense, it is in the show Moulin Rouge.
Oh, excellent.
Yes.
All right. Well, here comes the music. Here we go.
It's a little bit funny, this feeling inside. I'm not one of those who can easily hide. I don't have much money, but boy, if I did, I'd buy a big house where both could live. If I was a sculptor, but then again, no, or a man who makes potions in a traveling show. I know it's not much, but it's the best I can do. My gift is this song, and it's for Preston and Stephen, WMMR2. And you can tell everybody this is your song. It may be quite simple, but now that it's done, I hope you don't mind. I hope you don't mind that I put down in words how wonderful life is when you're in the world. Take this next verse, Kathy. Oh, no? That's so selfish.
No, I got it.
I sat on the roof. I got it. Don't worry. And kicked off the moss. Well, a few of the verses, well, they've gotten me quite cross. But the sun's been quite kind while I wrote this song. It's for people like you that keep it turned on. So excuse me for getting, but these things I do, you see, I've forgotten if they're green or they're blue. Anyway, the thing is, what I really mean, yours are the sweetest eyes I've ever seen. And you can tell everybody that this is your song. It may be quite simple, but now that it's done, I hope you don't mind. I hope you don't mind that I put down in words how wonderful life is while you're in the world. I hope you don't mind. I hope you don't mind that I put down in words how wonderful life is when you're in the world. Yeah. Just a nice, easy song.
The audience loves it.
Just take the temperature down in the traffic, you know.
Thank you for remembering.
Justin Guarini, if you're just tuning in here on the Preston and Steve Show. While you were singing, I looked over at our messages popping up on our YouTube account, and somebody texted in and said, this dude used to sling mulch at the company I worked for.
I did. I have broken my back on one of those things. I'm like, can you get a mixer? Do you remember like there's like the trough that you put the cement in and the water and like no more water. And like, oh. But you know what, man? That's part of. Oh, and you bring up that picture.
Yeah.
It was no shirt day at the farm.
Shirtless photo of
Casual
Justin.
Friday. Casual Friday at the farm.
You get these things.
Yeah.
Whatever these things are.
Speaking of handsome dudes not wearing their shirts in that last song, you ever meet Elton John?
I haven't met Elton John. Man, I would love to someday, though. I think I've been Elton John adjacent, though.
Who's like the coolest artist that you've been able to spend a little bit of time with? You know, I know you've met a lot over the years, but is there one that comes to mind?
Absolutely. One that comes right to mind. One of the coolest artists that I spent a lot of time with, our families, our friends, is Michael Bublé.
Michael Bublé!
Wow. He seems
like a cool dude.
Funniest, coolest, kindest, most like everything you see is exactly what you get.
I saw his show at the Wells Fargo Center probably a decade ago, maybe more at this point. It was such a great show, and I kind of got dragged there. A bunch of friends had tickets or whatever, and I'm so glad that I went because he had this incredible horn section. His backing band was amazing. He was hilarious. Yeah. He was like cursing with the crowd.
Oh my God,
I was not what I expected at all.
Yeah, he is. Our families randomly. I was on a Disney cruise, and his family was on a Disney cruise, and we're like, "Hey!" right? Because the first time I met him was after his first album had come out, and so like in the audience is like David Foster and Paul Anka, and like all these people working on that very first album, and we're at like the Moxie or the Viper, some place where you shouldn't be doing a jazz.
Right. Probably the Viper Room.
Yeah, something like that. Like the Viper Room. Like, okay, great, that makes sense. And I remember like hanging out with him, and like a whole bunch of us went back to his like place afterwards, and we were doing some adult things, I'd say, some recreational adult things, and like he was like the coolest guy. And ever since then, 10 years later, we meet up on this cruise randomly, and like our families have been friends, and I talk to him all the time.
That's great.
And he's great.
How is his family? Because I know his one kid was sick.
His son was sick, and it is a testament to, I mean, like, they say Canadians are nice people. Like they are, the family was like, we're going to move in. We'll take care of you. Like his wife, Luisana, is basically like the Angelina Jolie of Argentina.
Wow.
You know what I mean? Like, but the whole family moved in. We're like, we got you. We're going to take care of you. And they're just amazing people. And everybody, fortunately, is happy and healthy. And Michael is absolutely killing it on The Voice.
That's awesome.
And I love him.
Love hearing that. All right, well, listen, a couple things I want to touch on, Justin, before we let you go. We've been mentioning the event that you're promoting coming up on May 30th, and it's the Philadelphia Orchestra and Ensemble Arts Great Stages Gala. And they'll be honoring Ed Rendell and Phil Adanko. And there's going to be a lot of great performances, and they're also the proceeds are going to benefit the restoration of Academy of Music, which is great, along with other programs and people and so on. So this is going to be a great event. You can get tickets at ensembleartsphilly.org. But also, you have a book coming out, right?
Oh yeah, that's going to be
August.
later on this year. Actually, it's going to be a little bit later on because we're actually doing really cool stuff around it. So we're like, let's wait. But it's called Center Stage Confidence, and again, it's about building confidence, trust in yourself, and being able to get up on a stage, whether it's whatever kind of stage it is, and delivering your message.
Useful tools.
Yeah.
And then I want to mention you and Kim, who is in the studio with you as well, your virtual workshops that you do.
Yeah, absolutely. It's part of the Elite Speakers Network. And so you just go look me up at Justin Guarini pretty much across socials, and you can see everything that we do to help business owners grow their business via the power of speaking on stage.
Is that the best place to get some of those nudes that we were seeing here?
Oh, God. It's not /OnlyFans, but sure.
All right, phenomenal. Get your tickets to go to this event, ensembleartsphilly.org. He's our singing coach.
He is.
The man.
You guys rock. Thank you.
Absolutely.
It's wonderful
He's
to see
our
you
Phil
as always.
Spector.
That he is. It's awesome to see you. Let's give some love to Justin.
You guys rock.
We're going to take a break. When we get back, Kate Pierson of the B-52s will be joining us. And then right after that, Christie Brinkley. So we got a star-studded show this morning. We'll be right back. Bloom. And Steve was a former reporter for High Times magazine.
Is that even around anymore?
Yeah, I believe it is.
I would
Steve.
imagine, God, if it had gone away before all of this, it'd be a crime.
So the magazine printed the flyer in 1991 and continued to reference the number, and soon it became known worldwide, it says here, Steve, worldwide as code for marijuana.
You know what High Times should have done? And if they haven't done it yet, maybe they can, because it's such a good idea, Steve. One of their pages should be smokable.
I think I know the case. I think years ago when it was really a controversial magazine and be on the shelf, didn't they include what they call a roach clip in one of their issues?
No, but like it's a paper,
something like that.
Yeah, it's a paper magazine, like maybe page 4 or page 20.
Right.
You know,
Is
smokable.
Rolling papers or actual marijuana?
No. Like
something
like a
you can
rolling
roll
paper,
up
like
in.
a blunt wrap, or something that you could roll it into.
I get
and
Acid
smoke that,
magazine and their tabs of acid on it. No, it's. I remember how controversial that. Look, I don't smoke. I don't use the product myself. Yeah, but again, it's another one of these situations where I'm fascinated by it.
Yeah.
I was fascinated by what's the big in Amsterdam. They have the
Cannabis Cup.
There's a documentary about it that is amazing.
I mean, I don't smoke anymore either, but like I did, and it was like sort of ritualistic. I will tell you that like once I started it like kind of like took over. It was like everything to me, and
I have a history with 15. So I said, listen, I grew up. My sister, my uncles, they were all weed smokers. It was around me even before I was a teenager, and I was kind of used to it. But I started around that time, and I have never quit, and I enjoy it. Now, I am not the level of some weed smokers.
You're not Doug Benson.
There are people who just smoke it all the time.
Yeah.
And I'm an everyday user, but I am not, and I have my medical marijuana card, but I'm not a, just get baked out of my gourd person.
Preston, the agent who used to book me into colleges and booked me around in my early days of stand-up comedy smoked pot the way most people smoke cigarettes,
right?
Like heavy cigarettes. So he was constantly smoking pot. And I'd have to say to him, is there any effect at this point? And he would say, not really. I mean, that's how much he smoked.
Yeah.
I remember maybe it was a decade ago, 12 years ago, we would occasionally have people from Normal on our show talking about making it legal and recognizing it. Essentially, for the most part, those guys have won. I mean, I really find it to be fairly it's not really an issue anymore. If you don't want to smoke, you don't have to. If you do, you have options to do so in most states. And I like that. To me, it's one of those things where like it was being done so much anyway. If you want to smoke legally, now most of the places you can. Even Utah, for crying out loud, there are legal shops.
Do you know what's happening now, though? And I just read an article out of California where the image of I'm a local grower and I'm doing my own. Those businesses are getting swallowed up by corporate.
Sure.
Yeah, the same thing's happening with that industry as well.
It's funny though. I mean, because I don't want to be like super prudy and stuff like that, but I do feel like there's a time and place, and like I don't feel like I should be walking through a cloud of pot smoke as I'm walking into the fashion district of Philadelphia, or walking through a cloud of pot smoke as I'm walking down the boardwalk in Wildwood, and it happens. Mm-hmm. But at the same time, the pot in New Jersey is just as legal as people drinking their White Claws on the beach, and I have no problems with that. But I think the difference is like I'm not smelling your
not wafting over.
You don't get a contact buzz from somebody drinking a beer.
Yeah.
And you may not necessarily from somebody from smoking weed, but if you're someone who's in recovery and you go by and you smell that, you have inhaled a little bit. You know what I mean? And I can see that be concerning, especially for people who've gone through
What about
recovery.
cigarettes, though, man? You've defended people smoking cigarettes out in front of a building in the past.
Yeah, I know, but I love the smell of cigarettes. No.
Everyone picks their poison.
No, in fact, I haven't. Not out in front of the building. Like, I think, like here at this building or like at a mall or something like that, you need to give them cover, right? Like, when it's raining out, it's not like, oh, tough crap, you stinky, filthy smokers. Like, go smoke in the rain.
Stinky people.
Yeah.
But, so you're talking about make some sort of area where they can congregate.
But not for the pot smokers?
Right outside the entrance?
Well, but you're the one that said it, not me.
Yeah, I'm right out. Okay, first of all, it's not legal in Pennsylvania recreationally, right? Like
in Philadelphia, it is.
Recreationally?
Smoking legally is recreational in Philadelphia. Pennsylvania's odd because it's by municipality in most areas. Smoking weed, as far as I understand it, is allowed in Philadelphia in public.
I don't know.
Let's check that.
It's the public thing that I'm curious about, Nick. I think that you can have small amounts and it's okay, but consumption, there are regulations on when and where you can do that.
Can you be the mayor giving a speech smoking a blunt?
You're the mayor, man. Go for it.
Yeah.
So let me see here. Whether people buy marijuana legally in New Jersey or illegally in the underground market, it's a crime for them to possess, consume, grow, or sell marijuana in Pennsylvania.
Except in certain instances.
Okay. All right. Well, we can.
I know. That's what I'm saying. It's odd. And that's part of the reason why it's still so strange is that there are, it varies from state to state. And not only does it vary from state to state in Pennsylvania, it varies from Philadelphia to Pittsburgh.
And federally, you can still get in trouble for it,
Exactly.
even though it's legal.
Yeah. Oh, they got to shake all this stuff out. What kills me, Preston, is about this the creation of 420 as a thing. There's a good organization attached to a commercial that we run on air that that mentions DBH.
Uh-huh.
Do bong hits is what I
Yes,
hear.
I know.
And-
Of course.
And that this thing would take off and become the thing from a school playground when DBH was your school thing.
Yep, that was our thing.
Yeah.
Yep,
And our
DBH,
thing-
we had it written all over our notebooks and stuff, yeah.
Our thing in college was, Hendrix, right? So we would, be at a party or whatever. Like, okay, we're going to be at Hendrix at like midnight. All right, meet me at Hendrix. But Hendrix was a gravestone. It was somebody's name. And there was a graveyard next to our fraternity house, and all the way back in the far back of the cemetery.
That's where you guys would congregate?
Right next to this big tree. It was the biggest, and the last name on the headstone was Hendrix. And it was, so when you're talking about DBH and
Right.
420, like
These things become lore.
They're these cool little ritualistic things that and it's code, right? Like not everybody knew what Hendrix was, and you could say that, and people knew what you were talking about.
Right.
I think line one might be able to help us.
Yeah, that's where I'm going to go.
Yeah.
I have Mike on the phone, who is a police officer in Philadelphia. Hey, Mike, good morning.
Good morning. How you guys doing?
Good. Well, we're a little confused, Mike. That's clear.
But that's par for the course.
Maybe you can help us out here. What's the story with marijuana, smoking it, possessing it in Philadelphia?
So it is recreational use. You can walk down the street and smoke it. It is basically when I'm working in the city and we're driving by and you smell it, it's like, oh, well, that's just the new smell of Philly. So instead of, you get down to the subway when we're working down there and you're like, oh, that's the smell of Philly. But up on the street, it's just the smell of weed everywhere.
Yeah, so I didn't realize that you could smoke it outside, and that is Nick correct in that it's only.
Here's the thing: I'm partially correct, and maybe Mike, you can expand a little bit upon this. It's decriminalized, however, it's not legal. But I don't know what the difference between decriminalization and legality is.
I mean, realistically, there is no. I'm sure there is a nuance, and if you're caught with it with like a certain amount and it's all bagged up, then yeah, it could be. Then it's criminalized. However, it's gotten to the point now where it's so prevalent out there that there's no point in doing anything about it because of how willing people are to just say, oh, okay, yeah, that's just the way it is.
Yeah, and it's so low level that it's hardly worth the waste of time.
Exactly.
And
Like,
to make- yeah.
Somebody. So the biggest things you get is still federally. It's not, and I'm a federal law enforcement. So even for us, though, we're not touching it because there's no, nobody's going to touch for a couple joints or a couple, whatever.
Yeah.
Nobody's going to even mess with it. But if you're flying out of the airport and you have it in your bag, like your carry-on bag, and they do the search, yeah, it's getting confiscated. You're not going to go through because at that point, once you go through, it's a federal building.
That's why you got to pick up the ass buddy for transporting your pot.
Right. I mean,
So they're going to confiscate, but they're not going to arrest you?
Correct. It depends on the amount, though. I mean, you might get like a citation and like almost like an ROR where they're going to give you a citation for it, depending. But most of the time, they're just going to take it and let you travel on, especially if you have a medical marijuana card.
Yeah.
But they could,
and
right?
There are some nuances with that where, and I'm not. I'll be honest. I'm not 100% privy on it because that's more local level.
Right.
And I know for us, we're not dealing with it unless we're actually finding it by the tonnage or the
Right.
big pounds, and then it's like, oh, all right, that's for us.
Hey, Mike, can I ask you a different question? Because I've heard about from people who said they don't want to get a medical marijuana card because then they wouldn't be able to purchase a firearm. It's like you can have one or the other, but you can't have both. Is that
that is false?
Okay.
False. Okay.
That is false. So I have friends of mine that have the medical marijuana card and also have a Pennsylvania state carry permit. So it is false. It's there's obviously if you get caught carrying and you were smoking and you're high, yeah, there's some implications, right? It's just like drinking. Like even for me as a Fed, I can basically carry anywhere. However, where I can't carry is anytime if I decide to have a drink, right? I'm not supposed to have it on me, and if I do, that's it. It doesn't matter who I am and what I am. it's an automatic. Oh, okay, yep, you're done.
Okay.
Right?
So
because that's the implications.
let me ask you, Mike. So I do a lot of human trafficking, but I want to get a Class C license.
Yeah.
Is that going to be an issue?
I mean, it won't be, but what's your address again?
All right, Mike. We appreciate the info. Take care, bud.
No problem. Thanks for talking.
All right, see you later.
Hi, Mike.
All right, we actually have a police sergeant.
There you go.
Who wants to correct a couple of things that Mike may have missed out on. So, and he's in Philly as well. Hey, Joe. Good morning.
Hey, it's just that you look so nice.
That's a great callback.
All right, Joe. What? We're good, man. So, what's the? What can you clear up about this conversation?
Yes, I need to retrain Mike. Mike's pretty close on a couple of things. It is not legal. It is decriminalized.
Okay.
Meaning, anything less than 30 grams possession, it will be confiscated, and you get issued a ticket for $25.
Okay.
If you're smoking it, the ticket is actually $100. But a code violation notice is the same thing we issue for a house with high grass, or if you're like smoking in the entrance of a business because businesses don't allow smoking. It's a ticket.
Okay.
So it's not that big a deal as long as you pay it. There's no criminal offense. You don't have to disclose anything on a job application.
Okay.
Oh, all right.
That's what I thought. I thought that there was that you can't be just standing out on a sidewalk, on a public sidewalk, just huffing away. I thought that was, if not illegal, some type of a violation.
Yeah, but it's become so prevalent. It's almost become that drinking a beer in a brown paper bag.
Right.
Cops aren't going to chase everybody through the park.
Yeah,
you're on your
it's
porch, you're in your
situational.
house, you're in your car. We're not going to make an issue about it.
Joe, you'd gum up. I mean, if you were to go after everybody, you'd be gumming up. The paperwork alone would be insane going through all that stuff, right?
Exactly.
Yeah.
Well, I don't think I'd make it 2 blocks from headquarters before I
Yeah.
So,
All right, say, Sergeant, real quick, because I just got another text from my friend who is a state trooper here in Pennsylvania, and he says that guy is absolutely wrong about the medical marijuana card and firearms. He says you absolutely cannot have a medical marijuana card and purchase a firearm in Pennsylvania. He
Is
said
it
that
purchase
is
a firearm or
purchase
concealed permit?
purchase a firearm.
Your state trooper friend is exactly right. If you have a medical marijuana card in Pennsylvania, it automatically prevents you from being able to apply for and purchase a firearm.
But if you had a firearm first, what if you had a firearm first?
In theory, you're supposed to turn it into the state if you get caught. Now, I imagine nobody's kicking down your door to take your legally purchased firearm because you got a card. But it's probably in your best interest to maybe not disclose.
Wow.
Why is that, though?
Just go visit Jersey more often.
Why is that? What is the reasoning behind that?
Thank you very much, Kathy. Our next guest, in my humble opinion, has one of the most powerful voices in popular music.
Agreed.
And she has got a lot of things going on. Latest album is called Radios and Rainbows, and will be performing at City Winery tomorrow night. And I'm going to play a little clip of one of her more recent songs off of the new album, Radios and Rainbows. This is called Take Me Back to the Party. I want you to hear this. I'm moving already.
Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, the amazing Kate Pierson is joining us. Hi, Kate. Good morning. Thanks for coming on.
Good morning.
Well, listen, we're excited that you're going to be in town performing tomorrow night. And as I said at the intro, your voice and the power that you have, it continues on. You are just still cranking it out. And
Well, thank you. Yes, I'm having my coffee this morning. It may not be as strong as usual, but
Well, it's so often that, and listen, it's a natural progression through life. You'll hear artists start to lose a little bit of the timbre. What you've got it. You're still. We're listening to the music. It's like it's still good. Are there any secrets, or is it all genetic?
well, I've never smoked, and I really warm up. I always warm up a lot before singing. And I try to get a lot of rest and live a healthy lifestyle and keep my bird watching up.
So also you do some Zen stuff to keep you centered and alleviate the stress.
Yeah, I mean, singing is a very physical activity. People don't realize that it takes a physical force, and you really have to learn to sing from the diaphragm. So I had a voice teacher who really taught me that was the main thing, is just to sing from the diaphragm and don't strain your voice.
Kate, I wanted to ask you, and I want to see if this is A, if this is true, and B, if you use this technique in your current songwriting work. I had seen, and forgive me, it was on social media. It was a producer that had worked with the B-52s before, and was saying that your songwriting process was essentially like jam sessions. You guys would get in, you would play, and just see where it goes, and you kept the good stuff and made them into songs. Does that sound about kind of how your formula went with B-52s?
That's exactly correct. Yes, we we write by jamming. We write collectively. I think the B-52 is the only band I've heard of that writes together. Nobody brings a song in except for a few songs that were written by individual members or co-lyricists. But yes, we jam. We let the collective unconscious, all the mind meld that comes out of us jamming, and then we put the pieces together in sort of collage. And that's the way I write for my solo too. I write sort of by letting my sort of collective, or in this case, my only consciousness.
Yes, it's the only one you work with. Yes.
But I mean, do you still have that now? Are you able to jam with other people to create something?
Well, most of my co-writers, and I've written a lot of songs just by myself lately, just melodies and harmonies coming into my head and working out the chords and everything. But when I write with another, when I collaborate, it's usually someone that does instrumentation. And I listen to that, and I like to try in the very first listen. I don't like to listen to it beforehand. And the very first time I hear it, I jam by myself and record it. And a lot of times that produces a more unusual melody than if I heard the track over and over and sort of started formulating something that will be a little more typical. And the lyrics sort of come, it's just variable. Sometimes they come first, sometimes they come along with the melodies.
It's funny because, I've B-52s forever. I listen to your voice every week. At some point, I'm popping on. I love it, and I consider. A Cosmic Thing is one of my favorite albums of all time, and a list of great things. But going back to where you guys were coming from in such a unique way, and I remember hearing the music, I said, well, they got the party stuff going on, but certainly they're not the ones writing these meticulous things. And then only to learn, because I think, wow, that's complex. And then did it take a while, because you guys were so unabashedly you, for people to realize that you're also bringing the weight of your songwriting capabilities and other stuff to the table as well?
Well, I think, yes, we're unique. And I think that's the key to our longevity, that the B-52s are so unique and uncategorizable. It's just like, who are they? When we first came out on the scene, people thought they're from England or they're from Mars, or Cindy and I are drag queens. But our harmonies, with Cindy and my harmonies, just sort of come out of jamming too. And that's, I think, just the key to our difference. But thank God for radio and independent radio and college radio and local radio stations that picked up on these weird songs like Rock Lobster and played the hell out of them. And then they got, they went up the charts, really thanks to radio, MTV as well. And of course, videos made a big impact in the beginning of sort of new wave.
You talk about the harmonies, and I'll always say to people, you want to hear harmonies that that'll blow your mind. The Deadbeat Club, and just in general, when you synchronize as you did with Cindy and anybody that you're collaborating with, is there a moment of like where you say, "Oh, we're in the groove"? Do you work towards that, or is it worth trying to get that? Is the best goal to get it right out of the gate?
Well, the best goal, sometimes we've jammed and jammed and jammed on certain songs. Even Love Shack was a song that we jammed on forever, and it almost didn't come together until we repeated the chorus. And we thought, oh, this really isn't ready. But then we decided to repeat the chorus, and it all came together when we were working with Don Was in the studio. So I think the spontaneity and unself-consciousness of writing is the key to it. We don't really ever work out the harmonies at intervals or anything. It just comes out of the jamming. And that's why it's so unique.
It's amazing. Yeah.
Well,
it's unexpected to us too. It's like, whoa.
Well, your sense of adventure in the B-52s was quite clear, both audio and visually as well, because you guys are performance artists on top of it. But listening to sampling some of the current album, Kate, I love the fact that you're also jumping around with sounds and playing with that. We played a clip of Take Me Back to the Party. It's got a real cool dancey vibe to it. And then I listened to Evil Love, which is totally different. And I'm picking up, like, the music has this Amy Winehouse, Back to Black, real cool traditional jazz thing. And do you make it a point to have variety of sounds when you're putting together a collection?
Well, the variety comes from the fact that I worked with different co-writers, and this Evil Love I wrote with Blue Macaulay, and he's an amazing songwriter on his own. And just working with him, I came in thinking I was going to write a very positive kind of, song about forgiveness, and it turned into Evil Love. And he was suggesting, like, what kinds of love are there? And I went through a list, and finally I said evil. He said, that's it. And it turned into a story song. And yes, different collaborators like Jimmy Harry, who worked with Madonna, who co-wrote Take Me Back to the Party. That turned into sort of a party jam. And that was sort of the vibe of his track that he played. You know, he was working with me at the same time. Like, let's, play around on the keyboard and I'll jam a little bit on this. And so each writer I decided should be the producer. And I had to pull these songs together from different co-writers. And that made it eclectic. And I wondered, can these all come together as one record? And I thought, why not?
Well,
if
it makes any sense, it's exactly what I would want from you. Is exactly, but you're still able to express yourself. I wanted to ask you, Kate, because we came out of a Pearl Jam song, Seattle, obviously, for the grunge period. Athens, Georgia had its time. It's such a magical thing. And I was watching some of the videos, and I going back to the Deadbeat Club, and there's Michael Stipe sitting there, and everybody's there. What was that like at that time to be there while that was, in its embryonic stages, and then it fulfilled?
Well, Athens was not a party town when we started. There was a feed store, a seed store, and a farmer's hardware. It was very much a farmer's town, and I lived on the outskirts of town, doing a Back to the Land thing. And then I met the rest of the band, and we started jamming one night after a flaming volcano and a drink. And it really was no scene. So that's why we had to make our own fun. We started the band really we love to dance, and everyone in Athens, our group of friends, loved to dance, and we'd crash parties and dance wildly. So I think it was just born out of making our own fun.
Mm. So yeah,
happening.
So
then came and Love Tractor and Pylon and all the other great bands from Athens.
So essentially, out in the country, the weirdos all found each other, right?
Exactly. And now, the hockey team, we opened the big new hockey stadium in Athens, and the hockey team is called the Rock Lobsters. So exciting because we got the shirts and we got to meet the team, and it was very exciting. That's the most excited I've ever been about sports.
That's great.
Speaking of that, it's got to be wild to come from that point where you're being, okay, we're going to be standout. We're going to stay who we are, be different. And then you are part of pop culture, The Simpsons, Family Guy. You're in the Flintstones movie, from a while ago. I mean, does it blow you away how, you've stayed true to who you are, but I mean, the truth of the matter is that you're now iconic pop culture. That transition has occurred.
Well, don't forget SNL 50 concert.
That's right. Yes.
Dave Grohl played drums with the Nirvana. I mean, it was an iconic moment, I think, when I felt finally like maybe I could be set in stone.
Well, you mentioned SNL, man. That first appearance you guys made was an eye-opener for me as a kid, because I'm like, what the hell is this? And I thought it was weird and I didn't understand it. And Rock Lobster turned out to be one of my all-time favorite jams,
Everyone loves that song. And we didn't feel like we were weird, but so many people have told us, wow, we saw you on SNL. And that Dave Grohl said that. It changed his life. It made him realize it's okay to be different. It's okay to be weird. It's you're included in the party.
Yeah, well, you worked with Sia, and Sia obviously has adopted that as well. And you know, I mean, that's so you're working with people you've influenced.
Absolutely, and Sia has been a big influence on me as well, because when I worked with her on my first album, Guitars and Microphones, she really taught me some. She's very quick when writing songs, and she taught me to really focus just on the melody and let the lyrics kind of fit into that melody. And a lot of times people can sing a song but they don't know the words, you know, or they just know the chorus. So the lyrics are very important to me. And she's a genius lyricist, but really the words are kind of secondary to the melody. Yeah. And she's been an influence on me, and B-52's influenced her. We're really big in Australia.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
Excellent. Well, listen, Kate, it's so cool that you're playing this intimate venue, and you really are going to fill that with some powerful vocals, I know, because of your talent.
And
yes.
Betty is opening, and Betty's from the Philly area. Allison from Betty. They're all kind of started in D.C., actually, but Betty's been around almost as long as we have, and they're going to be opening, and then it's going to be very exciting to have Betty with me, and it's going to be a rockin' show. I mean, I add the hits too, Candy, Shiny Happy People, some B-52 stuff too.
Excellent. City Winery tomorrow night at 7:30. You can get tickets at citywinery.com. So cool to meet you, Kate. Thanks for coming on this morning.
Thanks so much for having me on the show.
Anytime. Kate Pierson, guys, of the B-52s. And, of course, her solo album is out now, Radios and Rainbows.
There's a restaurant in Berwyn on Route 30. It's called Nectar. And on that, at that restaurant, on the menu, there's a thing called tempura wok lobster. And I ordered it. First of all, it's delicious. Second of all, I could not get that song out of my head for the next 24 hours.
I'm telling you, at the end of this song, when it goes, that is like that is just a riff that it just rocks so hard. If you add a little distortion to it, you've got just a metal tune, man. So they were ahead of their time.
They were, and then also with the producers that they worked with, I think it was it Nile Rodgers?
Yeah.
Who did a couple, at least Cosmic Thing. The production level and everything was very meticulous.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and they used weird, unique, synthetic sounds and cool stuff that you weren't expecting. And she had mentioned Dom was, and I believe he was the producer that I saw in that clip that I had referred to. All right, we're going to segue right over to another awesome woman who's joining us. She has her new book out. It is called Uptown Girl. It was 1985 that I had a calendar that had 12 months of her hanging on my wall.
Believe it.
And now we're here to talk to her in the flesh. Ladies and gentlemen, Christie Brinkley. Hi, Christie. How are you?
I'm great, thank you. Thanks for having me.
You bet. Congratulations on the book. It is. It's got to be a Herculean task to create something like this, and especially knowing that when you eventually are doing the press tour, you're going to have to talk about all that dirt you dug up in the book, you know?
Yes, I know. But you know what? It's been so well received. I've heard nothing but raves and people being really moved by it, people really really loving it. It's just been great.
You know what's interesting is because I think for the most part, it's probably, and you talk about this. I just started going through the book, and you're right, the reviews are terrific, but people look at you as someone who's has the world handed to her on a platter. I'm sure that's something you've had to deal with all your life, but I mean, your level of candor is amazing, and it also is a great equalizer because it shows everybody in some way or another has to deal with these things, and the reviews keep pointing out the fact that it can almost serve as a reaffirmation of, because you've dealt with a lot, despite what people might think, and keeping the proverbial stiff upper lip and moving forward. Was that the main focus? Was to sort of serve as an instructional on how to get past things in life and handle these issues?
That sort of just happened as I put it together. There was never like a that kind of thread. That thread became evident just as I relayed my life, and I kept journals for over 60 years, and these journals were really instrumental in all of the kind of detail that I could have, because my journals are very detailed, and so I knew that there were a bunch of great stories in there. And the one thing I'd say is, at 71, you can't fit them all in the book, and you just have way too many adventures. But the ones that fit in there, we realized that really a lot of reviewers are saying it's a triumph, because no matter how low things go, I managed to find my way through and actually be grateful for some of the bad times, for all of the bad times, because they either taught me a valuable lesson or they propelled me forward and made me challenge, like accept a challenge. Like when I did Chicago the musical.
Yeah.
So there's, I think there's, that is a happy thing that happened, that people are finding this sort of triumphant way of overcoming this. And I love that's happened, but it wasn't set out. I didn't set out to do that.
It just became that.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, that makes sense, because my father kept extensive journals, and he passed away at 94, and kept a tremendous amount of stuff, and there was meticulous information contained. But and he recorded him reading his own journals for us, for the sons to have, and it became. I think if you have a life well lived, as you have, it can't help but be in some way inspirational to people who are moving along as well.
Yes. Yeah. Well, I'm glad that it's being taken like that, but it's I think I don't want people to think that they've heard all the stories before, because there's so much in there that they haven't heard, and there's so many adventures in there, like sort of side roads, to my modeling career, that I take off and do all these different experiences that I share, and but
yeah, no, I mean, there's obviously a ton of stories in there. Yeah.
Yeah. So, hi, Christie, Brinkley. Hi. My name's Casey, and I actually don't have a question. I just wanted you to know that I existed. That's all. That is all.
He's giddy.
It was important to him.
Dude, this is a dream come true. That Christie Brinkley knows that Casey exists. That's it.
Well, I do have a question. So, Christy, obviously, one of the things that you touch on is your relationship with Billy Joel, and there's a lot of personal, real, serious things that even though you guys had a wonderful relationship, it did go sour. Alcoholism was involved, obviously, on Billy's part, and you very candidly talk about what the last straws were and so on. Leading into that, and I know you guys still have a relationship. How do you approach someone and say, "Hey, I'm gonna tell all of this stuff. Are you okay with that?" Is that a conversation that you have to have?
Yeah. Well, actually, he approached me and said that he wanted me to be in his upcoming documentary, which will be opening the Tribeca Film Festival, and that he wanted me to feel completely free to say whatever I wanted to say, whatever I needed to say, the truth of our lives. And he also wanted my home movies, because I carried around a camera on my shoulder, like back in the day when they first came out, and it was a big box on your hip and then the heavy camera up here. And Billy used to look at me because I had it, 100% of the time. And he'd look at me and he'd go, you got to get that thing lanced.
It's a growth.
No, it's wild. I mean, you're a California surfer girl at the beginning of your life, right? You're that. You decide you want to go to Europe. You go to Paris. I think you're in a post office. And you're spied by, was it a photographer or a modeling agent?
An American photographer living over there that had just been given an assignment where he needed a very sporty California-type girl. And he remembered seeing that kind of girl at the telephoning office. And so he thought, well, I'm going to go hang out there because she seems to, whenever I go to make a call, she seems to be there because I had a sick dog. This is the thing my book demonstrates is that I had kind of a sliding door kind of life.
Yes. Yeah.
Where if one bad thing didn't happen, sorry, I keep hitting the mic. Well, I use my hands a lot. If one bad thing didn't happen, then the next good thing might never have happened.
Right.
And in this case, I had a sick dog. I had it in a little panier. I was looking down at it as I was walking into the phone booth. And there's the photographer I bumped right into. And he said, "Are you a model?" I said, "No." And he said, "Well, you could be." And I was like, yeah. Right.
And then 50 years later, right?
Yeah. And then he said, "Well, come to my studio. I have a job for you, and here's my address." And so I was thinking, no way. But I put the number in my pocket, and then I told a friend what happened, and she said, "He's a real photographer. I've seen his name in the magazines." So that was how it started.
Wow.
Well, it's amazing. A bunch of things. The sliding doors analogy is perfect because that's what it is. And you have to take the bad with the good in life, and that's what propels you along. Sometimes you let life guide you through. Your life is a whole chain of those events. And also, I have to say, seeing the way you've responded to things, with cheating on you and so on and so forth, the way you handle it, it was very graceful. Us and watching it through the public eye. It was always very impressive how you handled it, how you took care of your family, and it was, it was masterful, I'll say. So the book is getting rave reviews, and we're very excited about its release.
Well, thank you so much. I'm so excited. And I'm thrilled with the feedback, and I really hope everybody's going to write their own script and make it a doozy.
I love it. All right, Christie, thank you. Uptown Girl is available. You can get it wherever books are sold. Take care, and thanks for joining us this morning.
Thank you for having me on.
Anytime. Christie Brinkley, guys. She knows Casey.
She knows I exist.
She is.
And guess what? She already forgot.
Well, for a moment, Kathy, thank you for yucking my yum or crapping on my parade. But for a moment in her life, she knew that I existed. Doesn't matter that she
a
forgot.
delightful young man. I think Donnie was his name.
It was funny though. You were giddy a little bit.
Yeah. Kathy, she was like the first celebrity crush I'd ever had.
And I kid you not. And as I said at the top of the interview, 1985, I had the Christie Brinkley calendar. And it was just every month was Christie, and she was the 80s gal. She was it. She was the top of the list for me.
And she made an appearance at the B. Dalton bookstore I was working at.
Get out.
I had to go out and make sure I got some oranges for her.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I didn't want to bring that up because I'm sure it's one of those pivotal moments in her life.
Sure. Well, it's in the book.
Yeah, it's in the book.
Yeah.
But back when this Sports Illustrated swimsuit edition was like is it even a thing anymore?
I think
kind
it is.
of, yeah.
But she was for me the driving force.
And she was just in the Legends issue just a couple of years ago.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So she looks fantastic.
Other favorites from Sports Illustrated: Kathy Ireland.
Kathy Ireland, yep.
And Rod Stewart's
Elle McPherson. Oh, Rachel Hunter.
Rachel Hunter.
But Elle McPherson was on the top of my list. I think Kathy Ireland was probably Kathy Romano is definitely at the top of my list. But Kathy Ireland probably among the Sports Illustrated top.
Right.
There was who else?
Tyra Banks was one of them as well.
No, Rebecca Gayheart I loved.
Oh,
was Sports Illustrated?
Yeah, I thought she. Well, man, I don't
She
even
was
know.
later though. She's younger than them, right?
Oh yeah.
Oh.
Much.
Yeah.
Not much.
You're thinking of Kathy Bates.
I like Kathy Bates.
No, that was cool talking to her.
Yeah.
It's cool talking to both of them. Maybe they could make record an album together.
Yes.
Christie Brinkley and Kate Pierson.
We just sparked something that'll last forever.
Who
in the
gets
world.
top billing though?
If it's an album, it's going to have to be Kate Pierson.
It has to, right?
But for the photo session,
Yeah.
it's Christie Brinkley.
Could 100 Christie Brinkleys beat up a gorilla?
I think so. I would put all my money on 100 Christie Brinkleys. All right, we have a little bit of time, which I wasn't prepared for, and I apologize for that. So let's talk about alien farts.
I apologize. Did you say alien farts?
Alien farts.
What?
Yes. Scientists are butting heads at the University of Cambridge over gases found on a planet 124 light years away from Earth, and some experts say the presence of dimethyl sulfide has made them 99.7% sure that the planet is teeming with life.
That's how they determine the likelihood of life. Is this gas?
It says that's due to the fact that the same gas is almost exclusively produced by living beings on Earth through flatulence.
Yeah, I can see that.
Mm-hmm. Other experts say there needs even more data before they can pinpoint.
We're going to need more.
Which planet?
John, I like your fart theory, but we're going to need more data. But I've been working on this for 10 years. I know you have. And everyone laughs at you.
I don't know I have no idea what planet it is.
Okay.
There's the one planet that is they keep talking about, and I forget the name of it. It's a numerical designation, but it is the one that they say is the most likely to mimic a lot of the environmental conditions of Earth, and where they see the greatest sign. They used to say that Europa, the moon of Jupiter, is a very in fact that's why 2001 selected it. But that would be likely to have life. I mean, I'm curious as to as they go more and more, and as they're better able to detect life, what they will find, in planets that we thought were completely, void of life.
It's crazy how they find out that information. I forgot. There's Derek Pitts we were talking to.
Yeah.
They use these spectrometers to tell what's in the atmospheres around them, and then therefore lead to a conclusion. Okay, this might be hospitable to
a lot of farts.
Yeah. Forms
Seeing
of
a lot
life.
of farts.
When there's a lot of gas, there's a lot of life.
I mean, listen.
Sorry, I just ripped one. It's all that gorb splash I was eating for dinner.
The gorb splash.
Oh my God!
I get you every time.
There's too much booling in it. There we go. I'm gonna have to open up all my anuses for this one.
How many do you have?
11.
That's weird.
One is actually it's my mouth, but my eyeballs are in there.
Wait, gourd splash, and there was too much what in it?
No, it was too much gorb splash.
But it had a bunch of something in it. I don't remember what it was.
I don't know. I don't listen. I'm listening to B101.
It sounded like bouillon, but
wait, you listen to B101?
Yeah. Well, what genres are they playing today?
I don't know.
Doesn't Rod Stewart really melt your butter?
Rod Stewart really melts my butter.
That was an old TV commercial, right? Melts my butter.
Favorite
Rod Stewart. No, there was a testimonial out on the street, and Rod Stewart really melts my butter.
Oh, yes.
Rod Stewart makes me wetter than a swamp.
Or that.
The way you said it made me remember.
Turns my vagina into a water cannon.
Kind of what she was saying, though.
We need to do that. We need to do commercials for MMR that say that.
Preston Steve really turned my vagina into a water cannon.
We can get away with that.
Sure.
Give it a shot.
We just did.
We just did.
Nobody's paying attention.
Nobody dumped it.
And B's in Naples, Florida, anyway. So.
Oh my God, that is so funny. Oh my. I didn't expect to go there. All right.
Do you guys ever think that sometimes that Earth?
Oh God.
Uh-oh.
Oh, I know. I knew it. I knew.
Beat 100 gorillas.
I could see the way he was saying it.
No, it's not a joke. But it is a question that was born from bong hits years ago.
Okay.
But that Earth is actually a spaceship.
Spaceship Earth.
Yeah.
There is a movie called that, or no, a ride or something like that.
Yeah, there was a crappy movie with Halle Berry where it turns out the moon was a spaceship. Do you remember that?
No.
It was horrible.
Okay. Yeah, but just the idea of like you've seen the movie Passengers where, okay, so there's some sort of cataclysmic thing that's going to happen on Earth and then they leave to go try and find other planets to inhabit. But like, what if this is the plan?
Well, you know the concept of the Dyson sphere?
Right.
Oh, the vacuum cleaner?
No. That we're actually in is that what it is here? We're in a mechanical...
It's like a Death Star sort of, yeah.
But we're inside it?
Inside it, yeah.
Yeah.
Or like at the end of Interstellar.
Oh, okay. Wait, no. We've talked about the Dyson sphere on this show, have we not? Okay, I forget a lot of things.
But so the spaceship thing does no water because, I mean, the Earth is rotating around the sun. It's not going anywhere. It's locked in. Now, I mean, we're spiraling around the universe.
Well, I've thought about this. The sun is actually the engine of our spaceship.
It's the engine of our spaceship.
Or we're just anchored to the sun.
So we're not really a spaceship. It's this collection of...
We're a click-clack.
Things that... It's a click-clack moving around.
We're a click-clack baggedy bones bitch.
Yes, with con sensibilities.
Project Con is a go.
Con.
Back at Mission Control. I'm not confident about this voyage.
I need a go, no go for
Con.
For Con.
Houston, we have a problem. You're an idiot. You're not raising the confidence level of the astronauts by eating that raccoon.
The ride, here's a text. The ride is from Peter, by the way, Peter Gosh. He says, the ride when you enter Epcot, the big sphere, is Spaceship Earth.
Okay.
I thought so. I thought there was a ride somewhere with that.
But so a Dyson sphere is more what's. Did you ever watch Star Trek? Case I don't know.
No. I mean, I've seen movies, but I've never spent any time in that universe, really.
Right.
I'm sorry.
It's okay, man. I forgive you.
We need to do other stoned questions. Do you remember stuff like that back in the day when you'd sit around and?
The classic. Well, I told you my brother would have near-level panic attacks by thinking about the boundaries of the universe. That the universe goes on forever.
Well, I mean, there's the Animal House. The one tiny atom on the fingernail of a giant being is us.
Yes, I love that. I find that concept incredibly exhilarating. I've mentioned the book, The Incredible Shrinking Man, Richard Matheson. That he keeps getting smaller and smaller and realizes like he can walk through the square in a screen door, one square. And then he's smaller than that, and he keeps getting smaller. But he realizes he's now moving into a realm where he will be the giant.
Oh, wow.
and the process will go, and that it's all one part of a big circle.
Right. It's like the quantum realm in Ant-Man.
Yes. Yeah, very similar.
Yeah, so.
It's like fried green tomatoes.
Fried green tomatoes?
Just kidding.
Yeah, it's just like that.
All right, this is going nowhere.
Off the rails?
You've had a banner day when the discussion that had more gravity was about 100 people fighting a gorilla.
Hey, by the way, I could do a little post thank you. Thank you yesterday to the people with the Devereaux Fund.
How was that?
It was a blast. We were at Philadelphia Cricket Club, and my friend Howard Liebold is the guy who got me involved with it, and we played golf at Philly Cricket Club, where they are all set for the Truist Championship next week. So it's in condition for the biggies to play there.
So when you do that, and it's prepped for that level of competition, for that level of player, you as an amateur going in there, can you immediately notice a difference in the way it plays?
Not immediately, but once you get on the greens and start putting, you're like, okay, these are faster than usual. Or if you get in the rough, it's a little bit thicker. And they're going to let it grow out another week. It's going to be even worse next week when they're there. But
do they make it faster to make it more difficult, I assume?
Oh, yeah. The greens, when they're faster, it's the faster it is, it's harder to you have to have a more delicate touch.
Right.
But where they have the tee boxes set up for where the professional players are going to play are way further back than from where we were playing yesterday. So you take, as you're standing on your tee box, you look 120 yards behind you and go, oh yeah, they're going to hit from back there.
So they're that far back from where you normally play.
Crazy.
How much further back?
It depends. Like we were at on I forgot what hole number. It's a par 4. Maybe hole number 4 or 5. Anyway, they were at least 120 yards behind from where we were teeing off. That far back.
I mean,
crazy.
So a long drive is for. So what in that level?
300 yards. Those guys can hit at 300 yards. I hit my drive anywhere between 240 and 270 or something like that. But really get a hold of it, it'll be 280. But those guys can routinely hit it over 300 yards. It's crazy. They blast it. So, but it was cool. They had all the stadium seating and the TV towers and all the stuff out ready for this championship play.
It's wild.
It was awesome.
I forget, you're not going, right, next week?
Not going.
Okay, yeah.
A lot going on with me
next
week.
I know. It's a busy time for everybody, and we have Emma Barbecue in a week and a half, too. So, and then you have the event next Friday night for Crohn's and Colitis,
Take steps walk at the ballpark. Yep.
But I'm going on Wednesday for the Pro-Am, and I'm really excited. I love that course anyway. We've done the Cora golf outing there over the years, and I'm really excited to see what you got to see yesterday, Preston. And the Pro-Am's supposed to be a ton of fun, so that should be a good time.
Yeah, it'll be really fun.
May I observe that they have fine hamburgers there?
They do.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, the cricket club?
Yeah.
Food's great.
Yeah, the food is excellent.
I had one of those fine hamburgers yesterday. It was wonderful. So I want to thank those guys. It was a lot of fun. I'm trying to think if there's
May I mention something?
Yeah, you had a charity event. Yeah,
so it's a great pet organization. It is Waiting on a Friend, WOAF, WOAF. They're having their adoption festival. And it is a day of dogs, food, and fun. Tasty spread, burgers, hot dogs, brats, salad, beer, blah, blah, blah. All this great food, live music all day long. There's a Chinese auction, a 50-50 raffle. Basically, it's a big adoption event, and it is Sunday, this Sunday from 11 a.m. to 5 p.m. Now, I'm not going to be there all that time, but I am going to show up, make an appearance. I'll be there probably right at 11 and hang out for a little bit. It's at 3650 Cold Spring Creamery Road in Doylestown, and we'd love to have you come out. The gentleman who runs it is really, his heart and soul is in this. He really cares about the animals. It's $25 a ticket. Again, it's the WOAF, WOAF Adoption Festival, and I'll give that information to Nick. But you can find it if you just do a search on WOAF Adoption. You'll have it come up.
And that'll be on May the 4th be with you.
There we go.
Which
Yes.
is cool. The day before that, I am doing an Emma Barbecue ticket raid.
They're good.
So you can join me. I will be at Dell Chevrolet in Paoli Saturday from 11 till 1, and that's rain or shine because it might be some rain. Actually, it's calling for a little later in the afternoon. But anyhow, stop by. We give away MMRBQ tickets every 15 minutes, and you get, as it says here on my copy, a pair of real old school paper tickets.
Nice.
Actual tickets.
That's very cool.
Yeah.
That's very. I think we were handing out physical tickets. Yes, we were. As a matter of fact, at my ticket rate, Preston, and people showed up.
Yep. So come out and Del Chevy, put that as a little reminder right now on your phone. Del Chevy on Saturday in Paoli from 11 to 1. I will be there.
I think we got an email from somebody who went to one of the ticket raids and then shared with us these paper tickets that they had made because they're getting married.
Yes.
And the wedding invitations look like concert tickets.
Oh, that's cool.
saw
I like that idea. Yeah.
Yeah.
I will pull that email up so we don't leave them hanging and make sure I mention that because I think I have this. I had it right here. Here we go. It's Erica Hoffman is her name. They had a save the date for them, and they had these cool. It's Erica and Ian getting married October 18th in Atlantic City. So I thought that's a neat idea to do that as an invitation. So excellent. All right, well, we can take a break. Come back in a moment. We have another shot at $1,000. It is MMR's Preston and Steve 20 money, and we'll also get to the bizarre file. Stay put. We'll be right back.
It's federal, so the state, which is when you purchase a firearm, you have to register it with the state.
Right.
When you purchase that firearm, because it's state, it's all submitted to the federal government.
All right.
Where
Got
the federal government, all marijuana is still illegal.
All right, Joe, let me throw this scenario out to you. Let's say I have a medical marijuana card. I am defending my home. Someone breaks into my house. I have a firearm. I use it. Does that complicate things?
It can and it can't. What you're looking at, is you can justify the use of deadly force. In theory, I can take my firearm and leave it at my father's house. And if my father used that firearm to defend his property, he violated no law. He was not in possession of that firearm outside the house.
Okay.
Hey, Joe, what about driving under the influence of marijuana? And does that vary from state to state?
It does. And one of the issues in Pennsylvania they've talked about is because we're kind of decriminalizing and there's the medical, when you get pulled over for DUI for alcohol, there's a limit you have to reach. It's 0.08 is the limit of alcohol. If you're below 0.08, you don't get charged with an offense.
Right.
If you have any marijuana in your system, and I believe it can last anywhere from 3 to 7 days, depending on the level. If you have any marijuana in your system, you're automatically charged.
DUI.
Even if you smoked weed 2 days ago and you have trace amounts, because that they test for, I think there's a doctor in court who does this part, but I always look at his sheets. They test for THC, and I think it's delta hydrocannabinoid 9 or something. And when they test for all of that, as long as it shows up in the system, you're charged with 3802D, which is the drug offense.
So you're just like a bad driver on a certain day, and you just do a dick move as you're driving. But if they test for it, and it could be a couple of days old, they'll charge you with that under the influence.
Yeah, it's one of the things that they've been talking about addressing because you can leave the bar and you're at 0.06, you're free to go home, but you have that little bit of marijuana and we smell. Drug test.
So and it's the weird thing, Joe, and we talk about this because there's so many from jurisdiction to jurisdiction, from state to state. The lack of parity. And again, I was reading an article in the paper about how it's hard to really, at the time of arrest, determine how far along someone is if they've smoked a lot of pot.
Yeah, they need to refine the testing process, but you would think that would have been done by now. You know, 'cause it's been around for a long
I think
time.
it's one of those things that decriminalization happened so fast, and it was essentially, look, we're just going to, because it was a Philly thing. It was, we're no longer going to arrest for it. We're just going to issue tickets.
Right.
But the state is the one that makes the determination on criminal and motor vehicle code violations, and they have not caught up.
Okay.
So, all right. Can you have a medical marijuana card and a fishing license?
I think
They're still working on that.
Hey, the firearms thing, is that nationally or is that just in the state?
He was saying it was federal.
But
So the firearms, it's all submitted federal, so they still fall under federal guidelines. Not every state has a medical marijuana program.
Okay, got it.
That's still local.
Okay.
They're still state by state.
All right, Sarge, thanks for the info, man. We really appreciate it.
Yeah, have a good one, guys.
All right, you too.
I'd be the worst. But my brothers are all both law enforcement. I'd be the worst at it. What code is this again?
Yeah.
I forget the Miranda rights, all that stuff. I'd be the worst.
Wow.
I mean, like, I couldn't even umpire a softball game.
Yeah, could you imagine going into a drug bust? I thought you said go into the back.
Is this infield fly rule?
Thank you for saying that, because the umpire yesterday missed 2 infield fly rules, and we were losing by like 1,000 runs. I'm like, please just give us these outs.
Real quick, one of the funniest moments of my life was watching my father try to explain to my mother the infield fly rule. And it took about an hour and a half, and she still doesn't understand it. But boy, did my brothers enjoy the process.
Well, it seems like all this has a multitude of infield fly rules.
Seriously.
Yeah, people trying to hash out, Nick.
It's confusing.
Yeah.
It is. But, I mean, things have lightened up so much. If you look back, 25 years ago as opposed to now and where things are. I mean, me as a user, I love it. I think it's great.
You're so right, though, Press, because years ago, I remember he smokes pot.
I know. Or if I were to mention it on the air, would have been, even just a couple of years ago, would have been really taboo.
And now we have advertisers.
Yeah.
Bill walks around toking all day.
I still think of it that way, though, a little bit. Like, I'm like, oh, yeah, he's a pot smoker.
My romance with weed is I can remember back to my teenage years, like really good bags specifically of pot that
Play
I
some
would
Journey
get.
faithfully.
And just I hold these great little memories. Now, I also did some really stupid stuff while being high throughout the years, especially in those earlier days, because when you first start trying it, it's augmented in its effect. I mean, and of course they have strains now that'll still get me baked out of my mouth. One of the highest I've ever been. And I'm not going to retell the story here because I've told it 1,000 times, was when we went to Hawaii.
Oh, yeah.
And went to this couple's house, and I smoked some local stuff, and I'm like, I am so high. I couldn't believe it.
Pierre's mentioned that over the years about how now they can be more specific and the strains are more powerful. And,
oh my God.
And our good friend of ours, Steve McLean, I guess he took a gummy or something at a wedding.
Yeah, it was a gummy. It was an edible, and he had a reaction.
And just said, let's try
had
this.
to go to the hospital.
We had to be brought out on a gurney.
When I went to my very first meeting as soon as I got my medical card and went to a dispensary, and I met with the pharmacist who sat me down to walk me through the process. It's funny because he goes, all right, so, just to find out what your tolerance level is, he goes, what you do is you take a hit of this, and he goes, and you wait 15 minutes and see how you feel. And he turns to me and he goes, and really wait 15 minutes. Like a real 15 minutes. Because the mistake everybody makes, especially with edibles, is they take this half hour, 45 minutes later, they're like, I'm not feeling anything. Let me take another one. And then
they're gone.
They didn't realize that it takes an hour and 15 minutes for it to kick in. You've got to wait.
Yeah, and they
have to wait.
End up curled up.
So you find out what your level is.
In the fetal position. I am pro weed. I do think that when it comes to teenagers, you really have to be cautious.
Yes.
It affects teenage brains differently than it affects
it absolutely
adult brains.
does, yeah.
And so I think that needs to be, you have to be really, really cautious if you're younger than 18. Preston, have you ever been to Amsterdam?
I have not.
I have. And it's beautiful. And when I went there, it was like 96 or 97. The fact that weed culture was legal there really changed my perspective on a lot of things. And I think you would enjoy it.
Okay.
It's fun to get high and go to art museums.
Steve, I just out of nowhere just started getting like really paranoid on it. And so like
that's a common Side effect, is it not?
Well, it can be, and so, but you know, and I had a friend who stopped because she was getting paranoid and I didn't get that. It didn't register with me until it started happening to me in Preston. One time, we partook, and then we were at a bar, and it was on the same day as the Kentucky Derby, and there was a guy at the bar who was just taking bets for the Kentucky Derby. So, like, no harm, no foul.
Right.
It's not some big gambling ring or anything like that. So I placed a bet for a trifecta and then I sit down and I see these guys sitting at a table, and I was convinced that they were the FBI and they were going to
oh my God.
And that they were going to bust the place for illegal gambling. I called my wife and had her pick me up. I was like, get me out of here. Well, we're going to get arrested.
To be arrested by the FBI.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Right? I swear to God.
Homeland Security's here. They're going to arrest me. That's why, honestly, I've never been drunk and I've never been into this, but I have no issue with it whatsoever. My thing is that paranoia and fear of losing control.
Paranoia, anxiety.
Anxiety.
Like, I'm like, oh my God, I'm going to be the first person that dies of a heart attack from smoking pot.
I think I'm too much of a puss.
Yeah.
I think the NBA just took steps recently to decriminalize it amongst players because it's so prevalent among NBA. I mean, a lot of athletes.
They haven't been testing for years.
Right, but you could get fined or suspended for it. And then, I think a lot about hockey players because they beat the crap out of each other every night, and then they turn to opiates and or coke or alcohol.
Yeah,
and there's a strong movement in the NHL to make weed legal in that sport because it can treat players a lot. Riley Cote, man, that guy's an interesting dude, and his perspectives on marijuana are fascinating.
He made a whole cottage industry out of it.
When I go to a dispensary, almost always you will see people sitting in the waiting room. Sometimes you have to wait to get back.
Preston!
To go in. No. Well, actually, they do. Sometimes they welcome me like that. But you'll see people who clearly need pain management, and they're with canes and just look like they're there to get medicine.
I've told you this many times before, so I don't use pot. I have no desire to. However, in my own life, I've said this story about my mother battling the pain of cancer. She was in late stages of her life. The only thing that alleviated the pain at the end there was pot that we were able to get for her. So yes, absolutely, I can see that.
Well, it is indeed 420, and thank you for the calls. By the way, some that I didn't get to, one of them, Jessica, said she had a bartender and a bud tender at her wedding.
Wow.
She's going to.
She's going to. Oh, that's a pretty sweet deal. And Joe, who called in, he worked at a deli, and their phrase to go smoke weed was check the roof. Because apparently they'd go and I guess go up on the roof and get stoned and come back. So, but anyhow, indeed, it is 420. So. Thought a little discussion was warranted. What we're going to do is take a break, come back in a second, and have your first chance to win $1,000 in MMRBQ tickets. We'll get the bizarre file as well. Stay with us. We'll be back in a moment.
Preston and Steve
on 93.3 WMMR.
Kathy, so ladies and gentlemen, today we honor a man who has a very special way of speaking, of announcing his presence. And that is our boss, Bill Weston. Yeah. Today is Talk Like Bill Weston Day. And in honor of Talk Like Bill Weston, it's like Talk Like a Pirate Day. At some point, you might
think it's better.
You don't have to talk about it all day long. But if you do throw a little homage to Bill Weston, it's great. And in as much, we are going to do a contest called Who Said It Bestin'? Talk Like Bill Weston. If you are interested in winning some great prizes and you think you do a pretty good Bill Weston impression, text Bill to 39333. Right now, we are going to randomly select people to play, and we're going to text you a line that you will have to read in conjunction with someone else. So we're going to have two people reading the same Bill Weston line in their best Bill Weston impression. We will vote amongst us here. We will pick a winner, and then we have prizes like Dave Chappelle tickets.
Which is amazing.
Casey, what all do we have to give away? And by the way, don't call.
Right.
Text Bill to 39333. We are going to text. We're going to randomly choose people through the text, and we are going to send you the line, and we are going to call you and get you on the air with us. So you don't have to dial us at all. Just text the word Bill to 39333. What all do we have to give away, Case?
Yeah, so in addition to the Chappelle tickets, which go on sale tomorrow, we also have tickets to go see Fantastic Beasts. As well, with that, the Philly Orchestra is performing Harry Potter at the Man in July. So we have, basically 2 pairs of tickets there.
And by the way, the Chappelle show is going to be Saturday, May 28th at the Hard Rock in Atlantic City.
We have cases of Loverboy, which is that is a sparkling hard tea, and we also have the Batman. We got the Batman on digital.
Awesome.
The Batman. He's like a bat.
All right, so text word Bill to 39333, and we will see if you've got what it takes to talk like the best in Bill Weston.
Would you explain the origin again? Because it was simply by happenstance.
Yeah, we were talking to actor Ed Begley Jr., who you know from Christopher Guest movies and all kinds of stuff, and he had used the phrase low-hanging fruit. That's one of Bill's favorite refrains.
Yes.
And so afterwards, Nick had said, I didn't know today was Talk Like Bill Weston Day. And then immediately we said, well, we have to create that now. And so therefore we have done it. So April 21st is Talk Like Bill Weston Day.
There are countless arbitrary national this and that days. There's no reason this should not be a national day.
The funny thing is it takes place.
MMR.
Thank you very much, Kath. We got a couple of minutes, a little over 2 minutes before we do the 20 Money keyword. So I got a moment to mention a little butt plug, if you will. I got this email from Vincent James. He's reached out to us before, and he had emailed me and said, hey, I want to make sure that our WMMR friends get the early scoop on our big telethon event coming up. It's Keep Music Alive. And it is once again partnering with the Kelly Center for the second annual Delco Gives Telethon, Sunday, May 4th. From 1 to 9 p.m. So it's coming up this Sunday. It's an 8-hour special event, and it's a throwback to the old Jerry Lewis Telethon days, featuring both an in-person audience and live streaming on Facebook and YouTube.
Cool.
Volunteers answering phones, and they'll chat with viewers and accept donations. He said, plus we're excited to announce 12-year-old Sabrina Patel from North Carolina as one of our featured performers. In addition to being our Kids Music Day ambassador, Sabrina is 2/3 complete on her quest to play the national anthem at major sporting events in all 50 states. So she's going to do that. She's 2/3 of the way through that. But the Kids Music Day is a really cool thing, and I don't have the specifics around it, but Vincent has gotten in touch with us before, and it's essentially it gives an opportunity for kids who've never really tinkered around with musical instruments to have a real feel what it's like to encounter those and play instruments and maybe try multiple different instruments and see if something speaks to you.
All right, so I'm actually doing several different things with Delco Gives, and so this is going to kick things off with the telethon on Sunday, and then I'll be at Dining Under the Stars with Delco Gives on Wednesday the 7th, because the day of giving starts on May 8th. And that will go into the 9th. And then on May 9th, I'm going to Subaru Park to do like a live stream with Delco Gives. And then it all ends with this big party at Rose Street Park on Friday night.
Next
Friday night.
Yeah.
So a quick description of Delco Gives Day. They call it a 24-hour community giving initiative that's designed to unite Delco residents, businesses, and organizations in a collective effort to support Delaware County's nonprofit sector. So obviously, there's a lot of nonprofits in Delaware County, as there are in each county. But this is one that just kind of promotes all of those. So it officially happens May 8th. The official Delco Gives Day happens May 8th to the 9th, according to what they said earlier to me. So,
not to bombard, there's something I have that pertains to that as well, which is on Wednesday, Preston. It's part of the Delco Gives. It's to benefit Delco's pet-friendly homeless shelter, which is one of the first of its kind. It is a screening of the Emilio Estevez movie, The Public, and it is at the Media Theater, and it's from 7 to 9 p.m., and I'll send the information over to Nick, but it's part of that whole collective case, all the stuff that you're talking about. Delco Gives Day event. All proceeds go to Breaking Bread Community Shelter, so that's happening on the 7th as well.
Yeah, so listen, there are over 250 nonprofits that are that are participating in this event.
It's a great idea.
So Kelly Music Center, Providence Animal Center, all the YMCA's, if you go to delcogives.org, you'll find out all of the beneficiaries of Delco Gives Day.
And it's a great time, a great couple of times.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
All right, 10 o'clock. We can do this now.
93.3 WMMR Philadelphia. That's crazy! It's time for a Preston and Steve 20 Money keyword.
Yep, and that word is income. Hopefully headed your way soon, all right? Income, I-N-C-O-M-E. And you have until 25 minutes after the hour to enter that through the MMR app at WMMR.com, or you can text it to the special contest short code number, which is 45911. And one random entry will win $1,000 in our company-wide contest. Each MMR winner gets a pair of MMR Barbecue tickets as well. Winners, you'll get a call from Beasley, so make sure that you answer your phone. There are contest rules available at WMMR.com for you to see. And Preston and Steve's 20 Money is sponsored by United Tire and Service. So that word for you to enter, once again, is income, INCOME. If you want to win $1,000, you better enter that right now.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
Brought to you by Dermatology Associates of Plymouth Meeting Research Department. They're seeking volunteers for an alopecia areata clinical trial. Adults and kids 12 and older with 50% or more scalp hair loss are eligible. And you can learn more at PlymouthMeetingDermatology.com. So a Kings Beach, California ice cream and coffee shop had an uninvited guest that caught employees off guard while on break and made off with a 3-gallon tub of chocolate chip cookie dough ice cream. Now, while this incident may seem like a relatively harmless act of thievery, it is a little bit worse than that. It was a local black bear.
Yeah, man.
Known as Cinnamon. And he was caught on camera moments after breaking into Tahoe Time ice cream and coffee shop.
Chubby bear with a furry little tail, happy as a bear can be. I'm a big chubby bear with a
forgot that we had that.
That's a great song.
Don't mind if I do.
Owner-operator Beth Moxley can be heard admonishing the bear as she was expecting the damage.
Beth, stop being a see you next Tuesday.
Oh, my God. But listen, it is important to secure food items in bear country to avoid habituation, they are saying. And when a bear becomes habituated to human food, they can lose their natural fear of people.
Beth, you're habituating right now.
And become
You dumb habituating.
repeat offenders, actively prowling neighborhoods for their next meal. So they
It could be dangerous, obviously, if a bear is drawn into an area because of the food.
Yep. So you need to keep that food put away properly. And in England, an NHS healthcare assistant from East London is under investigation after allegedly creating explicit content for OnlyFans. Now, here's the thing. We hear of, teacher has an OnlyFans account or something like that, and then they end up getting fired. They're not really doing anything.
No, illegal.
No, but this particular person was doing it while on duty, wearing her uniform.
See, that's a problem.
And displaying her NHS ID badge. The badge with her name and photo on it, which made it a bit easier to catch her. Reports indicate that she also sold used underwear packaging in NHS specimen bags. That's the National Health System, right?
Yes, yeah.
And proving that there is a market for almost anything. The NHS has emphasized the importance of maintaining professional standards.
So if they're having trouble getting an appointment with a specialist, here's my vagina, by the way, I can help you.
So they are currently reviewing the matter. There was one story I wanted to make sure I get to. I had this for a couple of days, and it's getting old, and I want to make sure I get to it. Where was this? And it was mainly because, the guy's name. Okay, so this is out of Lincoln, Nebraska. A man was arrested Sunday after police say he was drunkenly driving the wrong way down a one-way street. Lord O'King.
Lord O'King?
Appeared in court on Monday after being charged with his third DUI and 2 traffic violations. Police saw O'King driving west on South Street when he turned south onto 10th Street, which is northbound. When they pulled him over, they smelled an alcoholic beverage was emitting from the car.
This is my sister, Christ Almighty.
Lord O'King gave the officer
Christie Almighty
an ignition interlock permit, police say, but no ignition. After a quick investigation, officers found that Lord O'King had an active arrest for a warrant.
Lord.
And they asked him to get out of his car. He had hard time balancing. He became belligerent. They put him in the back of the cruiser. He started kicking the separator, and he eventually was detained fully and arrested, and his BAC was .275. So Lord O'King was pretty Lord-O lit up during that. You can tell that it's the future when your driverless taxi kidnaps you. A self-driving Waymo taxi operating in Austin, Texas, went haywire and stranded passengers on a busy section of the expressway. The car unexpectedly diverted from its route and stopped underneath the overpass, blocking traffic in a high-speed area. The passengers were trapped inside for several minutes while the vehicle remained unresponsive, and Waymo's remote support team was unable to regain control or move it.
Can't you just rip that Johnny cab out of the driver's seat?
Yeah, right.
Take control.
Waymo later stated the vehicle had experienced a difficult driving scenario and acknowledged a delay.
I was having a bad day.
In removing it from the road. The event is reigniting concerns from local officials and transportation experts about the lack of clear safety standards for self-driving cars operating in public spaces.
You shouldn't be sealed in.
Yeah, you should definitely be able
There
to
should be an override.
I don't know if you guys saw this. This was from a couple days ago. A speedboat attempting to reach high speeds lost control, somersaulted through the air before dramatically crashing into the water at a boating event in Arizona.
The freaking thing took flight.
Video footage from the annual Desert Storm event in Lake Havasu, which is about 150 miles from Vegas, shows the Freedom 1 racing boat leaping out of the water into the air and backflipping and twisting midair before crashing upside down into lake waters. The boat was moving at a speed of more than 200 miles per hour.
That's insane. Did they die?
No, everybody was fine.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah, there was video from inside of the cockpit. Freedom 1 said in a post on Facebook, drivers are safe, just a little banged. You're just a little banged up, right?
Yeah. It's like 50 feet, yeah.
The team later said everyone is safe and in good condition, and thanked all those who reached out with all the prayers.
I'll pull this carp out of my ass.
You know they used to do that on Sunset Lake in Wildwood Crest, right? Those speed boat racing things.
No.
Yeah,
That's cool.
Yeah.
There was, you guys know the cigarette boats?
Yeah, sure.
There were
favorite of drug runners.
There were two of them that came, I believe they came out of Stone Harbor or Avalon, and we see them all the time. They would, take them out into the ocean and they'd take off, and they were so loud.
Yeah.
And we always said that because there was always two of them. It looked like they were racing. We're like, something's going to happen one of these days. And sure enough, it was a few years ago, but they crashed.
No kidding.
Yeah.
Into each other.
I don't remember. I was trying to find the story. I don't remember exactly what happened, but I just remember thinking, like we had said for so many years, something's going to happen here. And sure enough, it
No,
did.
it's true. These boats, these speed boats, are very flat, and so they become a wing when they hit the right speed.
Yeah, they can definitely fly. They're very aerodynamic. It's very weird. We're watching the video. I don't know how anybody survived that thing. They were going 200 miles an hour. And by the way, if you've ever been on water in a boat and you're doing 40 miles an hour, it feels like you're doing 80 miles an hour.
It's amazing, though.
The whole story of the underwater city where the hot dogs expand in your stomach was because of a cigarette boat crash. And so my friend, a friend of a friend, where that happened off the coast of Florida, they were in the water. They were trying to find their way out of, going someplace after the crash had happened. Unfortunately, that underwater city existed, but don't eat a hot dog down there.
Yes.
So this is a story, and the guy stuck to the story, correct?
He sure did.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Underwater city where they don't serve hot dogs.
Is he well respected in his field?
He is not.
Oh, okay.
No.
Is that another friend? They need to get together.
Yeah. Although they did know each other.
All right. It's a wonderful cluster there.
Yeah, it is. All right, and that is what I have in the bizarre file for you. All right, so you have a couple of minutes left to enter the 20 Money keyword. It's income. You have until 25 after the hour, so it's 10:09 right now. The word is income, INCOME. So do that through the MMR app, WMMR.com, or you can text it to 45911. Taking a break, coming back, lesson question, trash, music news as well. Mike's birthday, where we could clearly do a Talk Like Dr. Mike day, too. Because all you have to do is talk like that.
Well, in a weird twist, the reason why we started saying privileged was because of our association with Dr. Mike.
That's true.
That's
weird.
Let's share the origin of that for a moment, because we all have Dr. Mike is our doctor at Penn Medicine, and we were talking about, I don't know, just seeing Dr. Mike or whatever, and Bill told us that we should not talk about that often because it makes us seem privileged. And
because we go to the doctor.
Because we go to the doctor. And so we thought that was hilarious. And so therefore, privilege became part of the vernacular.
And generated a very successful line of T-shirts.
Yes, it did.
I think because we were saying Penn Medicine, and it wasn't like, oh, we went to the doctor, because it was this big, I don't know, conglomerate, we sounded like we were privileged because we went to Penn Medicine.
Right. It was just one of those little Bill concerns.
It's okay.
And so
many of those are represented in these Billicisms.
Yep. So that was born. And then, obviously low-hanging fruit, third leg of the stool. And the barn door and all these little things. Homyonkel.
The best part is that Bill now gets it. He'll come in and go, I actually do talk like that.
Right. Well, it's funny. He doesn't speak like that all the time.
Yeah.
But
it's greeting people.
Bill doesn't have the ability. You know how if I see you, Case, yo, dude, what's going on? You know what I mean? Like, that's my delivery. Hey, man, how are you?
Yeah.
Or good morning, or whatever it may be. Bill makes an entrance. He opens the door, and he usually does it like he almost kicks it open, like he'll open it very big. Morning show, people. And he does it that way, and then he settles into more normal,
very casual
conversation. Yeah, totally.
Morning, everyone.
And it's great. It's hilarious. And sometimes
even he chuckles.
Sometimes it starts with, in our meeting, it starts with this, okay? And I have to. He comes in with his book, with his notebook, and he'll go like this.
Yeah. Oh, totally.
Are we ready for the meeting? Like, he'll slam stuff down on the desk. There's just something about, and it's great.
Yeah.
And it's not mean spirited.
Not at all.
It's just his and now, time to get to work, people. It's like his indicator that we're beginning, or a slap like that.
Yeah.
He'll do some
How
kind
can
of.
he slap?
How can he slap? But anyhow, it's an endearing quality that Bill has. It's very funny, and we have fun with it.
The thing is, it's so similar to Ted Knight, and his delivery is very similar.
All right, so Talk Like Bill Weston Day. We're getting people on board to play Who Said It Bestin'. And we have sent the lines to you. All you have to do is text the word Bill to 39333, and we will randomly choose you and send you the lines, and you will have to say them against another person. So that's what we're going to do now. I don't know what they're going to say. Steve had written down these lines. They've been sent to him. I don't know which lines are going to be delivered to us, but I'm going to get two callers on the line. We're going to start with Steve. Hey, Steve, good morning to you.
Hi.
All right, Steve, you're going to be going against Brian. Let me get Brian on board. Brian, are you there?
All right. Hello.
Hello, Brian.
Hello.
How you doing?
I'm great. How are you?
Wonderful. All right, so let's get started. First, we're going to have Steve read his line. Then we're going to have Brian read his line in their best Bill Weston, and then we'll take a vote amongst the five of us here in the studio and determine who our winner is. So, Steve, we're going to start with you. Give us your best Bill Weston.
Privileged. Not everyone has access to doctors.
All right.
Good.
That was really good. Brian.
Because it's not. Yes. I'll explain after.
Brian, let's hear your delivery, please.
Privileged. Not everyone has access to doctors.
Okay.
Try a different riff on it.
Yeah.
Let's go. Nick, who do you vote for?
The first guy.
And Kathy.
First guy.
Steve. Yep.
Steve.
It's unanimous. Steve's our winner. Sorry, Brian, we got to let you go. Steve, that was a wonderful Bill Weston, by the way.
Thank you.
And therefore, we have this prize for you.
Well, Steve, privilege. You just won yourself a pair of tickets to see Dave Chappelle.
Oh, not
Isn't
everyone can make it to a Dave Chappelle show.
Isn't he in that awfully Billy Bob Thornton movie?
See, the thing is that you come out big with that privilege, and then you go.
Right.
All right, so the Chappelle show that you're going to go see, by the way, is going to be May 28th at the Hard Rock Live Edis Arena. That's in Atlantic City. And tickets for both Chappelle shows, which is May 28th and 29th, are going to go on sale this Friday. That's tomorrow. And all the details are at hardrockhotelatlanticcity.com.
This Chappelle show,
got to go.
this Chappelle show came out of the blue. I didn't hear any, this is very cool.
Yeah.
Yep. All right, we're going to get two more callers on the line in just a second, and we will see what line they're going to deliver to us. So Marissa and Connor are now contacting the people that we have sent the texts to. They'll get them up a couple at a time, and we need to make sure this is coordinated so they have that they're saying the same.
Well, during the time, I'd like to give some advice on whittling, Preston. So that
whittling?
Yeah, the blade goes away from you as you're carving the wood.
All right, let me get our callers. We have Kenny that is there. Hey, Kenny.
Hey, what's going on?
How you doing, buddy?
Pretty good. How about you?
Good, wonderful. Hang on. We're going to get you up against Brad. Hey, Brad, are you there?
Yes.
All right, Brad, we're doing our best Bill Weston. It's Talk Like Bill Weston Day. So, Brad, we're going to start with you. Give us your best Bill Weston line.
All right. Being local is the third leg of the stool.
All right. Being local is the third leg of the stool. Kenny, let's hear your Bill Weston.
For MMR, being local is the third leg of the stool.
All right, Casey, who are you going to vote for? Kenny or Brad went first?
Brad did go first. I'm going to give the slight edge to Brad there.
All right, Steve?
I'm going to slight edge to Brad.
How about Kathy?
Brad.
And Nick?
Brad.
Yeah, same here. Goes to Brad.
Hey, look at the big red on Brad.
All right, what do we have for Brad, please?
All right, Brad, you are... I'm not going to do the Bill Weston. You got a case of Loverboy. You might recall Loverboy from Bravo's hit reality series Summer House. Loverboy is a high-quality, low-calorie, zero-sugar sparkling hard tea, and you can enjoy Loverboy at Kellyanne's Bar and Grill, which is located at 1549 Spray Garden Street in Philly.
Some people call her Annabelle.
The funny thing is that Santa impersonation is almost like Bill trying to do an impersonation of himself.
Yeah, a little bit, yes.
Because he starts to talk like this with a little bit of John Wayne.
Yeah. He's doing a wonderful riff on Santa Claus, and it does sound a little John Wayne-esque.
I can't believe that Bill doesn't like that because it's so funny. The comedy is like... I know it makes him cringe a little bit, but it's for me, that's the shining Bill Weston moment.
Yeah.
That call is the best.
That he does, listen, he knows he thinks I'm full of crap when I say that, but I think that's a big indicator that you call up your boss and without even indicating what you wanted, he plays along. That's pretty cool.
I thought so too. You know, on top of a Talk Like Bill Weston Day, a Talk Like Dr. Mike Day, we could even do a Talk Like Gary Lauer Day.
God.
God. Yeah.
Oh, man.
If that's even possible.
Remember, the Gary Lauer prank phone call?
No.
Did
you call him?
Yeah, well, so we said Gary, we had him call Gary because Gary was being inappropriate, like at an event.
Oh, we had Bill call Gary.
Right.
Do you have that?
Hang on. I got to find it. But yeah.
And it was you, was it not?
It was me.
Yeah.
So again, we had him. It was like a reverse prank phone call because he was the one who made the phone call. He called
the studio. Didn't realize
he might have called the studio line, but yeah.
Wait, I don't follow. What happened?
All right, so the prank phone call, we had him call Gary because
we had Bill call Gary.
Yeah.
So what he thought was Gary.
What he thought was Gary.
Oh, and it was actually
Casey.
Actually me.
to be Gary.
So Gary's not actually involved in
Not
this
at all.
story.
No.
Okay.
Because you answer the phone, you go, Bill Weston! Look at Bill Weston's on my phone or something like that.
This is it right here.
Okay, all right, hang on a second. 93.3 WMMR. You dumb bitch. We should rename. We should do our version of that. Instead of cold hard bitch, you dumb bitch. 18 minutes after 10. It is a Wednesday morning. The weather is nice today. Going up to about 77 degrees and mix of sun and clouds. Tomorrow, partly cloudy, 77. Friday, warm, 85 is our high, but with clouds. And then Saturday, expecting some rain, high about 80, and then some showers on Sunday, too. Just in time for the weekend.
By the way, every once in a while, people don't realize that you dumb bitch is something that happened to Kathy.
Yes.
Where she was making a turn or something, and a woman leaned out of her car, right?
Yeah, she screamed at me.
You dumb
bitch.
Yeah. But I just remember the best
We're not randomly doing that, yeah.
The best part was her hair blowing in the wind. Like I could see the hair going because her head was out the window.
Like a photo shoot.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah. Oh, my favorite yelling out the window, though, came from Casey.
Yeah.
And I don't have to share that right now.
No, I regret it, but the lady did try to run me off the road. So.
Yeah, she deserved it.
But I was just giving her a
Christmas
holiday greeting.
Yeah, holiday greeting. All right. We're going to give away something right now via our lesson question. And it's a cool prize. We have a pair of tickets to Star Wars A New Hope live in concert Friday, June 20th at the Man. So the Philadelphia Orchestra is going to play the John Williams musical score live to the movie. And the question that we'll ask you, and you need to, by the way, in order to join us and get an answer, you're going to have to text the word Zoom to 610-660-9333. We will send you a link. And if you know the answer, you click on that link, and then you will automatically come to us here via Zoom, and we'll get you in line and see if you can answer the question. So here is the question. How many anuses does an alien have? We found out this morning, not
Just
that long ago.
a while ago.
9:30. So how many anuses does an alien have? Let's see if you know the answer to that. While you're getting set, we'll do this.
The trash business is a gold mine. 93.3 WMMR with Preston and Steve's Hollywood Trash.
Let's go there. Steve, what's going on this morning?
Well, TMZ catching a teary moment as Elizabeth Hurley had to leave new boyfriend Billy Ray Cyrus to catch a flight back to London. Billy told TMZ that he had an achy breaky heart, but then admitted he had stopped taking his Lipitor. Former Playboy playmates Carissa and Christina Shannon, I don't know if you remember these, the twins, Preston, telling People magazine what life is like years after being Hugh Hefner's girlfriends. The Shannons say the biggest adjustment was finding out that a penis should not look like a gecko. And finally, Oprah and Tyler Perry were seen at SoFi Stadium dancing up a storm for Beyonce's Cowboy Carter tour. In fact, Oprah was dancing so vigorously that she began sweating Ozempic.
Wow.
And that's your Hollywood Trash.
Don't want to do that. All right, we will go to our Zoom portal and see if we can find an answer to today's question. We're going to check in with Mike. Yo, Mike, how you doing, man?
Hey, good morning, Presbo.
Good morning to see you, Mike. All right, so how many anuses does an alien have?
That would be 11.
11! You got it, Mike. Stay right there, bud, because we're going to get you those tickets. You get to go see Star Wars: A New Hope live in concert Friday, June 20th at the Man. Philadelphia Orchestra will be playing the Oscar-winning composer John Williams' musical score live as the film is projected on 3 giant screens in the TD Pavilion at the Man. Parking is free. Tickets start at $28, and they're on sale now via mancenter.org.
Now, Preston and Steve's Music News on 93.3 WMMR.
Let's start with Metallica in music news. Set to release a massive deluxe box set of their 1996 album Load, coming out on June 13th. The comprehensive collection includes 15 CDs featuring 245 previously unreleased tracks, such as demos, outtakes, alternate versions, and 3 full live albums. I don't know what, as far as quote-unquote new material will be in there, but it's a lot of alternate versions.
So, question with something like this, and collections like this, it's simply, I think, for example, I have movie collections of things, and I've never gone completely through. I think it's ownership of it rather than, right?
I think it's having a collection. It's
having
to
the
add
collection
to your collection because, there's only been a couple of times where I've ordered something unique, and I'll give you an example. With the Beatles, they did the Beatles naked.
Yeah.
And that was with no music, and it was just vocals, and it was just some stuff in the studio where they left the mics on, and I listened to it once, and it was cool, but that was enough.
Yeah,
and,
it's not the kind of thing you pull out.
No. I mean, the finished versions, a lot of times, are for that very reason. They're the best version.
Right, yeah.
Additionally, the set contains 4 DVDs with concert footage, studio sessions, and TV performances from the Load era. A remastered double LP version of the original album is also part of the package. Notably, the box set features the complete version of The Outlaw Torn.
Would you say they were planning to drop the Load?
It's coming out on, they're going to drop the Load on June 13th.
Is it all coming out at the same time?
Yeah, it all comes out at the same time.
Sometimes they just let it leak out a little bit before the main release.
Right, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
That's like preload.
Yeah, exactly. So,
it's an industry term, Kathy.
Yeah.
Remember
Get your head out of the gutter.
that contest at Keenan's?
Oh, yeah.
Bill Weston's face.
Oh, gum all over his face.
Yeah, gum all over his face.
That was
And then we had
favorite.
one, and
He hated
I'm
that.
not even going to repeat the one.
The dumpster one, too,
The one,
right?
well, no, the one that involved the buckets.
That's what I was talking about.
That's what I thought.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
All right. So anyhow, gum all over Bill Weston's face was a good one too.
Man, he was mad about that.
Was he mad?
He did not care for that at all.
Really?
Oh, yeah.
I think it was my fault.
It was probably,
Is that why he retired?
It was Kathy's, it was Casey's idea, but it was Kathy's fault.
So the box set features a complete version, like I said, of The Outlaw Torn, which is previously shortened due to time constraints on the original release. For fans seeking a smaller option, a 3-CD edition with 41 tracks included will also be available. Dave Grohl surprised some attendees at a Los Angeles school benefit fundraiser with a dynamic set of some cover performances. So the event featured Dave delivering renditions of Queen and David Bowie's Under Pressure, LCD Sound System's New York, I Love You, But You're Bringing Me Down, and the Knack's My Sharona. And he was joined on stage by Luke Spiller of the Struts and Lisa Loeb.
Wow. I love Lisa Loeb.
And they added to the evening star power. The intimate show was part of a fundraising effort for a local school.
So I told you I've been in this spiral of Vanessa Carlton, 1,000 Miles, the song.
yeah.
I've been going, and then that led me into Lisa Loeb. And so I'm now, soon I'm going to descend into complete Lilith Fair territory.
Totally. And so you should.
Yeah.
All right. 2 bands in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame class of 2025 aren't certain if they'll be performing at the induction ceremony. Health issues might keep bad company watching a tribute by someone else. Drummer Simon Kirk alluded to strokes suffered by lead singer Paul Rogers and guitarist Mick Ralphs.
Oh, man.
Rumor is, though, that Kirk and Rogers will perform. Bassist Raymond Bosbrell died in 2006, so he's not going to be there. But Soundgarden hasn't performed an official show since the death of Chris Cornell in 2017. In an interview with Billboard, guitarist Kim Thale says that they'll need to make sure that they're able to provide the proper reverence for Cornell and for the band. I think a great idea is to do a variety of songs with a variety of singers, and they'd be the band that plays that. I mean, that's a great way to do it.
They've done things like that in the
have.
past for various bands, and I think for the most part, successfully.
Yep. Hey, heads up, Chuck just let me know a little while ago. Tomorrow morning on the Preston and Steve Show, we will have a new song from Mammoth WVH to play for you. We have not heard it yet, so you will join us in being turned on to this new music. And hopefully that'll motivate you to get some tickets to the Pierre Presents Mammoth WVH event that is coming up May 12th at the Foundry. It'll be an instrument performance that's hosted by Pierre. There's a Q&A, and the show is full band, full plugged in. Listen to Pierre each day this week to win 4 packs of tickets for that. You can also enter via the contest page at WMMR.com. And then on Friday, Pierre's going to be having a ticket raid from 4 to 6 p.m. at A&T Chevy in Sellersville, and we'll have 2 winners every 15 minutes for that Pierre Presents event. And it's sponsored by A&T Chevy and A&T Subaru in Sellersville. And thanks to Sony BMG as well. Speaking of ticket raids, I will be having one on Saturday at Dell Chevy in Paoli. Now, this is for the MMRBQ. So I'm going to be loaded with tickets for that event, giving them away every 15 minutes. So head out to Paoli to Dell Chevy, and 11 to 1 on Saturday is when I'll be there. And then the next day, the MM Army will be at the Spread Eagle Tavern in Mount Ephraim, and that's from 6 to 8 p.m. And you can get the details at WMMR.com.
Those ticket rates are awesome because literally every 15 minutes, and before you miss one, you have many more shots.
Yep. And then the last thing about MMRBQ is the voting is up for live band karaoke, so please help us narrow down the 10 singers to get up on stage and play on our stage at the MMRBQ. Voting ends on May 4th, so coming up on that. Make sure that you do vote. 1 vote per person per day, so make sure you stop in several times and place the votes. All right, that's it in music news. We got one final break to take. We're going to do that very thing. Come back in a second. We will wrap up our show when we return, so stay put.
Hello.
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 I'm looking for Gary Lauer.
This is Gary.
Gary Lauer, this is Bill Weston at WMMR.
Bill Weston, hey, Bill! Hey, Nightman, Bill Weston!
All right, hey, settle down. We need to talk.
Settle down.
This is kind of a serious call.
Oh, Bill Weston, you're calling my phone.
Well, I had to chase it down from a couple different people to get to talk to you. It's about what happened at the Preston and Steve mixer at Parks.
Oh, I had such a great time last night. I forgot my teeth. I didn't have my jam.
Yeah. Hey. Well, here's
hey.
It's not even a gross impersonation. It's terrible.
I love it.
Oh, and by the way, was he not calling the studio line?
That's it. Because Casey gave him the studio line, and we couldn't believe that Bill didn't recognize the studio line.
We're gonna do a 2-parter on that. We're gonna come back.
We have a contest to complete.
And plus, it'll help kill some time in between our contestants. So, let me get our next callers on the line and talk like Bill Weston Day. Who said it best? And I have Ryan to start with. Hey, Ryan, how you doing, buddy? Oh, thank you. Thank you. I was waiting for someone to open with something like that. Keith, are you there?
I'm here.
All right, Keith, we're going to do Talk Like Bill Weston, Who Said It Best, and I will start with Ryan. Ryan, please give us the line that we gave you.
Don't compromise show quality just because you can't see the barn door.
Pretty good. All right. Keith,
That's where the barn door comes from.
Keith, you got to beat that. Can you give us your line?
All right, do not compromise show quality just because you can see the barn door.
Wow,
those are pretty good. Yeah.
All right, let's start with Kathy. Kathy, the first one to go was Ryan, and the second one was Keith. Who's it going to be?
Ryan.
All right, Ryan. Steve, who do you think?
They were really good, but I'm going to have to say Ryan just by a little bit.
All right, Casey?
I agree with both of you guys. Ryan.
All right,
Ryan?
Nick?
Yeah, Ryan as well.
And Ryan as well. It's a clean sweep. Thank you for your call, Keith. We appreciate it. But
Good
Ryan
job.
is our winner. And what do we have for Ryan, Casey?
Ryan, you have the Batman on digital.
Oh.
The Batman is caught in a, yes, you are privileged, in a deadly game of cat and mouse with the Riddler in this gritty thriller starring Robert Pattinson and Zoe Kravitz. And you can own it on 4K Ultra HD on May 24th or on digital right now.
By the way, it's not just a signal, it's a warning.
Yes. All right, here's a little bit more of Casey pretending to be Gary Lauer when Bill had called him to talk him. I guess he had to chastise him a little bit.
He acted up inappropriately a little bit at one of the mixers.
Here we go.
It's about what happened at the Preston and Steve mixer at Parks.
Oh, I had such a great time that night. I forgot my teeth. I didn't have my jam.
Yeah. Hey. Well, here's the problem, Gary.
Oh, wait. Is there a problem? Yeah. Oh, I didn't bring my camera. I had a picture taken with Kathy Romano, but I didn't get a camera, and I don't have email. Can Kathy print me out a picture? Because I got a picture with her, and I got a picture with Marissa. I couldn't find Casey anywhere, but I got a picture with them, and I don't have email.
Gary, I need you to stop talking and listen to me.
I want to hear that last part again. Hang on there.
Gary, I need you to stop talking and listen to me.
All right, we have to come back for part 3. We'll continue with the stammering.
All right, we will go to our next two callers. We are going to have Horace. Hey, Horace, good morning.
Good morning.
Morning, Horace. All right, hang on. We're going to have you on board with Chris. Chris, good morning, buddy.
Good morning.
All right, so whoever said it bestin is going to be our winner. Horace, we're going to begin with you. Give us your Bill Weston line, please.
This humyuggle thinks she's some kind of Susie cream cheese.
This homyuncle thinks he's some kind of Susie cream cheese.
Yeah.
All right, Chris, let's hear yours, please.
This homie uncle thinks she's some kind of Susie cream cheese.
All right, we need to vote. Casey?
The first one.
Horace.
Yes.
All right, Steve.
Though Chris did a fine job, because it's hard to hit that tone, I'm going to have to go with the first one.
And Kathy.
Horace.
Yep. And Nick.
Horace, yeah.
And Horace on me, too. It's a clean sweep. Chris kind of ended with a question in the voice, and therefore not quite Bill Weston-esque. So, Horace, here's what we have for you, my man.
Horace, you have the Batman on digital. The Batman is caught in a deadly game of cat and mouse with the Riddler in this gritty thriller starring Robert Pattinson and Zoe Kravitz. By the way, this movie is Steve Morrison approved, right?
Oh, absolutely.
And you could own it on 4K Ultra HD on May 24th or on digital right now.
All right, a little bit more of our Gary Lauer conversation with Bill Weston. Here we go.
And I don't have email.
Gary, I need you to stop talking and listen to me. All right?
Bill's trying my
All right, okay.
How you behaved at the mixer is causing problems. It was reported that you were either inebriated, high, or a combination of both.
I was so high and so drunk. I had such a good time, man.
Pause. Ready? Here it is.
Wait.
Is this Casey?
You just called the hotline. I need your consent. Can we play this on the air?
Everything except the asshole part.
Yes.
Oh,
I want to hear that pause again because
Oh, my
that
God.
is
That's great.
priceless. Hang on, here we go.
I was so high and so drunk. I had such a good time, man.
Is this Casey?
Oh my God.
You just called the hotline.
Oh my God.
Oh my God.
I need your consent. Can we play this on the air?
Oh, that is.
Oh my God.
That is absolutely priceless.
That is so
He's
good.
a good boss.
He's a great
boss.
He gave us some of the best audio.
Oh yeah, yeah, absolutely. All right, let's get our next callers on the line. We have Justin, who is there. Hey, Justin. Good morning. Yeah, very well done, Justin. All right, let's go next to Vinny. Vinny, are you there?
Oh, my family.
Yes.
My family.
All right, we're going to start with Justin. Justin, please give us your best Bill Weston.
Despite the inclination, avoid going after low-hanging fruit.
All right. And let's see how Vinny can deliver that. Vin, go for it.
Despite the inclination, avoid going after low-hanging fruit.
Okay. This is close. I'll vote first. That was neck and neck.
Yeah.
But I think Justin gave it just a little bit more, so I'm going to vote for Justin. Casey?
Wow, this is our first dissenting vote here. I'm going to go with Vinny on this one. His voice is a little bit deeper, which I think was a little bit more in line with the Bill Weston impersonation.
Steve, what do you think?
In the delivery, all right, I'm going to have to give it to delivery because that's what it's about, though Vinny did a good job as well. I'm going to give it to Justin.
All right, Kath?
Justin was the first guy?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, I feel like Vinny could have, if he gave it a little bit more effort.
Yeah, he
I
could have nailed
but
it.
I'm going to go with Justin.
And Nick?
Well, I'm going Vinny.
All right, but it's a winner, 3-2. Justin! Sorry, Vin. Appreciate it, but we are going to set Justin up with a prize. And Casey, what are we giving him?
Justin, you have a pair of tickets to see Dave Chappelle Saturday, May 28th at Hard Rock Live Edis Arena in Atlantic City. Now, tickets for the both Chappelle shows, actually May 28th and 29th, go on sale tomorrow. And all the details you can be found at hardrockhotelatlanticcity.com.
You should see the number of texts of people that are just dying of laughter right now, and they're loving the audio of Bill and Casey, and just absolutely eating it up. All right, let's get some more callers on the line. Who said it best? And I've got Chris. Hey, Chris, are you there? Is it? Well done. All right, Chris, hang on. We've got. I'm going to put him on hold because you can hear me
Talking.
on a walkie-talkie.
Yes.
Let's go to Rich. Hey, Rich, are you there?
Yeah, good morning.
Good morning, Rich. All right, we're going to start with you, Rich. Give us your best in Bill Weston.
All right. Of all the foods invented by mankind, none is more inappropriate than soup.
Ooh. Well done. All right, let's try Chris now. All right, Chris, let's... Okay, stop. All right, Chris, go for it.
Okay. Of all the foods invented by mankind, none is more appropriate than soup.
Gotta be me.
All right.
That was pretty close. That was pretty close.
Dude.
Did Rich say it's got to be me?
Rich just goes, it's got to be me.
I'm going to vote for Rich. Casey?
I actually, you talk about delivery. I thought Chris gave a great delivery. I'm going to go with Chris.
All right, Steve?
Chris did give a good delivery. I'm going to have to go with Rich, though.
All right,
Yeah.
Kathy? At the crew, bringing it up a notch on 93.3 WMMR. Kickstart My Heart. Preston and Steve show at about 10:39 a.m. on a Wednesday morning. Coming to a close. Been a packed show today on a beautiful morning. I would like to thank our guests. We had some really good ones. One of our good friends was here this morning, Mr. Justin Guarini.
So
Great
nice.
to see Justin. He sang for us.
He did.
And he's promoting a number of things, including this appearance that he's going to be doing. And he's performing part of the Philadelphia Orchestra and Ensemble Arts Great Stages Gala, Friday, May 30th at the ensembleartsphilly.org. Governor Rendell is going to be there, and they're celebrating him and Philadenko and raising money for the Ensemble Arts and so on. So it was really cool to have him by here. And then it was awesome to speak to Kate Pierson of the B-52s. Yeah. She will be performing tomorrow night at City Winery. And she says she's going to throw in a lot of stuff. She has a new album. She's going to be playing some new music. But She's going to be playing, obviously, some B-52s hits and some of her own other solo hits like Candy. Remember, she did that with Iggy Pop.
Shiny Happy People?
Shiny Happy People with REM. So, yeah, she said she's going to be playing those. Really cool to have her on the show. citywinery.com/Philadelphia to get your tickets. And then we had Christie Brinkley on.
It was terrific.
And Christie now knows who Casey is.
Yeah.
That's what we got out of it.
You know, what was a little interesting is that we were conducting the interview with her, and she was talking, into our camera, but she would be looking at the monitor to the side, so it was a little weird. She'd be talking and looking away from the screen. So once I got used to that, I was like, what's going on in there?
She was great. Her book is now available on Amazon.com, wherever books are sold. It's called Uptown Girls. It's cool to have her on. Pierre Robert, it's cool to have him on, too. Hey, man.
Well, hi, kids.
Nice to see you.
To see you is to be seen.
Yes, it is.
Yes.
And you're wearing a cool Hooters shirt. Where does that go back to?
This is a...
and by that, I don't mean the place where you get wings and see women with big boobs. It's the band, the Hooters.
Really very colorful Hooters shirt. And then on the back, it's got the tour dates.
So is that an OG? That's not a...
No, it says 2024 on it.
Oh, it does? Okay.
Yeah, on the back it does. So.
Because they're going to their 45th anniversary tour coming up. But the show at the Met is selling like hotcakes. There's
awesome.
Very few seats left, which is great. And next week, I think it's going to be Tuesday, we're going to have them on, and they're bringing us a brand new song.
Oh, cool.
Oh, it's their first time at the Met, right?
Yeah, well... They had that CD they put out, was it 2 years ago?
Yeah, like 2 years ago, yeah.
And which had so many great songs
on
it. Yeah. And they're just, I think it's just a single they're going to put out, but they're going to bring it to us first next Tuesday.
Cool.
So
Saturday,
really
May 17th, Pierre. So it's the week after Barbecue, Saturday, May 17th at the Met.
Yeah, so some tickets still remain. It's such a great show. They've never played there before, so it'll be their debut there. And they're very excited. And Jim Sutcliffe from Live Nation tells me this show is very close to selling out. So
love it.
That's good.
Love them there, guys.
Yeah, me too.
Nice.
Well, I still think of the camp out show.
It was amazing.
Yeah.
And then Steve describing my form of dancing.
Yeah, it was halfway between electroshock therapy and pure elation.
Something like that, yes. Convulsions.
All right, we're ready for the letter if you got it, man.
So be it.
All right.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Now, the Daily Letter.
The Preston and Steve show is brought to you today by the letter
I, as in Illinois.
Yep, and we have a very cool prize, Pal Hannah Summer Tiki Boat Cruise for up to 16 people. You can sail Pal Hannah, which is in Ocean City, New Jersey, and it's the only Caribbean tiki boat experience in New Jersey. You bring the drinks and the food, and they'll captain your boat. You can book your tropical getaway, bachelor party, daytime, or sunset cruise today at njtiki.com. So we give it away in 2 days' time, which is very, very cool. So what are you doing with your time today, man?
Well, I'll be doing more farming and growing of those Jersey tomatoes here.
That's excellent. Excellent.
We hope to harvest them sometime in the next couple of weeks. I just planted them yesterday, but this is a super growth pattern.
Okay. It is. You're in a super growth part of the year.
Yeah. And this is the time. I mean, plant them if you got them.
Yeah.
So we've got another 4-pack for the Mammoth Wolfgang Van Halen show, Pierre Presents, which is a couple days after the Barbecue, which is way cool.
And Pierre, I don't know if you heard, but we're going to have new music from Mammoth tomorrow morning.
Oh,
so that means you'll get to play it too when we're done with it.
Oh, sweet.
Yeah.
No, I hadn't heard that.
Yeah, Chuck just came in and told us a few minutes ago.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Very cool. So we'll have that. I mean, looking forward to this session. This very up close, intimate session. He's a very nice guy. We've had him in chats before, but to have him play and have a studio audience there will be fun.
Chuck revealed to us a hot take that he has. He says that this is the most, and he's a big Van Halen fan. He is the most talented Van Halen.
Really?
That's what he said.
It's a bold statement, what he means by that is Wolfgang is a multi-instrumentalist. He plays, on that first album, he played everything. So he's a guitarist, he's a bass player, he's a drummer, he writes the songs. It's a lot.
Yeah,
and Eddie sings. So you take Eddie, who was virtuoso and one of the greatest to ever do it, but Chuck sees him as a more well-rounded, talented guy. So, but that's his observation.
Cool.
Yeah.
We will also have the 20 Money Keyword at noon and 3 and 5 o'clock this afternoon. And we got blocks of AC/DC, Avenged Sevenfold, and Boston. So, fun day.
Awesome. All right, let me take this moment to thank our sponsors. The Preston and Steve Show is brought to you by Dunkin' and the Preston and Steve Show runs on Dunkin'. Also brought to you by Acme Markets, fresh foods, local flavors, and brought to you by the Landis Theater in downtown Vineland. You can experience the magic of the Landis with mind-blowing sound and unforgettable atmosphere. The Landis.com for information. We got a few things, a couple friends on the program tomorrow, but we've got room to add a few different little spices to the morning. So we'll get that together, but I guarantee you we'll have a good time. We'll have cash giveaway. It's going to be awesome. That is it. We are done. Rage on and have yourself a great day, and we'll see you tomorrow, friend. Bye-bye.
Mm-hmm.